We get that one chance to see the Buckeyes between January and September. That was last Saturday at the Shoe, of course. We will leave and take on your comments and questions, of course, concerning what you saw, what we all witnessed, whether that was live and in person or on the Big Ten Network. The Ohio State spring session is wrapped up. We will get our takes from Steve and company here at Buckeyes Live, presented by FanDuel. We appreciate you being here at the Voice of College Football every Wednesday. Mark it down, Wednesdays, 4 p.m. Eastern time, with you, Steve Hellwagon, joining us from Bucknuts, of course. Hey, Steve.
Hey, what's going on?
Not too much. Wasn't necessarily one of those spring games where you come, you hang out, and you enjoy the day. And part of the enjoyment is not just the football, but the weather and just kind of hanging out and taking things in. It was spitting throughout the day, and then more and more and more. And you can tell me much more than I could take in from watching it on TV. But it seemed like by the end of the game that Ryan Day certainly didn't really enjoy being out there fielding 5 or 6 somewhat mundane questions at the end of this quote unquote game.
Yeah. I think that they were lucky in one regard that really, really bad weather didn't come through. It was just kind of a little rain shower, I guess, from about a little before halftime all the way, off and on through the end of the game. And it allowed them to get a lot of work done. They ran close to 100 plays, which is about the same number of guys they had in uniform, which is the most they've ever had in uniform for spring football practice yet, because all the high school guys have enrolled and all of the transfers have enrolled, with 1 or 2 minor exceptions. So you had almost the entire squad for 2026 was there, most people they've ever had for spring. So they were able to run a lot of people in and out, and a lot of people got their first taste of playing football at Ohio Stadium. And again, the offense scored a couple touchdowns early in this game, and then it was kind of quiet for the longest time as the defense kind of dominated the middle portion. And then the third string quarterback, Luke Fahey, ran for a touchdown at the end, which kind of electrified things a little bit. It was like a 65-yard touchdown where he broke contain and there was nobody home. The third string defense was caught napping, and off he went. So, but I think there were some subplots that came out of this. The quarterback position, Tavian St. Clair, looked pretty good. Wide receiver, freshman Chris Henry Jr. was featured in this game. So a lot of good things, I think, came out of this. I'm sure we can delve into it.
Well, I would say, Steve, that I believe if you polled most people, it may not be the most important of what happened and what we saw, but maybe the most anticipated or the biggest takeaways would be Tavian St. Clair, Chris Henry. We got to see them hook up a couple times. It was exciting. Tavian St. Clair can certainly spin it, as they say. And 2 of his biggest throws to Henry, obviously, he had like a 40-yard dart to him where he dropped it. It was whistled. It was layered just right because it wasn't a dart per se. He did have to feather it in there to a certain extent, but it was no lob by any stretch. He still had to whistle it toward the sideline. And then later a similar pass in many respects, or about a 40-yard touchdown to the left pylon. And of course, everyone was happy to see Chris Henry show up.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And starting with St. Clair, I think that he played in the game last year as a true freshman and had a couple of interceptions, although one of those was toward the end when they were just throwing it up for grabs on the last play of the scrimmage to try and score it. It got intercepted. But I think people wanted to see what he would show, and he came out while the weather was still pretty good and was dealing pretty good. As you said, hit the 2 deep passes. He ended up 9 of 21 passing for 166 yards and the 1 touchdown to Chris Henry, which was, again, a nice throw and catch. And I think people came out of it after watching that portion of it and just said, this guy can play. And if something were to happen to Julian Sayin, which no one is obviously hoping for anything to happen to Julian Sayin other than start and win every game, then St. Clair could come in and fill in and do a nice job and help them win football games. And certainly with another full year to develop and grow, by the time the fall of 2027 rolls around, he would be more than ready to take over the starting position. So I think that people came away from it with that sense. I think he's not a finished product yet. As I said, 9 of 21. Some of that was the weather. It did start raining. It was a little bit windy. There were some drops by the younger receivers, and so a good proving ground, I think, for Tavian St. Clair, a good kind of plateau for him to jump off of from there and continue to grow and build and drill down on the finer points of playing the quarterback position, accuracy, command of the offense, and footwork and everything that goes with it. I think for him, this was a good learning experience. Obviously, Julian Sayin got to play as well. And let's see, they had him 8 of 15 passing for 82 yards with an interception. And the interception came when Will Smith Jr., the fourth year junior, the defensive tackle, saw that Sayin had lifted the ball up and was getting ready to throw. And he mimicked his hands and got his hands up in the air as he's taught by Larry Johnson. And he tipped the pass to his teammate, Bo Atkinson, the defensive end, who was right there to kind of, catch the loose ball and got the interception there on a deflection at the line of scrimmage. So, was this Julian Sayin's greatest game he's ever played? No, not by a long shot. I mean, we saw the guy throw and complete like 80% of his passes in some of his games last year without throwing a pick and against Big Ten opponents. But again, not perfect conditions, not the top receivers. Jeremiah Smith was done after the first series. He caught 2 passes on the first series and was done. Brandon Ennis played a little bit, but I don't think he caught a pass. Devin McCune, the transfer from San Antonio, I think he caught a couple. Kyle Parker from LSU, I don't think he caught any. So that kind of takes in all of the veterans. They were kind of in and out early, and then it was the young guys after that who got the opportunity, and we can delve in a little bit more on Chris Henry. He kind of electrified everybody, I think, with how he played.
I think it would have been pretty difficult for, I cannot remember said defender, but to bring down Jeremiah Smith when he hauled one in his last appearance of the day on a crossing route.
Yeah.
He would have taken that to the end zone most likely.
Yes. That would have been about a 40-yard touchdown. Somebody tagged him at about the 20-yard line. And seeing in the early series, when they had a lot of the starters in there, they played what they call thud, which is, put a little hit on them and tag them, not tackle them to the ground, obviously, because you don't want to get any of the starters injured. But after that, they played some tackle football, which was fun to watch. And Jeremiah Smith was not privy to that. He was in there in the time when it was thud and 2 catches for like 20 yards, 21 yards, and his day was done. And he grabbed a towel and put it over his head and kept the water off of his head and everything for the rest of the day. But it was a fun day. And Chris Henry, I'll just throw in my 2 cents real quick on him. He's 6'5" or whatever they list him at here. Number 15, Chris Henry is 6'5", 195. And my brother-in-law told me they called his dad String Bean, I think, with the Bengals. I don't know if that was what he went by or not. What's that? Slim. Okay, they called him Slim. And so he's got the same body type, I guess, as his dad. And he had several nice catches in the game. And he's going to be a lot of fun to watch, but his height really didn't come into play. He was never in a situation where he was trying to catch a jump ball against anybody. It was all just kind of within the flow of the offense, and got deep, got behind the defense for a couple nice plays.
Ohio State teammates of Chris Henry Jr., you don't have much of a bar to hit there. You can do better on the nickname. That one's pretty mundane, pretty standard. I think we've got probably a couple 100,000 people walking the earth right now that are nicknamed as Slim. Pretty good. Yes, Steve. Oh, We have Tony joining us, of course, from the Buckeye Weekly Podcast. BuckeyeHuddle.com is your destination as well with Tony. And Steve, it's futile for you to try to spit out Jeremiah Smith or anybody's statistics because, of course, we got the guy here who's been keeping spring game statistics for years.
Well, yeah, and they're becoming more and more limited in what we get. And so it's just, but it's kind of like the Heisman. It's just an offensive award. You know, they only spit out some offensive stats now, but yeah, another spring game in the books. And I think you're talking about Jeremiah. I thought when I saw him the first time I saw him this spring, I thought he looked slimmer, which meant, you know, he's probably faster. And I think he showed some of that speed in Saturday's game in that play that you're talking about. And you know, they want to do a lot of catch and run this year. And you know, I think he changed his body a little bit to make that happen. And like Steve said, with Chris Henry, I'm still waiting to see him go up and get the ball the way Jeremiah did. I'm not trying to compare him to Jeremiah, but that was one of the things that Jeremiah did. As soon as he got there, he was going up and getting the ball. And so far, we haven't had an opportunity to see Chris Henry Jr. do that. But what I liked about what I saw out of him is that he doesn't look he doesn't move like a guy who is 6'5" or 6'6". He moves better than that, and he showed some speed. He doesn't run like a, you know, when you're a 6'5" or 6'6" receiver, you just understood that, you know, you're probably a 4'6" guy. He looks faster than that, and thought he was very impressive, and he closed well, and he just continued to progress from the start of spring all the way through the end. And now he's added his name to the likes of Torian Washington, Bam Childress, and the like.
And that possibly could have been one of his statements when he committed to the Buckeyes, that was one of his intended goals of accomplishments at Ohio State, of course, to join that list. Appreciate you all being here at the Voice of College Football. Tony's here. Steve's here. I am here to talk Ohio State football with all of you. We'll take your comments and questions. We do appreciate the super chat, as indicated by Steve in the chat. And we're here every Wednesday at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So when you put this spring game together, Tony, with everything else that you put together during the spring, because, again, this is the thing that gets televised. So this is the thing where there's emphasis. But correct me if I'm wrong, there's probably 3 to 4 scrimmages total. And this is not necessarily more important than the other ones. And so when you put it all together, there are certainly things that happen in a spring game that confirm what's been going on the entire 15 sessions. Then there are other things that are just outliers that maybe the guy that's been the best for the remainder of the spring didn't show up in the spring game and vice versa. So what are your biggest takeaways, not just from the spring game, but from the entire month?
You know, I'm just trying to think of was there anything in the spring game that is maybe a counter to what we saw this spring? And we didn't get to see a bunch of tackling in the spring outside of the spring game. So, you know, it was good to see Eli Lee make a bunch of plays in the spring game, but the depth chart is so deep that it's going to be tough for him to get in there. I thought in terms of, like, it's hard to get a gauge on the running game. But overall, one of my thoughts coming out of this is that I wanted to see more from the transfer wide receivers. And you saw glimpses of it earlier in camp than we did later. And so I do have some concerns there. I think my major point coming out of spring with receivers is that they're going to miss Carnell Tate's ability to catch those 50-50 balls. And I don't know that they have anybody that can do that outside of Jeremiah right now. And which means that, you know, those are going to be incomplete or intercepted or just not thrown, and it's going to be out of the offense. So I think that's too bad. And I wonder if that's part of the reason why they're looking for a shorter passing game, is because they know that deep guy isn't there right now.
Steve, if you put the spring game together with the rest of the spring sessions, do you come away with a number one takeaway?
Well, offense, I think 2 areas that I am good on about every position group. I think running backs will come through with Bo Jackson and Isaiah West coming back from injury. I really liked what I saw of Jacoby Jackson and Favor Aki, who really had to take extra reps and take on a huge load this spring because there was nobody else available. Stanley Jackson Jr., a walk-on, was there. And otherwise, Legend Bay and Turbo Rogers and Bo Jackson, Isaiah West were largely absent for most or all of the spring. But I think it'll come back into focus when those guys are all healthy and ready to go at the start of preseason camp on or about August the 1st. But to me, the offensive line is in a little bit of a state of flux, and it's two things. It's three things. It was run blocking. There wasn't much of pass protection. They gave up 4 sacks out of about 55 pass plays in this game, which is not a good ratio. You had guys that were injured that did not participate. Austin Sierreveld and Philip Daniels, the right tackle from last season, did not participate. They had some surgical procedures and missed most of the spring. So you had some young guys repping in their place. Ian Moore, I think, at left tackle, Carter Lowe at right tackle, Sam Greer, the true freshman, was repping as well. And I believe in this game, Ian Moore gave up 1 sack, and Carter Lowe gave up back-to-back sacks to plays to Kenyatta Jackson. No disgrace in that, because Kenyatta is supposed to be one of the top pass rushers on the team, if not the Big Ten this coming season. So to me, that was not a major disgrace or anything like that, but it just kind of shows where they're at, that, they've got to find 5 guys who play great together, and they got to get back to playing Ohio State football up front on the offensive line. And I think that's the one big question mark that we go into the offseason and don't really know. The other part of this is Sierreveld and Daniels were not there for the installation of the offense with Arthur Smith. I'm sure they'll pick it up, but it would have really been nice had they been part of this as well. So a lot of moving pieces and parts. They're talking about Sierreveld could play guard and Ian Moore could play tackle, or Gabe Van Sickle could play guard and Sierreveld and Daniels could play tackle, or Daniels could play guard. I mean, they're going to spend the first 2.5 weeks of the preseason camp going through every permutation of that to figure out what works the best. And then they may have to change it after a game or two if it doesn't work. So week 2 is Texas. Week 2, we know Texas is going to have one of the best teams in college football, and that offensive line better be in good stead by that point.
So just to grind down on that to a specific topic, as brought up by our guy Jermaine in the comments section here to the channel, he's asking about Josh Padilla, and if he's healthy, does he have right guard nailed down? And
no
longer an issue.
I wouldn't say that at all. I mean, I think he's a nice player, but he's got to prove it. He's got to stay healthy. His problem is availability. Part of last season he wasn't there, and now missed the spring, and I don't know. I like him. I think the coaches like him, but you got to get out there and prove it day in and day out. And the best players are going to play. The healthy players are going to play, and that's where it's at as far as I'm concerned. Tony, you might have a better insight on his situation, but he's got to be out there.
Yeah, and the one thing I will say for him is, 1, Ohio State wanted to bring him back. 2, Ryan Day always mentions him when talking about the offensive line, and I think he's in their top 6. And that's leaving Gabe Van Sickle out, who has been playing at right guard. But I think it's just going to be what is their best 5, because their best 5 will be versatile enough to fill in those slots. And I could throw out there, what about Josh Padilla at center and Carson Hinsman at right guard, just for another permutation of what the offensive line could look like. I don't know that I don't think they would move Carson Hinsman at this point. But especially since they do believe Padilla can play right guard and has, the good news is essentially everywhere else on the team, on the roster, they have options. How good they'll be, that's the unanswered part. But they've got 7 guys that they could play and feel good about, and those 7 can handle any kind of variety of whatever you lose. Like they've got, assuming Ian Moore eventually is the starting left tackle, which is a sizable assumption given Austin Searveld. But if that happens, you've got 3 starting tackles in your offensive line. So if one goes down, somebody else can move. You've got 3 starting, 3 or 4 guys that can play guard, basically in your starting 5, and you've got 2 or 3 guys that can play center in that starting 5. So they've got some options there, whether it's Josh Padilla or Ian Moore and Philip Daniels essentially doing no guard work and Ian Moore doing no guard work in the spring tells you that they probably aren't going to be at guard, but there are 25, 30 more practices before that first game. So they'll probably do a little bit of a look, but right now it sure seems like Ian Moore and Philip Daniels are going to stay at tackle. Now, whether they'll be starting, we'll see, but just based on the spring and a little work that they did or no work that they did at guard, of course, Daniels missed half of it, but it just seems like guard is for the guards and those 2 guys are going to be a tackle.
Roger Williams is stating that 10 years from now, the 2026 recruiting class will be looked back as one of the greatest in Ohio State history. Now, I don't know that anyone was stating that at the time that the class was being recruited, especially since there were some misses in the latter portion of rounding up those players. So has anything happened during camp for us to be that convinced that this is that stellar of a class?
Well, I mean, it was like top 5 nationally, so it's it's a very good class. Sincere Johnson was arguably the top linebacker in the class, and he continues that Glenville pipeline, and he had some flashes this spring. But again, it's so deep at linebacker that him playing this year probably isn't going to happen. But you talk to the coaches and other people around the program about the bulk of these guys, and it's the makeup, it's the seriousness of all of it, and the judgment will probably be on the second half of the class. That's what will make the class one of the best if it happens. And even a guy like Mason Wilhelm looked really good at center this spring. 3-star, son of former All-American Matt Wilhelm out of Cleveland St. Ed's. And, why would anybody expect anything out of him? He's a 3-star, but he was out there with the 2s and 3s at center doing a pretty good job. And another 3-star we can throw out there is Brock Boyd, who was the first guy to lose his black stripe this spring. And even Favor Aki, another 3-star, looked good this spring and got a bunch of opportunities because there are guys who are banged up. But it's maybe Legend Bay has received a ton of buzz. There's just a lot of buzz about this class in terms of excitement and then just also maturity based on who you talk to.
Have these offensive linemen given any indication that they understand that they're not as highly regarded? Even in the broadcast, Carson Hinsman was interviewed by the Big Ten Network, and the interview, unlike the other player, whether past or current players like Jackson Smith and Jigba, interviewed, and it's all about excellence and legacy and NFL prowess and all this great status. And when it comes to the offensive line, it's like, what are you guys going to do to improve?
Yeah. What have you done for me lately? I mean, the veterans here, Carson Hinsman, Luke Montgomery, and Austin Searveld, they all played down the stretch in the 2024 season when Ohio State won the national championship. They all had important roles as that season unfolded to get that team to the championship game and help win it. So they've been on a team that has excelled at the highest level, but then last year just things came apart and can't really explain it other than, you went from Chip Kelly as the offensive coordinator, Brian Hartline, perhaps that was a factor in it. You had a freshman quarterback with Julian Sayin as opposed to Will Howard, the veteran, the steady hand the year before. I can't explain it. I don't know what happened, but they got to get back to being able to run the football. When it's third and 2, line up, go over right guard, and get 4 yards. I mean, that's just the fact of the matter here. I'm not telling anybody something that they don't know. So, in pass protection as well, so Sayan did not have to deal with many problems until they played the 2 real teams on the schedule at the end, Indiana and Miami. And then he was running for his life. And it's very hard to execute an offense when you don't run block or you don't pass block. So, we lay a lot of the fault here at Heartline's feet, but what do you call when they're not blocking either? So, and that's kind of what we saw. I mean, when you only score 10 points against Indiana, granted a great defense, and 14 points against Miami. I mean, another great defense, I suppose, but you got to be better than that. So, I would hope that no solutions are being overlooked in this situation as they work round the clock to try and get this solved.
All right, folks, we do appreciate you being here. And of course, we join all of you each and every Wednesday, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Tony's here and Steve is here. Catch Steve on Bucknuts 247 Sports. And with Tony, it's the Buckeye Weekly Podcast, and it's BuckeyeHuddle.com. And of course, this jumped around on me. We've got a week 1 matchup. This is what I was looking for. I had the Texas line called up, which is 1.5.
Texas?
Yes, Texas a 1.5 point favorite at home. Just about what it was on Ohio State side last year, even though Texas was number 1. I think that was the only time a number 1 team in the country was an underdog to open the season, as I recall. Yes, Texas minus 1.5. Seems about right, meaning Ohio State is a smidge better on a neutral field.
Yeah, and it's going to be a warm one too. Fortunately, I assume it's going to be a night game, so that'll help. But yeah, I don't have any issue with that. 1.5 actually seems kind of low, but we do continue to see Ohio State up at the top of the championship odds and a little bit above Texas. But Texas has brought in a bunch of offense, and they should still have a good defense despite some of their losses. But yeah, I have I honestly, it feels kind of low. If you wanted to, I wouldn't have been surprised if it was 2 or 3, just based on 3 being what you get for being at home.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and I guess we'll see which way it moves as we get closer to it. 47.5 sounds like a lot of points. They only scored 21 combined last year, 14-7. I don't know. Guess we'll get into that one and see how it goes.
Buckeyes win this one 24-23.
There you go.
It appears. I think everyone would take that right now.
Hell yes, mark it down.
Take the under and the points.
Yes.
Mark it.
All right. Steve, you were a little more confident from what I recall this time last year. You were calling for like a 10 or 17 point win or something in that range.
Yeah, I just I don't know. I wasn't seeing the big deal with Texas, and maybe that was borne out a little bit as their season went on, and I guess Arch Manning will be back for his second year as a starter, and we'll see how that looks. But going down there is going to be tough. I was there in 2006. And it was a great environment for college football, and I'm sure it's even better today. Ohio State went in there, and Colt McCoy was just a young guy, and the defense did a number on them, 24-7. Colt McCoy got his revenge later on, obviously, when he played him again in the Fiesta Bowl later on, a few years later. But I think we're in for just an outstanding, display of college football that night. And, there's a lot of talk about how the Big Ten is really pushing for that 2014 playoff. And if they get that, there's no reason why the top teams can't keep playing each other. They're all in the playoff before the season begins. So, if it's 24 teams, it's just a matter of what your seed is. So, I don't know. I'm interested to see how that all shakes out. And I guess there's a big meeting coming up in a week or so with the committee to decide the future of the playoff. But Big Ten really is sticking to their guns and wants 24. And, I don't think we need 24 like we need a hole in the head, but I guess we'll go with whatever they come up with.
How many would you put in, Steve, if you're the commissioner?
I mean, should it be? I mean, this current thing with 12, I think it gets all the legitimate teams in, really. If you don't make the top 11, per se, to get in this thing, you're not a national championship team under the traditional way we've always looked at this. I mean, I was looking at something today, just talking about Indiana basketball. They got into the championship game in basketball in 2002. I think they had 19 wins at the end of the regular season or something, and then just caught fire and beat Duke in the Sweet 16. That was a 1 seed, and then only had to beat Kent State to get to the championship game, or to the Final Four rather. And they ended up playing Maryland for the national championship after only winning 19 games in the regular season. I mean, you'd think they were lucky to be in the tournament, So it's kind of like, are we rewarding mediocrity? I mean, how's long until an 8-4 team gets in there and reels off 4 or 5 wins, whatever it's going to take?
Then that means they're the best team.
Oh my God!
Like, I'm not necessarily in favor of 24, but like, why don't you guys like about it other than you just don't want it?
You're just going to have a whole month of December with all of these games,
The playoff games, as opposed to bowl games. See, Steve, you just don't want it. Like, but why? What is wrong with it?
I guess it cuts each way. If you're a blue blood like Ohio State and Texas and Alabama, on one hand, you're in the playoff 14 years out of 15. You're going to have one bad year in 15 years. Maybe you don't make it or whatever. But at the other hand, you're now in it and you've got to win 4 or 5 games yourself to win it. And you've opened the door for an 8-4 team to upset you when they shouldn't have even been in it to begin with. So I guess, but if you can't beat an 8-4 team, you're not deserving of the championship anyway. But I don't know, it just kind of cuts both ways on that. It's like people are going to use it to their advantage either way. They're going to say, oh, we let everybody in now, and then eventually you're going to have, a 9-3 team playing an 8-4 team for the national championship when you have all these 1-loss teams that get bumped off. So I don't know. Whatever. I'm 58 years old now, so I'm the old man, yelling up at the cloud, I guess, and saying, don't change my sport too much. But I guess we're way beyond that at this point. I mean, how would you format this? I mean, first of all, you got a real Saturday Sunday problem because you don't have any TV slots on Saturdays and Sundays to play these games unless they get Congress to tell the NFL no more Saturday games till the playoffs. I mean, what are they? They're going to take away the last 3 weeks of Saturday games from the NFL, give them back to college football for their playoff. I mean, how's this even going to work? Like, how are you going to monetize it if you're going up against, Chiefs and Dolphins or whatever, or an important NFL game?
It's not important.
What's that?
It's not important. It's the NFL. I mean,
I don't know if they're playing for playoff seating in their own right. I mean, Those
Yeah,
are
but
big
the playoffs are
games.
more important. The playoffs are more important than playing for the playoffs.
Yeah,
Now, I
yeah.
understand. I understand that the NFL is the king, and there's nothing you can do about it. But I just get annoyed at just giving in for crap. Oh, but we can't compete against the Jags and the Saints, and it's like, not if you don't try, not if you just like,
Yeah.
and those people are too many NFL fans. I can just go on about the NFL fans.
Well, I think if they
It's-
get Fox involved, so then you've got Fox and ESPN as rights holders, theoretically. And I don't know if CBS or NBC would want to be involved or not. NBC, I think they're losing their shirt on Peacock right now. And they gave back the Big Ten championship game to Fox just to get some money in the coffers. It sounded like. So um,
that
do
was
those
also Fox
networks?
call because they wanted it, though.
What's
That
that?
wasn't
Fox
just
wanted it. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. It was kind of a push pull. I do Fox and ABC, ESPN go to the NFL and say, look, we need some cool rules pronto here on this college playoff situation, and you guys do your thing at this time, and we'll do our thing at this time, and get some carve outs to where they have some exclusivity in terms of you're never going to play college games on Sunday that time of year, I wouldn't think, but Thursday night, Friday night, Saturday night, all day Saturday.
I think there is a market for Thursday, and people are used to that. I just don't think the NFL is ever gonna back off of Saturday now that they've had those. They get those
Yeah.
3 weeks. They just won't. They don't do anything for college, and college does everything for them, which is another
Yeah.
annoying thing.
Especially with all the one-off streaming games that they're now selling. It's like,
They're going to try to have football on 7 days a week. So don't even you can't even
Netflix
just
can
stay off
have a
of
game
Sunday.
here, and Apple can have a game there, and
I don't think college football can. I know they will worry about the NFL, but trying to stay off of what the NFL is doing when the NFL is trying to put games on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, like do you only play on Tuesdays and Wednesdays? Like that's and with it being the playoffs and maybe kids are out of school, you could do some of that, but especially when they're on these every 10-day schedules. But I just think college football is Saturday. Stick there and F the NFL.
This new thing where they're going to start the season in what's now referred to as week 0, the last week of August, give or take, depending on when Labor Day, the week before Labor Day, I guess, as opposed to Labor Day weekend is week 1. Does this mean that the regular season will be over the Saturday prior to Thanksgiving, and then the championship games will be Thanksgiving weekend, and then all of December from the first week of December on will be consumed with this larger playoff? Is that what it means, or what are they thinking?
No, it just means my understanding is it just means an extra bye week right now.
Well, that's weird because starting on Labor Day weekend and ending Thanksgiving weekend, we've had seasons with 2 bye weeks.
But
So
not every time. Now I don't know what happens
this
when
year there's only 1. So
right. So what happens in the
Labor
years where
Day's
there are
late.
2? Is there a third in there? I don't know.
Yeah, is there going to be 3 bye weeks? I mean,
Or do you start
I don't
everything
get-
early? But I don't think you can start everything earlier in terms of the back end of the season. I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
Until they
they've-
decide what they're going to do with the playoffs, which they should by the time it becomes an issue.
Yeah,
Tony,
I
I've
mean,
been debating this entire time whether to start a list of all the things that are wrong with the 2014 playoff. And I started, then I thought, no, I'm going to get back to my list.
Now I agree with
Everything
this one here.
is what's wrong
Well,
with the 2014
That's not a
playoff.
thing. That's just a generalization. That's just an opinion when you say everything. There's no facts with everything.
Here they come.
Go ahead. But I agree with this one on the screen. And people want to see good games and not bad teams in the playoffs. Except NFL fans don't care. They just want to watch football.
Yeah.
I think there's a market for all playoff games. Now, even when it was 4 or 12, there have been blowouts in the first round. I think opening it up to more teams doesn't necessarily mean more blowouts because you'll have more. You'll have a 9-8 and a 10-7 or whatever, where you'll have closer games conceivably, and they'll be on campus, which is better than any kind of bowl game you could have, regardless, other than maybe the Rose Bowl.
up until the quarterfinals, we're assuming it would all remain on campus. So
The first round at least,
the first round,
which is still better than
God, that's a lot.
the game
Yeah,
at Ohio
there's-
Stadium with Tennessee was awesome.
Yeah, that was. Other than the fact
So-
it was
sorry, Mark.
27 degrees, but yeah. The people from Tennessee wanted to know why the Ohio people weren't out there tailgating like they were at 9 in the morning for an 8 o'clock, 7:30 playoff game or whatever it was. And it's like, because we're not stupid. We're not going to stand outside in 20-degree weather all day and, watch the other playoff games on the flat screen outside all day because we're not stupid. We can do that in the warmth of our home and then leisurely drive down there at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock and sit in our cars or have the heater going or whatever. And, then go into the game. So we're not stupid,
You ready, Tony?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Well, first of all, I would think that the two best defenses for a 2014 playoff would be the argument that more football is always better. So if you don't like to watch the games, don't watch the games. But if you love football, more football is always better. That's been a defense for more bowl games.
Go watch
If you
the
don't
Browns
like
and the
bowl
Jets.
games, yeah, if you don't like the bowl games, don't watch the bowl games. But if you love more football, that's why you're having the debate. You must be a football fan, so you want to see more football. And then the other one would be that, yes, if you're an 8-4 football team, but then you are able to win 4 consecutive games against 4 really good teams, well, then you've proven that you are much better than an 8-4 football team when it counts. However, we have, I guess, a format where we would have the top 8 receive a bye, and then we have the next 16 play the first round. And then the survivors from the 16, those 8 play the top 8 in the next round. So anytime there's a bye situation, I'm very skeptical of how the selections are made because the only defense I have for buys is that they are earned, not selected by some committee. I want them earned objectively because that's a huge advantage. And I think it's a bigger advantage than many people.
Maybe it is. It's been we don't know
Well, it
yet.
has
It's
been.
proven to be, but it is an advantage. I mean,
In theory.
it is.
It's an advantage, and yeah, I would kind of cherry pick through the what we saw in the playoffs and why some of that landed the way it did. But the obvious is that you cannot lose a game you don't play. But also when your game is selected the Sunday after the conference championship games, which that adds to my list actually. Conference championship games. What do you do with those? Conference championship games after the Saturday games on that Sunday, then the teams that receive the buys have this huge scouting advantage. They have the rest advantage and then the automatic win in the first round, but this scouting advantage of, if we're Ohio State and we get to watch Oregon and Tennessee play, then we get to, while those two have to focus on each other, we get the scouting advantage for 3 weeks to scout both teams. And again, the buys it would have to be proven to me that they're credible, earned buys. Then the other thing is that the NFL, and when it's stated that the college football has gotten out of the way of the NFL, it's not because college football is so kind and gentle. It's because they know that they're going to get steamrolled by the NFL, and they will continue to get steamrolled by the NFL. So I just don't see a lot of people watching, Kansas State and Virginia Tech play over an NFL game that's for a playoff bid.
But you as the viewer saying, well, I don't think people are going to watch it. You're not the one putting it on TV, like that. People are like networks are paying for these things. They're buying it. They want to put it on. So they believe enough people will watch it to get their money's worth out of it. I will say in terms of, I have the solution for your bye week issue for your buys, 32 teams. I'm just kidding. But like there will be some lack of interest, but clearly nobody is concerned with that because they keep talking, or there's continues to be talk about 24 teams. And I think I agree the bye week stuff and the opinions that create those bye weeks or those buys is valid, and that's why I think 16 is fine because everybody plays and everybody gets a game at home in terms of the top 8 teams, and that's easy enough. I think when you go beyond that, and I think once you go past 12, get rid of the conference championship games. Get rid of them now. They don't do anything. Even Duke wins one, and what did it do for them? Nothing. Ohio State and Indiana. Ohio State loses. What did it do for them? Nothing other than, they flip with Indiana, which, there's coaches don't want to play in it. It's a risk factor. It's everything. It's a negative all around, and there's not nearly enough of a positive. So I think those are going away. And if you're going to remove those, then you have to create more inventory to cover for those losses. And so that's where you get into the expansion and the double expansion of possibly 24, which I think isn't necessary, but also I'm not going to be upset about watching more playoff games.
Until 1992, there were no conference championship games, and you just decided it on the regular season. I had never paid attention to the Premier League in soccer, but our little friend Murph, is a big soccer guy, and so we get to talking about it. And so I looked at it, and the regular season ended, and they declared somebody the champion, and I'm like, what? There's no playoffs? They play 38 games, like 10 months out of the year is devoted to this thing, and at the end, it's just who's at the top of the ladder is declared the champion, and that's it. Like, you play everybody home and away once in a 20-team league, and that's the extent of it. I mean, I was like dumbfounded. I couldn't believe
that is
it.
At least I don't agree with that.
I guess that's a true championship, though. They played each other twice.
At least everyone's played everyone.
Yeah,
twice.
38 games. Yeah.
So I agree that the conference championship game, that something has to be done with them. Either they need to be enhanced and given weight like they used to have, or they need to be thrown to the side. One or the other.
Arbitrarily, Indiana doesn't get to go and play in the game 2 years ago. I mean, like, what was it? Penn State versus Oregon, but Indiana had the same record as one of them and didn't get to go. Isn't that right? Am I right in saying that?
Yeah, because of a tiebreaker.
Yeah, because of the tiebreaker, they didn't get to go. And it's like you're excluding a team that should be in the game. I mean, by all right. I mean, it's not a true round robin. So you're using some kind of arbitrary tiebreaker to, based on records of the teams, whatever. How about, decided on the field, but you can't. So maybe there should be,
you got
maybe there should be a 14
or
Big Ten playoff. Boy, if
I already gave you guys my
name, the Big Ten commissioner, Tony Petitti. If he had his way, it'd be a 14 Big Ten playoff.
I gave you guys my plan last year, which was playing games for the conferences, and those would put even teams against even teams generally, and that's where your playoffs would start. But it would be a play-in game, but you'd have 6 Big Ten teams playing their way in, or the top 2 already going in. And I think with the if you get rid of divisions, there's no need for conference championship games any longer either, because in a 16 team or a 24 team, the top 2 and the
they're already in.
Power 4, they're already in.
They're already in.
So there's no reason to hey, let's play basically.
I asked Petitti about that. 3 playing 6, and that scenario would have been Iowa against Indiana that year that I'm referencing 2 years ago when Ohio State won it, I guess. And what do you say? Here's Indiana's had this great season. Iowa bumps them off in the 3-6 game. It's like, well, and they were like 8-4 or whatever they were. Illinois, whichever team that would have been in that middle range. There's a 6 seed goes in and beats your number 3 seed. What do you do with them then? I mean, it's like, I don't know. It's
Iowa
people making more money than me figuring it out.
Yeah. Iowa was the reason that last year, whenever I would talk about this on here or wherever, Iowa was the reason nobody wanted it. And Iowa was a team that scared a lot of teams last year. And so why exactly don't we want to see them when they're giving Indiana a hell of a game? They're giving Oregon a hell of a game. Is it just because of bad offense? We saw some bad offense out of Columbus, last year as well. So maybe we don't want to see Ohio State in the playoffs.
Throw your bottles and cans at Tony, not at me. That wasn't, I didn't say
I was
that.
speaking for the show, just speaking for
Yeah.
the show.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Good night, everybody.
100%. Hey, do we want to hit the draft real quick on the way out the door?
Sure, hit the draft. Yeah.
I've seen projections where all 4 guys have been the top Buckeye drafted. So I don't think anybody has a clear consensus of which of these guys is going to go as the first Buckeye drafted, but it could be any of them. If I had it to do my way, it would be Downs, Styles, Tate, and Arvell. And that's just, I like Arvell, and I know Arvell's picked higher than everybody else, but there's a risk with Arvell. I call it the Mark Sanchez risk. 1 year is not big enough body of work to give somebody $100 million to me, but
that's how I feel. He's the one with the most risk, and really, I think of those 4
could be the
guys,
highest reward. If he plays
well,
like Micah Parsons, it's the highest reward.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm with you. The other 3 guys I don't see as risky at all. Maybe Carnell Tate would be next on the risk meter, but then Caleb Downs and Sonny Styles, I have no doubts about that they're going to be just fine wherever they go. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens at 2, and then everything will just go from there. And it's one of the rare drafts where we just don't really know, because the number of skill positions is relatively low compared to past drafts where you've only got really just one quarterback, although Ty Simpson will go in the first, that is quality, and only one running back, and only a couple. While there's going to be a bunch of receivers that go, I don't know that I love any of them.
That was pretty telling right there. That stat, tops in wide receivers, offensive and defensive line, and defensive backs. Pretty telling. I know I've got a stat that they matted up on the game the other day. First round picks. Not sure when this goes back to. Alabama 20, Georgia 16, Ohio State 14, LSU 11, Michigan. Must be the last 10 years or something. Yeah, something like that. 14 in 10 years, or that, whatever that number is. I don't know.
Yeah, they have some catching up to do with first round picks all time. Notre Dame, USC, or USC, Notre Dame, I should say. And then
Ohio State's
first round picks. Yes.
They're going to put it way out of whack with 4 more, maybe 5 more. They're going to just widen that gap this year. So that's how it is.
But you're cherry picking.
Oh yeah,
That's what you're doing.
yeah. Just picking the numbers I want to use. All-time first-round picks is cherry picking. Is that what? How in the hell is that cherry picking? Did all these schools exist in 19 whatever when they started the draft? I think they all did. So, good Lord.
Mark, let me give you a stat here, Mark, and I don't know if I gave this to you last week. The University of Texas has produced just one 1,000-yard NFL receiver ever, except it's actually 2 when you consider Eric Metcalf switched to receiver after like 6 years as a running back for the Browns. I missed that one initially, got called out on it, but yeah, 2 players have 1,000 yards receiving from.
Who's the other
2 players, just 2 seasons.
Roy Williams.
Roy
Williams, he's good. Yeah,
2 seasons, and I should just go and look to see how many Ohio State receivers have more than just those 2, because it's probably 10.
God, this is going to be like their 6th or 7th first rounder in 6 years or something. I mean, it's going to be whatever that number exactly is. But yeah, it's quite a lineage they've put together, and Smith will continue it next year. So yeah,
Carter, Austin, Glenn, keep going.
Oh yeah, all those guys from way back. I'm just talking here with Heartline's group. This was a good quote that one of the cornerbacks, may have been Devin Sanchez, said that you're going against the best of the best. With Carnell Tate and Jeremiah Smith, you are going against the absolute best of the best. And he said that Tim Walton told them that if Jeremiah Smith falls in the draft, he's only going to fall to number 2. It's what that was hilarious when he said that. Of like, God, that's right. I mean, this guy is the best football player on the face of the planet, not in the NFL. And if he falls in the draft, he's only going to fall to number 2. So, he's a good one. So, yeah, he's going to be a lot of fun to watch this fall, I think, if they can keep him healthy. That's the big thing.
I'm guessing, guys, we're well over 10 with Ohio State receivers over 1,000 yards in the NFL in a single season. I've jotted down 8.
I was thinking,
quickly.
and I was talking who have 2 years of 1,000 yards receiving.
Oh, okay.
And just to match up the Texas total, and yeah, I still think it's over 10.
Michael Thomas was very prolific. I don't know.
I don't want to
Jenkins
cut you guys
did.
short, but I've got to run because I've got an open window and I'm getting rained on. So I will see you all next week. Buckeye Weekly Podcast, Buckeye Huddle. I'll see you guys later.
All right,
Bye.
Tony.
Everybody be
Thanks.
good.
All right. What do you got going on this week, Steve?
Well, I toyed with going to Pittsburgh for the draft, and it is very much tempting to have gone to have a chance to speak to all 5 of the potential first-round picks. Plus, Lorenzo Styles will be there, plus his family. To have a chance to rub shoulders with all these people, it would have been a lot of fun to go out there. But I'm not going to make it this year. We're going to have a guy there taking pictures, maybe gathering some stuff for us over there. But it would have been nice with the draft so close. It's only about 2.5, 3 hours, probably 3 hours by the time you get through all the traffic to get to downtown Pittsburgh. But it would have been cool. It'll be fun. We'll all be glued to our TV at 8 o'clock tomorrow night. And I looked up all the timing. It's 8 o'clock Thursday, 7 o'clock Friday, and 12 noon on Saturday. All 3 days are on ABC, ESPN, and NFL Network. So you can't miss it. There's no way it's on 3 different channels. There's no way you can miss this. So tomorrow night in particular, if you're an Ohio State fan, the first 2 hours is going to be must-see TV because they are going to put Ohio State over big. And, for 2 hours, I'm sure one of those people will eventually spout off and say, well, how did they not win the national championship last year? But,
Offensive
Such is
line
life.
means something. None of those guys are offensive linemen.
Yeah, no offensive linemen in this draft from Ohio State. But
Now, I didn't get a chance to keep this list going, but this is where I'm at. Chris Carter, David Boston, Terry Glenn, Bobby Olive, Paul Warfield, Michael Thomas, Michael Jenkins had a 1,000-yard season in the NFL. Santonio Holmes,
had
Ted
a
Ginn.
1,000-yard season in the NFL.
I'm almost positive he did. I might be wrong. I'm going off the top of my head, but I believe Michael Jenkins did. Joey Galloway, Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Jason Smith and Jigba, Terry McLaurin, Brian Hardline. That's where I'm at.
How about Doug Donnelly? Although he wasn't maybe as prolific with the Cowboys.
I do not believe so.
No, may not have been. Well, Ibuka certainly this year, right?
Yeah.
Did it with Tampa. Just his first year, I suppose. But yeah, I did that survey on the wide receivers, which that'll change. I think if I did it after Jeremiah is done next year, he's going to own the 3 biggies. He's going to own touchdowns, yards, and receptions, I think, by the time his career is over. And he'll break 1 or 2 of them like in the first 4 or 5 games of next season. So, I mean, he's going to rewrite the thing to the point no one will ever probably catch him. But unless they're paying people $10 million a year to play college football and they stay in school for 4 years. But, they're going to pay these people so much money to play college football. They're going to be suing to say, I don't want to go play for less money in the NFL. I want to get 4 graduate degrees. I want to stay here forever. So I don't know.
I'm wrong on Michael Jenkins, 777.
That was his
I'm
best.
thinking of his 1,000 yards with the Buckeyes one year.
Mm-hmm.
Is what I was missing there. Yeah, there's a few others I'm sure we're missing, but we're at about 16 or 17. So
Yeah. Crazy.
pretty impressive. Right,
Yep.
folks. Make it on back here next Wednesday, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. In the meantime, check out Steve's work at Bucknuts 247 Sports, and we'll see you next week.
Take care.
Testing.
Stranded in the open, dried out tears of sorrow.
Go blue, everyone. Is it time to panic? Spring game analysis coming up next on Michigan Wolverines Live. And we are back. I'm back. Everybody's back for another episode of Michigan Wolverines Live, episode 248, presented by FanDuel. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. My name is John Diadamo, and I'm going to be your host today. And as always, you can find us on YouTube. You can catch us on Twitch. You can catch us on X, but we sound good on radio as well. So check us out on Apple, Spotify, Amazon, and iHeart. Go ahead and hit that like button. It just takes a second. It's absolutely free. Hit the subscribe and hit the bell to know when we're going live with content, and share this out with a friend. Just takes a second. And of course, if you have a comment, you have a question, you have a pondering, you have a thought, crucial thought, philosophy, whatever it is, send us a super chat. Just takes a bit. Go ahead and send that. We'll put it to the top of the queue so that we can read it right away. That does it there. Let's bring him on. He was there in person at the spring game. It's TJ in the house. TJ, fresh from Ann Arbor. Good to
Yeah,
see
man. I mean, off the spring game, we got a few days to digest what we saw, and
Look at
us and the boys. Yeah, we had a good time, man. Appreciate everyone. We had a few people come over after the game. It was a good time. Yeah, man. I mean, honestly, just like last year, John, it was enjoyable. We had fun. Weather was not ideal, but it wasn't. I don't know. It wasn't terrible either. Like, we handled it. So had a good time. It was nice meeting everybody. You know.
You figured it out. It looked like there was a solid crew. If anyone was there at the spring game, go ahead and leave a comment. I'll make sure to put it on screen. Michigan fan was there. Michigan fan. We got Goats is in the house. We got Barry. Barry Me Dead is here defending the Natty. Who else went to the spring game? Let's see. Yeah, let us know. Let us know and we'll post it. But definitely looks like some people came out. So that's really great. And second annual. Yeah. So I thought, with our FanDuel, it's gonna be a little different this time because we're done with our hockey participation. We're done with basketball. So what's next? Well, I thought we could chat for a second about the Big Ten and national titles. So Michigan has plus 1,300 odds to win the Big Ten, and it has plus 3,500 odds to win the national championship. And for the national championship, Ohio State, that team down south in the lead right now,
Gross.
getting that preseason bump that they always tend to get, right? And
Look
Notre
at Notre
Dame and
Dame.
Texas.
Look at Notre
That's
Dame, bro.
insane.
Gosh, they have the softest schedule ever, too. What are we doing? See, Oregon should be higher. What are we doing?
Yeah.
Oregon's a good
every
bet.
every year Texas is up there. Every year Ohio State's up there. No matter how good or bad they actually are, it's just the fact of life.
Listen, Notre Dame, Dallas Fanatics here, which hopefully he is, so he can enjoy what it means to watch a real podcast, talk about a real team. John, Notre Dame's garbage. They haven't won a title since 1980. It ain't gonna be this year either. I would put money on Oregon, my friend. Now, I will say the Michigan national title odds, probably not the best bet. John, but it's all right because the boys are, listen, we got all summer. We'll see what the boys can bring and see if they can improve those odds, once we get the ball on the field, man.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's going to – I mean, Michigan's such an unknown because all we saw was a little bit, and we are going to touch on today's pretty much all spring game and what our thoughts were. What there's a lot to unpack, obviously, now that we actually got to see some pads pop, at least in the second, third, and fourth quarter. We saw some pads pop. And all of that good stuff. But yeah, I'm thinking Michigan may go up the list a little bit here. I mean, I don't know about Ole Miss. I don't know what I'm going to see from some of these teams that are above. I don't know what I'm going to see from LSU. So I don't know. I think yet again, it's
Oregon.
I feel like Oregon and Indiana are both under what they should. Like, I think they should be a little higher. Indiana just won the whole damn thing 3 months ago.
Yeah, I'm interested. So what's interesting about Ohio State being where it's ranked, they actually have their schedule's considered slightly harder than ours. Barely. They got a gauntlet like we do. Now, obviously, we saw Maniac. Obviously, we it's the 12-team playoff, so you can lose. You can lose too, and especially with a schedule like us in Ohio State, you can get in. But I find it interesting that they always crown Ohio State to just be the, Arthur Smith is really not elite. I mean, there's a reason listen, and I know we said the same thing about Partridge, but I have never liked Arthur Smith, man. Like when he was in Atlanta, garbage. Pittsburgh, garbage. He doesn't even know how to use his weapons. We'll find out, though. I talked mad shit about Patricia. I'm willing to let it, but I will, again, Ryan Day has my respect, bro. I'll be honest.
Sure.
As soft as he is at times, he has my respect. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what Ohio State got.
Listen. Third, we could say he's third base and all that stuff. But he wins a lot of games every year.
Yeah, no, he's a CEO now. I can't even put third base on him. You know who third base? Sharon Moore's a third base coach, bro.
Yeah.
and he fumbled the bag. Okay, so.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give Ryan Day. Listen, F those dudes. Okay, I don't like them. The red's an ugly color, but at the end of the day, I mean, look, he's done it. Ryan Day's done a good job, so it's our responsibility to get him fired, and to do that, we got to beat him. So that's on us.
Facts. Also, as always, we want to thank our sponsor, Freedom Services EPC. Quality you can trust, people you can count on. Serving all the USA's oil and gas needs. You can catch them at www.freedomservicesepc.com. Okay, so with this spring game situation, the way that it was, the original announcement was that 12 to 18 starters were not going to play at all. There was talks that Bryce Underwood wasn't going to play at all. And I think someone sat down Whittingham and the staff and were like, this is Michigan. You can't just play the backups. Like, fans are coming from around the country. You got to play the starters a little bit. And so they made a compromise and to try to make everybody happy. And I think it actually made no one happy. What was your take of the decision to just play Bryce and some of the starters in a thud period where they're not really hitting each other? It's very flag football. And then the backups, it's more of a physicality.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm gonna be very honest here. I mentioned this on Saturday's show. That's not Michigan football, bro. I'm sorry. Like, I fully support Kyle Whittingham.
Sure.
And listen, we will have a physical football team. And Kyle Whittingham has always had a physical football team, but I do not believe in thud. I think the energy of the game was affected with this. I think the boys, you could see, even in the beginning, the boys didn't even really know, like, you know, they were kind of half-assing some of the plays, and like they're like, is this practice? This is live, you know, like listen, I think the thud shit should not be a thing. I think that needs to go. We tackle at Michigan. I also don't love that, you know, here's how I think it should go down, John. I think you should have live tackling. I think it should be 1v1s for the first half. First half offense versus first string offense versus first string defense first half. Second half, your second and thirds compete. And that's how the spring game should be played. On top of that, you know, I'm glad you brought this up, John.
Yeah.
You want to know how this should really go down?
How?
Okay. And if anybody wants to make TJ president of Michigan planning, I'm all for it. So this should be a night game. Okay. This should be a night, just like Indiana has done or is doing. You do a night game, you charge $5 to $10 a ticket. All proceeds go to NIL. Concessions, you know, I saw someone make an excellent point on Twitter. I think it was Twitter. I'm not entirely sure where I saw it. It might have been on a message board. I'm not sure. But everything at the concessions, round up to the nearest dollar, goes to NIL. Okay? So that, John, and if they can make it an event, one of the problems with Michigan is the spring game is not an event. You know, it's a come in, walk in if you're interested, and we're gonna
Right.
F that. Make it an event. Put some try hard into this, guys. This is our appetizer to the season, which is 4 months away, 5 months away, 4 months away. So, like, make it a thing. Like, look, no one's saying the boys got to like injure themselves, but play football. You're tackling in practice in spring ball, John. There
Sure.
are practices that are live. Why not make this live? And the other thing too is, and we're going to get into it, so I won't dig too deep. Bryce Underwood's clearly not comfortable. Well, to get comfortable, you need to do it. You need to play in front of the fans in the stadium and get him to where this is natural. Now we'll get into that more as we talk about the players and performances. But end of the day, I think they need to do more with this spring game. I think it's a missed opportunity, John. And listen, I'm a phone call away. We can make it happen.
And, you know, we did interview Coach Alford a few weeks ago, and at that time he wasn't sure. So that the decisions were made right up until it feels like the buzzer with this. And I just don't know. I do agree. I think if you make it an event, you know, the planning starts a couple months in advance.
Yes, dude, imagine the lights they could do. Imagine bringing the recruits. There's a bunch of recruits. This is a big recruiting weekend. Why are you not showing out? You know, make it a paid $5 tickets. This way you know how many you're going to have. You can prepare. You can be stocked up. There is ways to do this, you know. Maybe do a halftime performance or something. Now, obviously, that may cut in the NIL budget, but there's got to be a way here. I know there is. There's no reason you should not make this a great time for all the fans.
Yeah, how about get Eminem out there?
Well,
I mean, why not?
Might be expensive. I don't know. I can't imagine he's cheap, you know.
Yeah.
But I mean, something. What's Big Sean doing? He ain't busy.
Big Sean came to campus a couple of times. I feel like.
Yeah, get Big Sean. Something fun.
Why don't we just get? You mentioned it. Let's just get right into it. Is it time yet to panic about Bryce Underwood? So, Bryce Underwood essentially logged 3 for 9, whereas Tommy Carr, when he was in the game, went 21 for 30 and 143 yards. Now, I understand, before we even get into the nitty gritty, I understand what people are going to say. They're going to say they didn't have the whole O-line. They're going to say all the weapons weren't there. They're going to say X, Y, and Z. But guess what? Tommy Carr also didn't have a full line. Tommy Carr also didn't have all of his weapons. Tommy Carr was up against tackle. Now, granted, he had a no contact jersey on, but it was still tackle football compared to Thud. And yet Tommy Carr comes in as a true freshman and completely, I think, solidified himself as the backup. It's going to take, listen, I know that Nikolai, the guy from Colorado State, is going to come in, but Tommy Carr did a phenomenal job in the spring game. And I wonder, with Bryce, obviously basically looking like he did in some of the rougher spots last year, do you think, TJ, that was just because they weren't taking it super seriously? Because it was Thud and they weren't even planning to play at all. Or was it just he wasn't able to take what the defense was giving him? I mean, what do you think was going on there?
Well, what's interesting is Kyle Whittingham spoke, and apparently the players did not love the idea of not playing. The players wanted to play. Okay, so I'm not entirely sure that it affected it, but again, it's a bad precedence. Kyle, listen, this is Michigan. Play your starters. Don't be afraid to get physical. He's not afraid to get physical, but come on, brother. It's a bad look. And by the way, we've lost. I'm going to tell you this right now. I know we were talking about Bryce Underwood. I should have said this last topic, so I apologize.
You're good.
We are losing ammo by doing shit like that. We can't call the team down south soft if we're not going to play physical football. I understand it's spring football, but understand we used to take shots at Ohio State for not tackling.
Yep.
We're not tackling. So we got to own our bullshit. That's how I look at it. Anyways, to your point, John. Here's what's concerning, though. The defense only ran 2 different coverages.
Yeah,
and
cover 2 for the most part.
Yeah, and there was another, and then they ran another concept as well. But Bryce Underwood still could not find his comfort in the offense. I made a point. Actually, we were talking about this in the stands when we were watching the game. It is absolutely awful that Bryce Underwood looked better at the start of last year than he did at the end of the year this year, or at the end of the season last season. And then he's carried those same bad habits into spring. That's not good. It's not awful. It's not over. No one's drawing any conclusions. We're in observation mode, as most fans are. We have an entire 4 months in front of us to where these guys can put a lot of work in. But, dude, it's unfortunate. What it is unfortunate. And listen, Bryce. So for the Tommy Carr Bryce debate, I mentioned this on Saturday's show, John. I don't want to hear this. I don't want to hear this battle, this apparent battle, until we get to about week 5 in the season. Because here's the reality: Bryce Underwood's going to start week 1. That's going to happen. It's not going to not happen. It will happen. So, John, we do content. We got a long off season ahead of us, especially now because it doesn't pick up again until fall. I mean, outside of some recruiting, and obviously there'll be some things here and there, but for the most part, it's about to get slow. So, the fans are going to be asking themselves, because they're going to be bored at work, thinking, is Tommy Carr could it be Tommy Carr? No, it's not going to be Tommy Carr. Tommy Carr, here's the good news. As a freshman, as someone who's only been here 4 months on campus, yeah, we may got one. We may have one. We may have a kid who is mentally already ready. He really could be. Mentally ready to start. Physically, I think we would all agree he's got to get in the weight room and add a little more size to his frame. But here's the good news: Tommy Carr fits everything Jason Beck and Kyle Whittingham are looking for in Coy Detmer in terms of how to run this offense. Right? Listen, Tommy Carr can extend plays. He has a good feel for the pocket. He trusts his line, unlike Bryce Underwood, which is very clear. He can make the first and second level throws. There is buzz. He needs to work on the third level throwing. With strength, he could potentially develop that. So that's good, but he's a freshman. And it doesn't automatically disqualify him, but it does make it not realistic, because you do have Bryce Underwood, who is, and I understand he did not perform at his rating coming out of high school. But there is a very real reason he was rated where he was rated coming out of high school. And it's unfortunate Sharon Moore and co. botched year 1 of his development. Now,
really unfortunate.
Here's one thing I want to point out, though. Bryce Underwood is still an 18-year-old. Bryce Underwood does not turn 19 until August.
Yep.
Okay? He's almost a year ahead of his own class. in terms of youth. He's a year behind in terms of age of his own class. So to me, John, listen, Bryce just needs to lock in. That's what he needs to do. And then he'll be okay. That's what he needs to do. He's got a lot. And then the last thing, John, is I know you want to go. I am done with the Bryce Underwood hype.
Sure.
That's done. You got to show me now, my
Show
guy. Yeah, you got to show it. Listen, I support you. I want you to win. Listen, I got your jersey, brother. Like we're all rooting for you. We all support you. But now I got to see it on the field, and I'm hoping for the best. And I really don't want to hear some Davis Warren's throwing 92% in fall camp shit. Like no. Listen, we're gonna wait till Saturdays to see how this kid's developed. But I'm hoping for the best for Bryce. And I have full confidence he can achieve it. But we're gonna find out. Go ahead, John.
I have tried to be really limited in criticism of Bryce Underwood. And the reason for that is because I feel that the coaching staff was a big part of the reason why things unraveled for him last year. But I think we have to just admit what we saw with our own eyes. Yeah. Bryce sucked on Saturday. Like, can we just keep it a buck?
Yeah, it didn't play well.
Bryce sucked on Saturday. I'm not saying that that's representative of how he's doing in practice. We have heard that he's been improving, at least in his reads and some of those things in practice. But you notice we've also been hearing a lot about Tommy Carr in practice. A lot about Tommy Carr. And so I'm wondering if I'm not there, but I'm wondering, is he receiving the coaching? Is Bryce, is Bryce just who he is at this point? Or can we get it back in the next 4 months? But I can tell you this, not being able to read coverages, again, not good footwork. Again, some of these just forcing throws or bulleting throws, the touch needs to be so much better. And it looks extra bad when Tommy Carr, who literally has never played in the big house in a game, outplays you. I understand he had more time. I understand it was against the twos. But let's just keep it 100. Tommy Carr was the best quarterback on the field on Saturday.
Yeah, and look, I made this point too. Is like, okay, yeah, Tommy Carr did play against 2s and 3s, but guess what? Bryce Underwood should be balling against 1s. You should be balling against 1s, especially when you know what the defense is going to run. Like what the defense is going to run. I do want to stress though, let's not overreact either on Bryce, because listen, Dante Moore had a very poor UCLA season his freshman year. Listen, he is 18. I must stress this. And listen, last year when I got a lot of flack for my Mikey Keene starting week 1 idea, this is why. I believe in easing in your quarterback, not rushing your quarterback. It's like a goalie in hockey. There's a mental component to this position. It's a confidence thing. Bryce is confident, but he's not on the field, right? So now let's also stress this too. The offensive line looked very poor in pass protection. Okay, so
pass pro wasn't good.
Listen, I made a comment last summer, and if anyone's, we got a lot of people who've watched us for a while, listen, I was trying to avoid Bryce Underwood getting Derek Carr, which is shell-shocked. Now, I don't think Bryce is actually, I know he's not shell-shocked, but it looks like sometimes he's hearing footsteps, and it looks like sometimes he's rushing his decision, and that's affecting his footwork, his mechanics. He needs to just get the reps, find his game, and just lock in. I know we got fans watching right now. I, as much as you do, want to talk mad shit all summer to our rivals and post Bryce Underwood pictures in his Batman shit. I got a folder full of that stuff. I am ready to launch. I am ready to shoot. I got to hold it back, John. I got to wait because quite honestly, Bryce it's result time now. That's where we are. It's a results business. Bryce has to show it on the field through results. Now you mentioned, is he getting the coaching? I fully trust that he is getting the coaching and attention he needs right now. And listen, I'm gonna tell you this too, though. The spring game could be a blessing, my friends. because listen, when you take an L, like this is life, okay? You got two two choices. You take it on the effing chin and you figure it out and you get better, and also you let that pain get at you so it makes you hungry, or you wither and you give up. It's fight or flight time, my friend. So I am not, let me just stress this too. I'm not in panic mode. So my position's not panic. My position is simply no more hype. I need to see the results now. That's simply my position. I do still believe in Bryce. I have full confidence in Bryce. I'll be real with you. I'm actually pretty confident this kid's going to be damn good, but he's got to get there.
Yep. And I'm sure that he would be the first to admit that he didn't play great and is throwing off his back foot and is doing the things that were isolating. I do believe that when Michigan takes the field September 5th, that when you have Babalola back, there's been multiple O linemen just straight up out in the spring. So it was a split squad.
Yep.
So I understand that. I understand that chemistry is off when it's a split squad. I also understand that there were a lot of backups and third stringers filling up the holes. That won't be the case on September 5th. You're going to have the full starting line. You're going to have the full receivers.
Right.
What gave me the pause is that Tommy Carr has not had a year of games. Bryce Underwood has had 13 full games. You're 12 in the season plus the bowl game. 13 full games. Tommy Carr, 0. Same situation. And in fact, in some cases, even worse for Tommy Carr, because when Tommy Carr was in, even more of the starters were sitting.
Again, all right. So to all that, John, because you bring up like great points on everything. All right, here's the first thing. The first thing is this. Evan Link is not a tackle. We already knew this, though. I mean, I know Sherrone Moore tried to play. Listen, we've been John, is what again, I always talk about the thing I love about podcasting is we put our opinions out there, and guess what? We're either going to look like we know ball or we're going to look like we're idiots. Well, good for us. We often know what the hell we're talking about. We talked about Evan Link not being a tackle since fucking 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. Now he's a guard. They're still giving him opportunity to tackle. He can't defend edge rushers. We'll get into the defensive line, by the way. A lot of good from that. But this starting five, how this is, in my opinion, going to go. Blake Frazier at left tackle, left guard. You're going to have Evan Link is going to move to left guard. You got Granera at center, right guard. Andrew Sprague. If that individual, I got to keep taking my shots because this one dude came at me, John, when I mentioned Andrew Sprague at guard. He came at me. I was like, "You're out your mind. You're out your mind," because he's like 6'7", 6'8". Oh, you can't have a 6'7", 6'8" guard. You can. Go look in the NFL. It happens. But my point is Andrew Sprague, right guard. And you say, who's right tackle? Andrew Babalola. It just appears the coaching staff is enamored with Andrew Babalola. It's like a foregone conclusion once he's healthy in fall camp. He's moving to one of the tackle spots. I believe it'll be right tackle. It could very well be left tackle. I'm not entirely sure yet. Long story short, though, that'll be your 5.
His drive and his football intellect is way above his years. And we've heard that from many sources. So I think he's going to be in the rotation.
And he's athletically quite, and the reality is this too, athletically and physically, there's no one even on his level on our line. He's a first round potential offensive tackle in the NFL. Now, to your other point about the quarterback situation, Tommy Carr having no games versus the games that Underwood has had. Well, this is good news because now we have competition. Now, we've already mentioned it. Bryce is going. Like, I don't even want to hear the argument until week 5. I really don't. I mean, we may hear it after week 2, quite honestly. That's the game against Oklahoma, right? But now Bryce has someone on his heels. That's a good problem. And here's the good news for us as fans. Tommy Carr does look legit. Like, you want to know what was pleasantly, I don't want to say surprising because it wasn't surprising, but pleasantly pleasant, is that, John, actually the hype met the test. Everything we heard of Tommy Carr all the way back in February, John, I remember we were talking about it and people are like, oh, you're just hyping Tommy Carr. It's just spring camp hype. Pump your brakes, blah blah blah. Listen, we only share what the buzz is. Okay, it's up to you to, however you want to interpret that information. That's your call. But at the end of the day, just like with Savion Hyder buzz that people came at us about too as well, because we were starting to hype him up in February because that was the buzz coming out of Ann Arbor. The Tommy Carr hype from Whittingham himself it came to fruition, John. I mean, he looked very impressive for a true freshman. Looked very impressive.
Yeah, he did. And I think that it's a far cry from last year where Bryce had Jaden Davis as his competition. Now Bryce has Tommy Carr as his competition. Plus Fowler Nicolosi's coming in soon, and you've got, Chase Herbstreit's podcasting and also throwing the football around. So you've got some folks in that lineup to push Bryce.
Time out, because I gotta make all right, so we were watching Chase Herbstreit in warm-ups. Never playing ever at Michigan.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not. If Chase Herbstreit enters the field, we're effed. Okay. Savion Hyder will play quarterback before Chase Herbstreit plays quarterback. Yeah, he has no velocity on his throw, dude. He looks like a high school thrower who's not even like elite. Like he looks like a JV thrower. All right, that's what he looks like. Respectfully. Listen, he's going into broadcasting. He's going to follow his dad's footsteps. He's going to do great.
I love Michigan. It. He's got a great podcast.
I'm not mad. I didn't even know he had a podcast. I'll have to check it out.
And there's some good there's some good insights on there.
Really? All right, I have to look that. I have to watch. I didn't even know. But if anybody was at the game and they were watching the quarterbacks warm up, you know that Chase Herbstreit is not on the level to be a quarterback in Michigan. You are very aware of the velocity issues we all saw. So,
absolutely. So we do have some super chats, and then we'll get to offense and defense kind of overall. Unless you have a final thought about Bryce and Tommy Carr.
Yeah, this is my final thought on the Bryce thing. Although, quite honestly, John, we're going to talk about it next week, the week after, next week.
Of course.
Listen, don't panic. It's not panic mode. It's observation mode. It's just patience mode, where we got to be patient. The kid is 18. He's 19 in August. Okay. The kid should be in prom, really. So that's just where I am. In the quarterback debate, should Tommy Carr start? Listen, I will acknowledge that debate week 5. Until then, I'm not acknowledging it. Just understand that Michigan has a very high potential asset at quarterback that they're gonna do everything they can to realize its potential. And we got the right coaching staff. I believe that. So we're gonna see how it goes.
For sure. So want to appreciate the super chats here, starting with Tree. Shout out TJ. I wish you were there, John. Tree. I wish I was there. But duty calls sometimes, and it was one of those where had to do the conference. But apparently, it was for the people who went. It sounded like it was a great time.
Yeah, no, it was actually. Tree's in the pick. Tree's in the pick, John, on the stoop. So, him and his crew rolled with us. We went to dinner later that night. Had a good time. Yeah, man, it was just fun. So shout out Tree Dog, man.
We got GT. Great meeting a lot of you on Saturday. My takes: burn the program down and fire everyone. Make Jordan Acker the head coach, and he will lead us to glory. See, this is the type of take we're here for, GT. I love it.
Yeah, shout out to GT, man. Definitely don't listen to the rest of that, though. Hey, he brought a Acker, son of a bitch, GT.
That's okay. We can... Y'all know what he's talking about.
Yeah, what another interesting. We'll just say this. What another interesting situation Michigan finds itself in, John.
Mm-hmm. B-Dub with the 2. Thank you. Appreciate that. And B-Dub has a 5 also. I was at the game last year, had $850 seats, and Suckeye fans all around us, and vibes were high pregame, but it was a hard watch live, brothers. 850 seats to watch that. Wow. You are dedicated B-Dub, you are dedicated.
You are beat up. You know, shout out to you. I'm going to be real, man. I kind of felt the outcome wasn't going to be ideal. So I was also offered some tickets that were fairly pricey. And because my confidence going into the game was not to the level I would want it to be, I held off. But it's all right, man. Hey, at least you got to go. You know, and listen, Michigan will get them. Michigan will get them eventually, and you'll get you'll get some appreciation from that. So.
And
Oh, shit,
Quinn is
Quinn.
dropping the hundo.
I didn't even know. Thanks, Quinn. I appreciate it, brother.
Everybody throw that Quinn emoji out there.
Quinn
very,
was
very cool.
also supposed to join us that weekend, but life happens, work happens. Still appreciate Quinn, man. We'll try. Hey, Quinn, we'll try and do a regular season game, man. John's also trying to. We're all potentially thinking about doing another regular season meetup, so we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'd love to have you there. And yeah, we're talking about which game we might be doing. I would like to go and do a game
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma might be. Who said Oklahoma?
That'd be fun. Well, I don't know. It might be fun.
Yeah.
Could be a bad time. Quinn, we might have to go to the bar after the Oklahoma game and either drink in celebration or drink our sorrows away. But either way, it'll be a good time.
Well, and everybody's giving Quinn love, as you should. Fantastic. Quinn for the win. Love it. And that's why he's got an emoji, y'all. That's why he's got an emoji. Okay. So you talked about players who lived up to the hype. I give you another name, one Savion Hyder. Savion Hyder had his debut performance, 44 yards for 10 carries. And I'm going to tell you some of his moves that he made I know the defense had to hang. They couldn't do blitzing. There's a lot they couldn't do, but Savion Hyder showed up and I was very happy with his debut. I thought he's going to be a problem for defenses right away.
Yeah.
They're playing him, I believe.
I know. And what have I said that some people have felt is blasphemous, John? I said, I believe Savion Hyder is going to take RB1 from Marshall. And I know people think that's crazy. And listen, that does not mean Marshall's not good. That's not what that means. It just simply means Savion Hyder is special. We didn't get to see a lot of that on Saturday. We saw. Stop this. I mean, listen, he does kind of look like Saquon, but don't say that in front of Johnny. All right, don't say that in front of Johnny.
Yeah.
Adrian Peterson, but by the way, shout out to Johnny, man. That's my boy. But yeah, I mean, look, dude, it should be exciting, especially now. Imagine Savion Hyder with a good offensive line. I mean, how many times did we see him get the ball and he's getting touched at the line of scrimmage or before the line of scrimmage? It's like, shit, give my guy a lane. Let him get to the second level, please. Yeah, so a little more to be desired. I wanted to see more. But listen, the kid's a freak. I mean, I'm going to be real too. So there was buzz coming out of spring ball that Hyder's NFL ready physically. All right. I believe it. You're right. Whoever, they're right. He's 220, John.
NFL right now is a tough one for me, just
Bro,
because that's a big statement. Physically, sure.
Yeah,
I do think he's playing. I think he's playing this year. I think he's playing game one.
Oh yeah, he's playing game one. That's not even a debate. I mean, it's the question. The debate is this: what's the split between him and Marshall? And me and Juju have already had this conversation privately. It's whoever's hot is how that's going to go. But whoever is hot and listen, we saw how the Justice Haynes Jordan Marshall shit went down.
Sure, they both got their shots for.
That's right. And Jordan Marshall came on as the season went on, but Justice Haynes. So Savion Hyder and Justice Haynes both can hit 21 miles an hour. That's very elite, rare shit. So it is my opinion that Savion Hyder will earn the RB1 role. That does not mean Justice Haynes, or that does not mean Jordan Marshall will not play. it does not mean that Jordan Marshall will not have a good year. It just simply means Savion Hyder's that guy, bro. That's all that means.
I still expect that the first series of game one, I just something tells me it's Jordan Marshall in that
I think
backfield.
that's accurate. That's accurate. Yeah,
But
you're gonna put the veteran out there. Yeah, you will.
Savion's going to be in there like maybe the second series, or they'll use him on the perimeter, or they'll use him in the receiving game. But he'll be out there early.
Possibly in the first series as well, depending how long
Sure.
the drive is. I mean, you know, who knows? Maybe they run. No, they probably won't. I was gonna say maybe they run 2 back sets, but they'll probably say that for week 2. First week
Look,
will be fairly vanilla.
I know that he didn't have any like super crazy home run hits, but what he exhibited, what he showed in the game, he showed patience, he showed finesse, he showed physicality, and he showed you know, kind of this mixed bag which you need at Michigan to be a runner. You can't just be physical, you can't just be finesse. The best ones are both. Blake Corum is both, right? Savion Hyder could be that too. So I thought he performed exceptionally well. And I would also say Hogan Hansen and Eli Owens. So I know Hogan Hansen was limited in terms of as a starter, but I thought he showed up, and I thought Eli Owens, who nobody's really been talking about. I mean, I know I haven't had him in my. I don't know about you, TJ. Have you had Eli Owens on the top of your list? Maybe you have, but
No,
he had 4 catches for 28 yards. He looked good.
Well, he performed last spring game well too. I don't have him on the top of my list, but I mean, I think he's going to have a role for sure. I mean, Hogan Hansen, to your point, did look good. Actually very encouraging. But that also goes to the point of Bryce Underwood has no excuses because he does have the weapons, and the offensive line will probably be pretty damn good. So yeah, no, I mean, I thought Hogan Hansen, I mean, he looked like he had some real good catching ability. I liked his routes. I thought I'm encouraged. I mean, I'm encouraged. Tight end's a position where we do have some questions, but I mean, yeah, I mean, I Eli Owens is interesting too. He's an interesting player because he's not just a fullback, he's a hybrid. So
Yeah.
Tree Dog. We did see the Owens family. Yeah, we did. We saw Eli Owens' family. We saw Travis Johnson's family. We saw Jamar Browder's family. We saw Eli Owens. Who else did we see? A few. We saw there was one. Oh, Evan Link's family. There was some others too.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, glad they were out supporting.
Saw Dakota Garant.
Okay.
Saw Tony Alford. Shook Tony Alford's hand.
Coach Alford. All right.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Good time.
Yeah, so I think that the tight ends, you got a little bit of a sense, because remember, there won't be as many concepts with 2 tight ends. It's going to be a little bit heavier on the receivers. That's just how Jason Beck does it. But it's good to know you've got Hogan Hansen as an option. You got Eli Owens as an option. You'll have Zach Marshall back when I think he's a little banged up, or he was in the t-shirt. So I think he's still recovering. But you'll have lots of options in September in the tight end game. And I think combine that with Jalen Hoffman, who would have been the Bredesen type if Sharon had come back. But I still think I saw him catch 1 or 2 balls in spring film. So they're using him too in different ways. And I do think the finished product's going to be I think it's going to be fun to watch. And like how Beck utilizes those tight ends. Yeah.
I mean, that's the other thing too, John, is we didn't see much of this. They didn't show a damn thing in this spring game. I mean, it was very vanilla. That's the other thing too, man. Like, so all right. Hard to get a full gauge, you know. I mean, I know we are doing what we can with the sample we have, but I'll say this too, though. So before the game, we got to watch warm-ups. The wide receivers really they look the part. They look
nice.
The hype looks very real, John. Travis Johnson, Moa looked great pregame. Andrew Marsh Jalen Pyle, by the way. We were watching Jalen Pyle. His route running is so clean. He is such a clean route runner. We saw him breaking dudes off of him in warmups, and then even later in the game when the ball wasn't thrown his way, like his routes were just his DB had a hard time staying on his hip. It's an encouraging room. The wide receiver room is 100% encouraging. I will say I am buying the hype out of spring camp for the wide receivers.
I am too, and they were actually Moa is on my list. So yeah, the wide receivers looked good. I understand that, again, because of how the game was structured, it was hard to evaluate much from Andrew Marsh or from JJ Buchanan. They have solidified themselves as two of your starting wide receivers. So that's clear based on how they structured it. But we saw Jamie French and Celeste Moa, and you could say Travis Johnson and Jalen Pyle had looked really. I didn't get to see them as much as you guys did, but I will say that I had both French and Moa circled as I thought pretty impressive, right? Obviously, Jamie French didn't have the one-handed catch, but he still went 4 catches for 26. He was kind of going blow for blow with Moa, and then Moa with that one-handed catch, 4 for 26 as well. And 21 of those yards came after that catch. So I think what you're seeing is, instead of one guy, you now have 5, maybe 6 that are in. I mean, I think Andrew Marsh and Buchanan are in their own class. But you have like 3 or 4. We never had a
5.
really maybe 5 that are in that second tier of like, they all could be that third that third or fourth receiver.
Yeah, I'll say this though, Jamar Browder really let us down. For someone who is known for his hands, I don't know, the moment was too big. I don't know what it was. I listen, it was wet. It was a terrible conditions, and there was a play too where the ball hit the ground and it hit his hands. But at the end of the day, John, Jamar Browder, that's one where I was a little disappointed, but we're okay because we have, to your point, John, we have so much in the room. We're fine. And JJ Buchanan's going to handle that role anyways. But yeah, I mean, dude, listen, running back, wide receiver, not anything to worry about.
Which is different for us. It's a different feeling for us.
Unless you're a rival. If you're a rival, you might want to be a little worried about it. But then the rival bet, well, how about your quarterback? Hey, shut up. He's coming. Just wait.
I will say this. There's a reason Andrew Marsh and his family got Jamie French here. There's a reason that they brought in JJ Buchanan from Utah. The reason is because you can't expect Andrew Marsh to take all the fire and then still have a receiving game when he's the only guy that's really doing anything, aside from McCauley sometimes, right? We'll give McCauley a little flowers for having some decent catches last year. But now imagine a defense, and you've got to defend against Andrew Marsh on the Z. You've got to defend against JJ Buchanan on the X. You've got to defend against Jamie French or Celeste Moa at the slot. And then maybe they throw a 4th one in there, or a 5th one, because Beck goes as many as 5 receiver sets. So that's a problem. How do you defend against that? Like, it was easy for Ohio to defend against Michigan because there was one guy they had to worry about. In the receiving game. So of course they're going to cover him and take him out of the equation. Well, now try doing that with, and I am high on the receivers because I think this is the most talented group of receivers in at least a decade.
Since it is the most talented since 2017 and 2005 before that. And trust me, I've looked, I know. And I've debated people, so I know. But yeah, no, dude, if the line can protect our quarterback and our quarterback can get comfortable and confident, it's over. It's over. Now, this offense is only going to reach the potential that its quarterback can reach. But here's the good news. All right, good news time. Let's say Bryce Underwood is just not meeting the moment. Well, I have confidence Tommy can run it. You know? So, and then guess what? It's fine. Here's the good news, Michigan fans. Regardless of the Bryce Underwood outcome, good, bad, whatever, we do have Tommy Carr and Camden Lapati's committed to Michigan.
Yep.
We're fine.
Lapati's exciting because apparently he's already recruiting receivers.
Yeah, and ESPN
about that.
And ESPN just ranked him the number 2 quarterback in the 2017 class. The number 2.
Look out.
Yeah.
Quarterback battles ahead. I can't wait. It's going to be some fun content here at
Yeah,
Michigan Voice College Football.
The Tommy Carr Lapati quarterback battle is going to be one for the ages.
I believe it. So yeah, the offense. We know that the line was mixed. We know that Jake Garnera is performing really well. But I think that it's really going to be until the fall. We see everybody in there, and we see that first game in September, and then I think we can make a judgment call on the line. I believe in Jim Harding. I think he's a very competent O-line coach. He's definitely better than what we had. And I think you are going to see a competent product in September. I do.
Oh, I listen. I'd be shocked if this team is not a well-coached, fundamentally sound, physical football team. I think we're going to be just fine. Playoff team, we're going to find out. I'm not entirely sure. Potentially, but we're not going to know until week 2. We're going to learn a lot, and then once we get into Big Ten play, we're going to learn even more. But it should be good, man. I mean, we have a lot of talent. The coach and staff's good. We didn't see Jack on spring game in terms of schematics or scheme diversity.
Yeah,
we
got the most basic of the most.
Yeah, dude, Kyle. Kyle Whittingham made a comment that he thinks the spring game is going to go away. I think Kyle Whittingham puts 0 into that fucking game, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And it sucks.
It's worse than Sean McVay. It's almost as bad as Sean McVay in the preseason when he there's a backup head coach, there's backup coordinators, there's backups all at Sean McVay doesn't take those games seriously at all. Other than to evaluate his young talent, right? The people coming up. And that's what Whittingham wanted to do here. He wanted to use this to evaluate the 2s and the 3s to see who's on the rise. And I get that. I totally understand that. But there's still that aspect of give the fans who are traveling in some love,
I am glad we just hit on this because so I was listening to Kyle Whittingham about a week ago, and he said we are 85% complete on starters. There's about 15% still, 15% of the starting first string guys battling. So essentially, to him, he's already past that. He's ready to identify his depth and his 2 deep, and that's why, by the way, and it makes complete sense when you think about it. Why did first unit thud? Because coach already seen what he needs to see. Why did second and third string players play more? Because that's who's fighting for the 2 deep right now. That's where they are. They know where they are. And I guess I'm not entirely upset because the coaching staff needs to operate. They don't need to please the fans, bro. They just need to win. They just need to win come September. And that's just that's what matters at the end of the day. Now, again, we got 4 months here where we got, this is all we have to chew on, but it is what it is.
Well, luckily there'll be recruiting and there'll be other things to talk about.
There will be recruiting,
but you're right. I mean, that's why I kind of thought, hey, Bryce, this is what we're going to be talking about for 4 months, and what we saw.
That's why I'm setting the stage. That's why I'm setting the stage now. I don't even want to acknowledge the Tommy Carr, Bryce Underwood debate because look, I'll entertain it, but let's just.
I'm not gonna say on this broadcast that right now Tommy Carr is actually going to be the QB1 or that it's even a debate right now. But he's made it to the point where I believe Tommy Carr has made a solid argument to be the backup over Fowler Nicolosi, at least now when he if Fowler Nicolosi starts lighting it up when he gets in, this could turn very exciting very quick. But I think Tommy Carr's got it right now. What do you think?
Well, as someone who hosts call-in shows, I just know around June or July it's coming. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll wait till then.
All right, so before we get to defense, we got a couple more super chats here, and I actually have a non-super chat, but this is one of our longest members ever. This is Chad Zolman in the house here. So because I mean he's supported us since we started memberships basically. So one of my concerns is definitely the kicking game. I never hear anyone talking about that, but what do you guys think? Because the kicker we saw was kind of inconsistent there. Do you think that was just a spring game jitter and we're going to be fine? I mean, Combs is a pretty good. I feel like Kerry Coombs is a pretty good coach in this department.
I agree. Kerry Combs is good. I didn't love any of our additions. I'm not sold. Could be a problem. Could be a problem. We'll see. I'm not sold. I'm not sold on our kickers.
Yeah, I need to see more. Thank you, Chad. Ryan with the 5 account. Check out that picture. How you like them apples? What? Oh, this picture you've got. Let's see. It's very small from here. Oh, final 4. Looks
Hell
like.
yeah. Hell yeah.
Final 4 pick.
Hell yeah. No, it's a natty. It's the national championship picture. It's the trophy. You talking about his avatar, right? Your mic went out, John. Mike. Yeah, so
It's all good. All right.
yeah,
Very cool. Let's see. Michigander, the defense will be top 5. Kyle wasn't lying about the D tackle. The D tackle really impressed me.
okay. Yeah.
I
That's
love
actually perfect.
the I saw 4-2 nickel, 3-4 dime, and what the Big 12 runs 3-2-6. Thank you, Michigander. Perfect intro to our segment.
Yeah, I cannot wait to talk about this defensive line shit. We'll get into it though. Do we have any more super chats, John?
Got a couple more. We'll get, but I'm going to highlight this one again once we start.
Sure.
So Cody, 12 months membership. I'm not overly concerned with Bryce yet. Go Blue. Thank you for 12 months. And I think we're in I think
Patience.
that our general opinion
Mhm.
now is that we're off of the hype train and we're into
Yeah.
observation mode. We're
That's
into
right.
wait and see mode.
That's right. Patience, and observation mode. That's where we are.
Austin, what up, boys? Baby was born today, TJ.
Oh, yeah,
she was
man.
almost 8.5 pounds. Congratulations, Austin. That is so
Congrats,
cool.
brother. Congrats, brother. I know we talked about it. So yeah, Austin, my boy, by the way. Austin is my boy. Fucking, we're in the same industry, so shout out to him. But yeah, we met at the national championship game. Hopefully more to come, Austin. We go to more of those. But yeah, he was gonna try and make spring game, but his child was gonna be born, so he wasn't able to make it. So congratulations, bro. Enjoy. You got 18 years. Good luck.
Austin, that's awesome. What a great milestone. And much congrats to you and your family. That's really, really cool. Moose reminding everybody to become a member. We just saw some members who have been around for a year and 18 months. So become a member, support the channel, hit the join tab, select what membership you want, or you can just click Moose's link right there and check out the tiers and what tier might work for you. I did promise that we'll have a member hangout before the end of the month. So stay tuned and we'll get that out. It might literally be like the last day of the month, or it might be next week sometime, but we'll get it in. I'll figure it out. We got one from Ryan. Ryan with the 20. I think the O-line and D-line will be very improved this year. What are your guys' thoughts? So why don't we take this opportunity to talk lines and go into defense from there?
Sure.
Because I think that the trench play is going to be improved because you're going from Grant Newsome to Jim Harding on the O-line. You're going to a veteran, multi-decade coach who's been doing this with Whittingham for a long time. I think the O-line is going to be very much improved. And D-line, from what I see, I was worried. I was genuinely worried the last couple of months. But this is turning out to be one of the strengths, maybe, of the entire team. What do you think about the line play or the lines and as they're forming?
Okay. So I'll hit for whole line first just to hit on it. But yeah, I do think it will be improved. I do think we have our official 5 out there. It's going to be nice. It's going to be strong. one thing too we didn't mention yet, Kyle Whittingham did a little wink wink. He said player run practices because, you know, there's limitations on how many practices these schools can do. So once fall camp starts, you know, then you can, you know, that's when the clock starts again. But the point is in the summer, there's going to be some player run practices. And
Sure.
kind of a way to finagle the rules a little bit. And that's all schools. I don't want to hear shit Ohio State. So the offensive line's going to go good. Now, defensive line, John, as you know, we've talked about this since January. My biggest concern for this team was the front 6-7.
Mhm.
Okay. Bro, I'm going to tell you, our defensive line is some fucking monsters, bro. Like, Nate Marshall looks insane. Okay. Dom Nichols is beasting. Enow Etta is beasting. Trey Pierce, beasting. You know who else caught my eye? Benny Patterson, bro. I'm going to tell you right now.
David Pale caught
our
my eye.
our
He was
strength
looking
conditioning-
crazy.
John, our strength and conditioning program is elite again.
Mm.
It's elite again. These boys look huge. I couldn't even believe, like, dude, Nate Marshall was like an action figure, man. Like, I couldn't even believe, like, even being there presently, we're like, damn. And then, like, I watched the replay of it, and I was like, wow, man, like, it really did come through on the camera. And like, it might, the buzz out of camp is the defensive line's been getting to the passer. Well, now look, I think we do agree the offensive line's got to get tighter, got to get better. The starting five's not even in place because Evan Link was actually battling a lot of stuff in camp with an injury. Babaloa's not back. But point is, maybe my concern for that defensive line, because, like, look, we didn't even mention John Henry Daly, who will be the best player on that defensive line.
Yep.
Maybe it's not a concern. Maybe it's gonna be just fine. I'm excited. I'll tell you this. I'm intrigued, and it actually excites me. We beasting, bro. We look like some damn dogs, bro. Like that defensive line is intimidating. It really is an intimidating defensive line. We got some big boys, man.
Yeah. Whether it's Travis Moten or
Kanka as well. Bobby Kanka showed out.
Yeah. He was
I thought he
showing
played well
out
too, as well.
Jonah Leah. I was impressed with what I saw from everybody, that, like, a lot of these people. And like I said, where Bryce, I'm still a little worried. This had the opposite effect. When I saw what the D line was doing and the D tackles, I was like, all right, I'm sigh of relief here. I think we're going to be just fine on the D on the D line. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm encouraged.
Now, another kind of worry was the linebacker crew, and what was going to happen with linebackers this year. And Markel Dabney had a great game. He was where he needed to be. I mean, he obviously paired with Bobby Kanka. Bobby Kanka looked so good, but that play was obviously a 1-2 combo there. And yeah, I think Dabney, and I think the linebackers are going to be. I saw some growth. I saw it didn't look like the weak link necessarily as much as I thought it was going to be. What was your take on some of the linebacker play?
I feel like we couldn't get a good read, to be honest with you. I mean, I just we'll see. I'm still, that's observation mode for me. I'm hoping for the best. Chase Taylor, Troy Bowles, obviously Awasu Boateng. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's be interesting. I don't have a strong opinion on it. There was nothing or any player that flashed to me where I'm like, oh shit. Like, I didn't get the Nate Marshall flash or the, or the Enow Etta or the Trey Pierce flash. Like, we'll see. I'm neutral. I'm not concerned, but I'm not like, wide receiver, running back room, we're good.
Yeah.
Oh, Dabney. Hey, shout out to Dabney, though. He did flash. Dabney did flash.
Yeah. That's why he's on my list, because he was legit. I thought he played very well.
He did flash. Yep.
So the one that was hard to evaluate was cornerbacks and defensive backs because, of course, as you know, our starters didn't really, we didn't have a lot of starter action in the spring game, and so it was kind of hard to evaluate. But I mean, Smith Snowden was in a t-shirt, so we don't really know what we have in those areas, so to speak. But I will say, Kanoa Winston, who played the safety role, and I think he's legit. He had 6 solo tackles, a pass breakup. He looked good. I think our secondary is just a big question mark until we see the games in September. I don't think we know enough yet.
Yeah, no. I mean, and also the defense again was limited to just 2 play calls. I mean, I just no, it's more to but I'm confident in the back end. If Rod Moore can be healthy,
that's a big one.
I know. Then we're fine.
We're fine.
Because the rest of the guys, there's a lot of talent back there. I'm not concerned about the back end. Linebacker play, I am not sold, but I'm not concerned yet. It's to be determined. Again, like with this coaching staff, I am going into this coaching staff trusting the coaching staff not because I'm a Michigan fan who's blind and biased and tribal. No, because there's a track record, John. There's a long enough track record with each of these coaches and reason to believe that they can get the most out of their players because they all have. They're very established coaches who have done well at previous places. So I am trusting the coaching staff. Alex Whittingham is the linebacker coach. Was it the DB coach is why am I drawing a blank right now? Guilford. Why am I drawing a blank, John?
Gennaro Guilford?
Yeah, Guilford. Is it Guilford? It is Guilford, right? Anyways, whatever it is, but he has a good track record as well. So end of the day, I'm trusting the coaching staff on some of these kids. I'm not going to go into this concerned, and I'll tell you right now, defensive line, I was concerned. I'm now encouraged. Right. Yeah. So I'm encouraged with the defensive line. Like I have changed my opinion just observing, but we'll find out, to be determined, John.
Yeah, I think what I'm getting at with the secondary is that we just don't know. It's like that. Right. It's like that GIF with the lady who looks like Julia Roberts but isn't, and there's all the math going on. I mean, that's where we're at right now. We have a sense of what it could be. Yeah. So I do encourage people, if you're feeling like you want to watch some games, check out Smith Snowden against Kansas. And the interception that he got against Kansas. I think Smith Snowden's going to be a problem for some teams. He's got the speed, he's got the ability to just wreck offenses. You combine that with Jair Hill and his veteran presence, you combine that with Zeke Berry, you combine that, oh my God, with Rod Moore in a safety position. Whew. It could be really good. We just don't know yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's wait and see. I mean, I think it's gonna be just fine though. Like, I think the DB room's gonna be just fine. I'm encouraged. I mean, I'm not concerned. Kicker, punter, concerned. Linebacker, neutral. Defensive line, encouraged.
Yeah, you laid it out so well, Michigander. So yeah, edge is
top
legit.
5.
Yeah, edges. Well, I think maybe when you add in John Henry Daly and you add in Rod Moore and Smith Snowden, could be.
I'm in the top 30 category. I'm not top 5 is big time, my friend.
I'll say top 5 if they're all healthy. That it could be top 5.
All right, we'll make our positions. I am a top 30 guy right now.
Okay.
If it is top 10, then holy fuck.
Yeah.
Then this coaching staff's elite, and the strength and conditioning staff is elite. And listen, I think they're good. The strength and conditioning staff might be elite, but I could not, in good faith, say this is a top 10 defense.
Yeah, we're not there yet. obviously, like we need to see some games, but if John Henry Daly's, let's say he's 90%, because I mean, his surgery and everything he dealt with, to expect 100 is very tough. If he's even 90, and Rod Moore is back at 90, and you've got all these other players, I mean, I think the potential is there. I do think that the defense is better, because I was worried. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, I was worried with Kyle Whittingham coming in and what was happening. I knew Jason Beck could put together a really good offense, but the defense, I didn't know. I didn't know because I didn't know who was staying. I didn't know who they were going to get. I didn't know. And now you look at what they have, and it really is going to depend on health. And if all of those players come back as healthy as they can be.
Sure. We agree. But yeah, I don't know. I can't do top 10.
Yeah.
Can't
Fair-
do it.
Fair enough.
But I'll say this: John Henry Daly's situation is very encouraging. The fact he's already jogging, and he's supposed to be 100% by June 1. He's supposed to be 100% with no restrictions June 1.
June. Yep.
That's encouraging. That's insane, by the way, because surgery was in November. Hey, I'm all for medicine advancement, dude, as long as it's legit, not bullshit. But anyways, we'll move on.
Hey, look, we got Caden the Diesel Freak stopping by with a 2.
Oh shit!
On the
Haven't
Brock
seen him in a while.
Lesnar grind. Go Buckeyes and
Bro,
oh man.
Didn't Brock Lesnar retire? What are we talking about, Caden? You retired. What do you mean the Brock Lesnar grind? Brock Lesnar's chilling.
Yeah.
F the Buckeyes, go blue. I appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, we appreciate the contribution.
Absolutely.
Ryan with another 20. Thank you, Ryan, for the contributions tonight. So thoughts on wide receivers in the spring game. So we did touch on this earlier, but
Yeah.
I think from what we saw from French, from Moa, I think we're gonna have a good wide receiver unit. I do.
Yeah, extremely encouraged with our receiver unit. I know what you guys saw in the spring game yourselves, but I'm telling you, in warmups, we were watching them. It's as advertised. They look extremely talented. They look. We're deep. We're at least 5 deep. We're 5 deep, and we could have some extras with like a Jalen Pyle or co. But no, it's encouraging, and wide receiver recruiting does not seem to be slowing down either. So yeah, I mean, look, it's a room. It is that in the running back room are the 2 rooms you do not need to worry about. That's for sure.
Elijah's here with the buy the Larry Blackstock comment. Our D line looked amazing. Edo was cooking. Eno did look good. Garnera was cooking Garnera, and David Polypale, Patterson, Marshall Nichols look good. I agree. The D line's looking like it could be a problem.
And they look like monsters. Like they look intimidating, bro. Like they look. I was like, damn.
Mm-hmm.
The boys are working. I mean, I'm excited for that. I'm actually encouraged now. And John Henry Daly comes back. Let's see what's up. Larry Black's a damn good coach, man.
Yeah, he is.
Powell's another very good coach. So we should be in a good position.
Pretty much all the coaches that we have are like some of the top in their position.
They are. Dude, yeah, dude. All right, Harding's top 3, if not 1. Black's top 15.
Mm-hmm.
Alex Whittingham was a very good linebacker coach in the NFL. He's now in college. Powell's a very, very good, well-respected edge coach. I don't want to say like top 5 or anything because that's got to be proven at Michigan.
Coy Detmer Jr. is like an actual quarterbacks coach.
Yeah, dude. Now Micah
Simon's like an actual wide receivers coach.
No, but I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, he's going to be fine.
And then, we got Whittingham at tight end. We'll see how Hansen develops. The coordinators look strong. I mean, listen, we have the ingredients. We have the ingredients. Let's see what they can do with it.
Absolutely. Jay says, at least we're not spinning around baseball bats.
Oh, boy. What do you mean? Well, listen, that's what Mickey Mouse programs do, Jay. Should we see if we should there's a lot of people who are not catching the reference, I'm sure.
Is that a Michigan State thing?
Yeah.
I heard they did something with hot dogs, or they did something with.
Dude, I gotta find the video.
Relay races.
Shit, where is it? If someone on Twitter has it, tag me in it.
That's what 4 and 8 programs do.
Oh, I got it. You ready?
Yeah,
Uh,
sure.
I'm afraid.
Oh man.
Oh my God! Wait till I show you this Mickey Mouse. You want to know why little brother's little brother, John? You want to know why little brother's gonna remain little brother, John?
Because
This is what
of what you're going to show here, huh?
This is what little brother programs show or do in spring games. This is the type of shit that is going on in East Lansing, John. They are not practicing football. They're playing kids games, John.
Is this really during the spring game? Like they promoted it as a spring game, and now they're running around with bats.
I believe this was like before the game, or I don't even know.
Okay.
I mean, Moose made a comment. Let's see what our good friend Moose say. Yeah, just an awe, bro. And just look.
Only
I mean,
Talk Sports is laughing. When Jeffrey from Only Talk Sports, who's a very nice kid, he's doing that to you. That you're a joke. Like that's all there is to it.
He's not an asshole.
He's not an asshole at all. So that's when you know.
Yeah.
Remember, this is the same coach that was that had the hazing going on. And I'll just leave it there. And so he's not new to team building in any way.
It's well, I'll tell you this. I am not worried about little brother.
Yeah.
I'm already calling our shot. We're winning that game.
Yeah, we're gonna
that's
gonna be.
And I know I went through this last year, and my dad's one of those ones who's like, well, it's a rivalry game. You never know. I understand.
Sure.
But I know we're not losing to Michigan State.
No. Elijah says, don't worry about Bryce. Hard to gauge split teams, and that pocket was collapsing. Winged Helmet posted how every year it's the backup quarterback that shines. And it's a fair point. All I'm saying is that we saw some of the same issues with Bryce's game that we've pointed out before. So you are 100% accurate in everything that you're saying. And we have to take what we saw with a grain of salt. But it worries us at those who are in the, is this what's going to happen in September when you see the same repeated mistakes being made again? It had nothing to do with, in my opinion, the backup quarterback shining versus not. What it had to do for me is that Bryce Underwood, in a lot of ways, had some of the same issues in the spring game that he had through the season. And I just have an issue with like being told, and not by you, TJ, but there are some who are like, oh yeah, no. Like, we all saw it with our own eyes. We all saw the same issues with Bryce on Saturday that we saw in some of the bad games during the year. And that's what we're pointing out. We know that it's a spring game. We know that the lines are split. We know that the squad is split. We know that the starters aren't all there. All of that can be true. And also that Bryce still has a lot to go in the next 4 months.
Bryce needs to look. I listen. So you're right, John. But I think my position is the best position. Of course, I'm just kidding. But what I mean by that is, look, hype's done. Now there's gonna be social media. There's gonna be the people are still gonna hype him up. You already know, and it sucks too because I got some dope shit. Like I got some sweet Bryce Underwood like videos and like photos. Like I want to post and hype up, but I'm gonna lay low just because. Look, end of the day, listen, we need to just be patient because we do need to be patient. He's 18 years old. He's not 19. He's not even 19 yet. Going into his sophomore year, he's not even 19, John. He won't even be 19 when he starts fall camp. Okay, so like that must be recognized. Okay, now, and then patience, and then just observation. Let's see if this kid can develop. Because to your point, John, the fundamental issues with the footwork and all that other shit that actually didn't show in the very beginning of last season.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, last season, in the beginning of the year, have we forgotten how poised he looked?
Yeah,
have we forgotten how well he handled the game and was making first and second level throws. And even when the easy throw was there, he was still throwing it to the second level. That was the beginning of the year.
Mhm.
Okay, he did play well. He is a good
Mhm.
quarterback, but there is something going on where he still has he's not comfortable. Okay, now to get comfortable, we all know this. Has anyone worked a job? Now he's been doing this his whole life, but John, you all know time on task, repetition. That's what he needs right now. Just time on task, repetition, and good coaching, and we'll see what the coaching staff can do with him. I'm not concerned. I mean, I'll say this: I'm disappointed. Like I want to see more. I want to see this kid ball out. I want to see the kid I saw in the beginning of the year last year and take next steps. But right now we have a quarterback who's going through a growing process, and we have to allow it to happen. Okay, like it's just what it is. So hopefully by fall ball he's in a better position. Hopefully fall ball gives him the confidence, and by week 1 he's ready to go.
For sure. Caden is back. I'm 235 pounds of muscle and kicking ass.
Oh yeah, there
How
you
about
go.
that? All right,
There you
all
go,
right,
Caden.
Caden.
There you go, Caden.
And you want to keep
Keep
those
throwing them-
$2 comments
keep
coming?
throwing them.
Bring them in.
Yeah, keep throwing them George
We'll re-
Washingtons at us. You can
We'll,
talk. all
we'll
that
read
shit
them.
you want, brother.
We'll read them. James says, do you think we get Dakota Garant? I think we have a better chance now than we did a month ago.
Oh, we definitely have a better chance now than we did a month ago. He's visiting. The coaches are doing an in-person visit again. He was just at the spring game. Prior to the spring game, he was at the national championship game. Prior to the national championship game, he visited Michigan in a secret surprise visit. Yeah, I'd say 4 visits in the last 3 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever.
He's interested.
Yeah, dude. It's listen, Ron Bellamy is in the right position. Me and GT, shout to GT, by the way. We sat with him and watched the game, my man. Ron Bellamy's where he needs to be, and that is recruiting the top talent to Michigan. I'm also encouraged with Dakota Garant, but let's understand Oregon is the competition. Let's see how it goes.
Yep. I think there's gonna be people at Oregon. They're gonna push for him hard. Ron Bellamy coming back, I think, was a big plus in this recruitment. You also have Lapati, who's recruiting. You have others who are, he's going to get recruited. Something tells me he might just go Michigan. I'm not putting in a
Garant?
crystal ball. I'm
Garant?
not putting in anything, but I think
Yeah.
he could absolutely go Michigan.
I'll be honest with you. If you had to ask me, I do think we get him. The since Ron Bellamy's been here, the momentum. I mean, it's just and look, he's just down the street.
Yeah.
I think we're gonna get him, but we got to let it play out.
The difference in this Michigan team this is from Elijah. The difference in this Michigan team compared to the 21 to 25 teams, our depth seems almost as fast and physical as the ones. Michigan is really talented. Yeah, the depth is pretty good.
Michigan is really talented. I mean, I think we have some very strong rooms. I think there's some rooms we have question marks, which I think a lot of us agree on those rooms. But again, listen, I believe this team's floor is 9-3. I think the ceiling's 10-2. We had this discussion already. We should be a good team, and we should be a good quality football team. Now, again, the quarterback play is going to determine what is our ceiling offensively and as a whole. So that's really the biggest question. I'll tell you right now, if Bryce Underwood balled out Saturday, we'd have enough fuel for the next 4 months to be talking that shit and be running our miles and feeling real good about ourselves. But right now, we're gonna be patient and in observation mode. But the team should be pretty quality. I do believe it will be.
Elijah says Samaj gave his gloves to Jamar Browder as he left. Ooh, the kiss of death. Jamar Browder now with the flame.
I mean, it was a bad look.
And Ryan is back. I'm calling this the triple threat here. Ryan with another 20. I know it's early. With the tough schedule, what's the thoughts on the year coming up? That's a great wrap-up question. I appreciate that, Ryan. What are our thoughts on the year coming up? We just talked about the the 9-3 floor, 10-2 ceiling. For me, I'm a little bit more expanded out. I'm a little bit more like 8-4 floor, and 11-1 ceiling. But yeah, we're kind of saying similar things, I feel like. There are 4 really difficult games on the schedule, but something tells me we could potentially take Indiana, because Indiana will no longer have first round draft pick. Most likely Fernando Mendoza is going to be off to the Raiders almost definitely, and he was first overall pick. So losing a QB that won the Heisman and is going to go first overall, I think they're going to be fine, but I feel like they're going to take just a tiny step back. They're still going to be like a 9 or 10 win football team minimum, which is still crazy. It's Indiana.
Ooh.
Indiana. I doubt they're going under 9 at any point.
No, my point is, I think they could still be a 10-win team. I mean, I
Sure.
think they're a good team. I mean, they who's the quarterback they added again? I'm trying to remember. He's actually pretty fucking good.
Yeah, he is. Because they
Yeah.
got rid of the other Mendoza.
Yeah. Shit, of course. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to pull it up quick enough. But yeah, I can. Well, I mean, all right, so to Elijah's point, listen. No, actually, it's not
Josh Hoover, the TCU
TCU, that's right.
transfer.
Yep, that's right. Okay,
And he
so
threw for almost 4,000 yards in 2000.
I know, and
yeah.
Nick Marsh is there. Yeah, I mean, listen, Indiana's gonna be good. He's a good fucking coach, man. Listen. I told y'all how good Curt Cinetti was.
Yeah.
When everybody was doubting Curt Cinetti, he's a good coach. But to the point of this question, the keys are this: the ceiling of this team is gonna be the ceiling of the quarterback. Okay. And then when it comes down to playoff possibilities, it comes down to the big 4 games. And as long as we go 500 in the big 4 games, which are Oklahoma, Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State. No, not Penn State, if you're asking. All right. I don't believe in Matt Campbell making Penn State good in year 1. I don't think he will. They've lost a lot.
Josh Pate believes in him, but that's
well, Josh Pate picked against Michigan. How'd it go, Josh? How'd it go? Even he says he's done picking against Michigan. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
I like Josh Pate though, but yeah, I mean, look, it comes down to that quarterback play and the big 4 games. If we can go 500, that's going to determine the season. So that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah. And again, it's hard to read much into the spring game, but what we can read into the spring game is the D-line is looking really good. We can read in that even now, even just a few months in, the defense is really coming together. Not that it was in any way bad last year. I mean, Wink Martindale still put together a pretty solid defense. I just think he was kind of phoning it in the bowl game. But he was, the defense was looking pretty good even before the new staff came in. So now the new staff is bringing in their concepts and their like how they do things. But yeah, I think with a solid defense, if Bryce Underwood can just figure it out enough, I see no reason why 10-2 is unattainable. I think 10 I predicted 10-2, and I still see the path to 10-2.
Yeah, it's going to come down to that quarterback and defense, and then big 4 games, man. That's just what it's going to come down to.
Absolutely. And then Elijah, I think Troy Bowles and Taylor are the starting linebackers.
I love Chase Taylor.
Chase Taylor's legit.
Very much possible, man. I'm a big Chase Taylor fan.
I think they're going to rotate Dabney in there as well.
Yeah,
I think he might
Nathan
start as depth, but we didn't even talk about. Oh man, NOB.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
it's a solid unit.
And this is what I mean, John. The talent is there. These rooms have more talent than these coaches have ever had. They just so. A coaching staff that's always done more with less now has more. You know what I mean? So now I'm encouraged. I mean, I'm interested to see how this develops.
Yep. And Elijah also saying we have a real battle for that other edge spot. So like the one that isn't the John Henry Daly spot. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got Dom Nichols, you got Cam Brandt, you got potentially Edgar Pye, you got Nate Marshall, Benny Patterson flashed. The boys look. It's interesting. I'll tell you. Like I said, my concern level defensive line is now encouraging. I'm
Yeah.
encouraged. Linebacker room, I'm neutral. Actually, I may still be a little concerned. I don't know. I'll let you know next week.
Yeah.
I'll think about it.
I think I'm a little bit more optimistic now on linebacker. Like linebacker was one of my weak points for
It is. It
a
still is.
while. And as far as like what are the weak points of the team, and I don't know. I think there's some legit talent there. So
There
will
is
find
definitely
out.
talent there. No, that's true. That's a fact. It is definitely there. It just has to be developed.
All right. Well, with that said, looks like super chats are up to date. We do want to give our appreciation of everybody who contributed tonight and who's been part of this. I will give one more thank you as well to Freedom Services EPC, quality you can trust, people you can count on, serving all the USA's oil and gas needs. That's freedomservicesepc.com. So that does it for that. And TJ, any kind of final thoughts on the spring game as a whole, or seeing everybody?
Final thoughts. No, I mean, just look. All right, dude. Actually, I'm glad you said that, bro. Going to the spring game though, like even before the game started, like just to see what this like. I'm an observant guy. Like I like to observe my surroundings. I like to observe other people's responses. I like to, like, I'm a big like watch and observe guy, right? So watching others at the spring game, just like the love for this fucking program, bro. It's actually incredible. It's actually incredible, man. Like I love being around just that, which was great to experience again at the spring game. And just I don't know, man. Like I keep coming back to like the argument that rivals, because they have no ammo on our ass and they're weak as shit, keep saying like, well, if you didn't go to school in Michigan, how can you? Because the joy and internal response that is innate, it's a natural, organic response when you're watching a YouTube video of Coach Whittingham, or you're watching your boys. You're watching like the highlight tapes, you're watching like, dude, it's so natural. There's just no denying the reality of the fandom of the Michigan fan is what I'm getting at. It's not forced. And I just really appreciate what we have as a fan. Now listen, other fan bases, of course, it's a similar response, but the difference is, John, we chose Michigan, and that's what I appreciate. I just think that's really cool. The other thing I want to hit on is Thursday call-in show. We have a scheduling conflict. Does anyone know what is going down Thursday at 8 p.m.?
The draft?
NFL draft. So this week there will not be a call-in show unless, I don't know, John, we never really talked about it. If you want to pick one up, no issue. But I will not be doing one this week because I will be Thursday watching the NFL draft and Friday watching the NFL draft. This is a holiday for me. I love this shit. And I'm pretty excited. So that's where we are. So outside of that, just again, appreciate the community, appreciate the mods, appreciate everyone's super chat tonight too, by the way. What a great night for that. Appreciate you guys doing that for us. And then just appreciate everybody else watching, taking time out of your day to watch us. Also, one more thing too, John, one more effing thing too, dude. We talked with a lot of people who watched the show on Saturday and the other podcasts as well. And a lot of people were like, oh, I listened to you like the next day at work, or, I listened to you on my drives. We really appreciate and we are glad that we can help you guys get through your work week or whatever the hell you're going through, good, bad, or indifferent. I don't take that lightly because I too used to watch other shows, while I was at work and stuff like that. So it means a lot. I'm glad we could be a part of your week. And really appreciate it. And the show is only going to get better and better. And I can confidently say that because me and John have some plans And I will say this, the idea, and I'm not going to bring it up because we've mentioned it like twice, but that idea we have about making the show even better, I assure you by the start of the year, it'll be in place. So yeah, really appreciate that and appreciate everyone who's a part of this.
So I'm going to put a poll in the community. Because here's my because I'm not if 5 people are going to show up, it doesn't make any sense. If y'all are going to tune in and blow it up and tell everybody that we're doing an NFL draft call-in show, I will host it. Okay, so that's the deal. But we need to blow up that turnout to make it worthwhile. Because so if you guys want to all get it together and hang out and watch the draft together, we'll do it. But we want to get that buy-in. So I'll put a poll out to see if people want to see it. If people are interested, then we'll do one.
Fair enough.
So we'll let the people decide. But anyway, with that said, again, for everybody who showed up, I had mad FOMO of this. Looks like everybody had a great time, and it's just a really cool. Like anytime you can get together in Ann Arbor, there's so much to do. There's so much, like from the Brown Jug to the Chop House to Skeeps to Ashley's. It's so fun.
Yeah, I unfortunately didn't visit Ashley's. But we went to Hopcat though. We went to Hopcat, where we went to watch the fucking playoff games, and of course they didn't have it because it was on Prime. What is going on, John? Where the restaurants don't even have the games?
Wild.
Depressing my life. Don't worry, I watched it on my phone. Take that, NBA. I'm not gonna tell you where I watched it or how I watched it. Yeah, man, it's bullshit. But yeah, no, I listen. Ann Arbor is just great. I love the city.
Yeah, it really is. It was great to spend, college there. I worked a ton in college, but I still, when I could get out, it's always so fun.
Yeah.
Definitely. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. But anyway, that does it. Until next time, it's always go blue and fuck Ohio. You can catch us on X at John Diadamo at TJ_Ronan. Thank you to FanDuel. Thank you to Freedom Services. And until next time, go blue. We'll see you soon.
Go blue.
Your beloved Hawkeyes take the field for the final time this spring. Coming up this Saturday, we will preview what is important about what the Iowa football team edition number 2026, the year of our Lord, what is important for us to see. Corey Brad is here, of course, from the Hawkeye of the Storm. That's your destination for Iowa athletics each and every day. Join Corey right there. Corey and myself get together for Hawkeyes Live here each and every Tuesday, 4 p.m. Central Time. Lock it in. Join us here each and every week. Corey, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. It's been a productive day, so, it always feels a little bit better when you feel like you accomplished things on your to-do list. Does that, am I the only person that when I stopped working for someone else, that went back to kind of the olden days of having a to-do list? I have to do that. If I don't have a list of to-do items, I get nothing done. And you got to stay on top of it because it can snowball quickly.
I have various categories of to-do lists.
Okay.
Because if I just have an overall to-do list, it's typically 50 or 60 items long, and it seems overwhelming. It is overwhelming. Yep. So then I seem to make a next day to-do list, and then there's a personal to-do list and a professional to-do list, and now professional in like 3 different categories to-do lists. And to answer your question, I'm glad that, or not your question, but your comment, I'm glad that you've had a productive day. I should have just stayed in bed today. I would have been much more productive and a much richer person had I just stayed in bed today.
I've had days like that. I've
Yeah.
had many days like that.
Stayed in bed. So
Yeah.
hopefully the next 45 minutes or so will change that.
Yes, this will launch your evening. So spring ball is winding down. We got the open practice on Saturday in Hawkeyeville, and then we enter the summer months. Basically, I know we just started spring, but spring practice as it is for Iowa City and the Hawkeyes will wrap up this weekend. So we'll learn some things on Saturday. There's some things we won't learn. It doesn't sound like Tony Diaz is going to play this Saturday. I saw somebody already in the chat bring that out. It's been widely rumored and reported on that he's been dealing with some injury issues. Really turned some heads early, as we've talked about during the spring practice period, and that's unfortunate. But it sounds like Heklinski and Brown have been healthy throughout spring. What will we learn about those two guys? I'm going to really temper my expectations because I just don't know that we're going to learn anything from an open spring practice. And I remember even at Kids Day. Remember how bad Mark Gronowski was at Kids Day? Now, he wasn't good in early September either, but I just don't know that you'll learn a lot. And usually, in these open events, practice events, the defense dominates. I think the big, we've talked about over the years, you start to learn, okay, what are some certain things that you really can glean from these events, especially if you're a fan watching or if you're just going to tune in for our post practice show with Coach Patterson. I think the big thing for me is how many guys are they holding out, because that'll give us an indication of how healthy they've been able to be throughout spring. I think I look at it from more of a holistic standpoint. How healthy have they been from week 1 to week 4 or whatever it is? So if they can, hopefully besides Diaz, I hope Evan James is out there. I've not heard anything just to indicate otherwise. I hope Reese Vanderzee, who's dealt with injury issues over his first 2 seasons, I hope he's out there. He needed a full spring practice period. I hope Dayton Howard, those are the guys. And then, of course, at tailback, I think Kamari Moulton might be the most important player offensively, with notwithstanding the quarterback, for Iowa's success next year. So would like to know that he's got some healthy competition pushing him to be even better. And, GJ Vanami is maybe the flashiest at tight end. So there'll be some cool things to watch on offense. Certainly everybody will have their eyes on the quarterbacks, and then on defense, just a lot of youth in the defensive backfield and some new faces up front. The maturation of somebody like Yosei Epinesa will be something to follow. Kenneth Merriweather, he's another exciting edge guy. I've heard some good things about Chima Chineke, who has not, his name hasn't really been brought up a whole lot until now. I've heard a couple of good things out of him. His length has impressed some people. I was really impressed with him when he committed out of Plano, Texas a couple of years ago. Just looked like an athlete that if you could get, you could put a few pounds on him and obviously make him a disciplined college football player. He's got the tools in the toolbox. So he'll be a guy I'll be intrigued to see as well. And then, special teams, Eli Ozick, the new kicker that's replacing Drew Stevens. He's got massive shoes to fill, as does the new kicker from Down Under, who will be replacing Reese Dakin, who's now up at MSU. And got a new snapper as well. So they got a lot of special teams. But those are some things I think probably safe to say, easy things to kind of check off your box on Saturday. If Ozick has a good day in Kinnick, great. If he doesn't, that's concerning, because that's where he's going to be kicking in September. He ain't going to be kicking on the practice field. He's going to be kicking in a blustery Kinnick. And I don't know look at the forecast. It's really warm here today. It's like 80 degrees. So my guess is it's going to be somewhat warm on Saturday.
Comments and questions are welcome. Say hi to us there in the chat. And of course, the super chat is available for you to contribute here on Hawkeyes Live. The Amazon links in the description section of this video and all the videos here at the Voice of College Football. Also keep that in mind when you go to Corey's channel, that the Amazon link is available for you to contribute to our channels without spending a penny. So please use the Amazon link. And we are presented by FanDuel here at the Voice of College Football. You ran through the offense with a highlight at wide receiver. So I'm guessing that if you had had a chance to go to practice every day and I said, Corey, you're going to ignore the entire team except for one position group and you get to follow them. You get to be right next to the position coach and follow them the entire camp just to gain great perspective. You would have followed the wide receivers. Oh, we lost you for some reason.
Sorry, I think I muted myself accidentally. I would have followed receivers because I want to know what Jay Norvell is like as a receivers coach. There has been some, they've done some mic'd up sessions with Kamari Moulton and I think Zach Lutmer. They've put, University of Iowa Athletics Department has posted those on YouTube. So we've gotten a little bit of a glimpse into Jay Norvell. And he got real emotional. He had some open media availability last week, and he was asked about his opportunity to come back. And I don't know if you saw the quote, Mark, but he talked about when he lost the job at Colorado State, he went out and got an opportunity to observe football operations at Texas and at Michigan and at Penn State and all these places. And he said by far Iowa was the most disciplined and of practices and just operations. And it just reminded him of why he wanted to be there. Coaching football. He said he had at least, I believe he said a head coaching opportunity and coordinator opportunities. I'd have to go research what his contract was at Colorado State. We've discussed this before. Is he better off kind of being a position coach for a season or two and then going back into head coaching? I don't know how old Jay Norvell is. Does he just want to be a position coach? Does he not want to be a head coach? I don't know. But he got emotional talking about the return to Iowa, and he's Iowa, thick and thin. And I've made some comments here a few weeks ago. I made some comments about how, Kirk was hiring an old buddy, and I stand by those comments. That's not if you take that negatively, then okay. Just stating a fact. Jay Norvell's an old buddy. Doesn't mean he doesn't know how to coach football. My one big question, I look forward to talking to Coach Patterson about this on Saturday because I really haven't talked to Coach a lot about the Jay Norvell hire is, what's the precedent set for something like this? A guy who's been around the game for a long, long time, but hiring a guy like that to coach a position group that has struggled so mightily in this program. And here's a guy who's never, he's been around forever, coached a lot of football, but he's never coached receivers specifically. I just don't know what the precedent there is. And that's what I'm curious about. So I have no doubt that he's doing a lot of things right. He knows he's as seasoned as they come as far as options. But I don't know I'd love to know what the dynamic between him and Tim Lester is. Isn't that fascinating, Mark? A guy like Jay Norvell who, again, if you take this the wrong way, I'm sorry, but he probably has a bit of an ego. I think we know Jay Norvell has a bit of an ego. Remember the whole Colorado State, Colorado stuff?
Sure.
Dion and Norvell,
Yes.
There was some stuff there going both ways, and Norvell was a part of that. I think he's got. I think Kirk's got an ego. Now he hides it better than a lot of head coaches, but when you're a head coach and you're competing at this level, you're going to have a bit of an ego. But we always hear the term "too many cooks in the kitchen." I just am curious when you have a superior that's younger than you, that has less experience than you, and Norvell is coaching a position group that Lester has history really helping to excel at other programs. We've talked about it. So I would think Lester is still, and I've asked Lester about his involvement with receivers, but that hands-on approach, how hands-on is it? Is it different now that Norvell is here? I hope not. That's my, I guess it's not a fear because I have no reason to believe that's happening, but that would be a cause for concern on my part. If I found out that since Norvell took over, the dynamic has changed to where Lester feels the need to be a little bit more hands off, that would worry me, right? That would worry me. And it's not like a crazy proposition that could possibly occur because enter a guy who's a former head coach and longtime coordinator, but Norvell does not have specific wide receiver coaching experience that I'm aware of. So that's probably my biggest storyline heading into. I'll be asking questions about that at Media Day in August.
On the plus side, if you are going to have a position coach who is going to be in need of some grooming and development, then it would behoove you to have the coordinator to be specializing in that particular area, you would think. But you would rather not have that situation for any position coach.
Well, hold on a second. Time out real quick because 2D in the chat is correcting me. You're absolutely right. My second cup of coffee has not kicked in. He's coaching running backs. He doesn't have running back coaching experience. I don't know why I said receiver. Bud Meyer's still the receivers coach.
Yeah,
I think
well, I should have. Yeah, I should have been there right there with you. Because
But no, he doesn't have
yes,
running back
my
coaching
bad.
experience. So I'm a little bit more comfortable with that than I would be if he was coaching receivers. So thank you on the correction there. That's just brain fart on my part. But still, he has not coached that position that I'm aware of. So I mean, hands-off approach with that is a little bit better than if he was hands-off with receivers. I still want Lester to be very much involved with Bud Meyer's group, and I think he probably is.
My bad as well. See, this is the authority that you wield, Corey, is that I can sit here and listen to you and take what I
Well,
know to be
let-
true and it doesn't resonate and I just listen to you.
Now here come the excuses for that blunder. We've been doing this show for a long, long time. This is the worst possible time of day for me to do a show because everybody says that 2:30 feeling. I think 5 Hour Energy used to run their ads. You have that 2:30 feeling. I have a 4 p.m. feeling. That's when I hit my lull. I just had a cup of coffee, but it hasn't kicked in yet. So thank you for the people who were jumping. There were several people, and Cheviota and Kelvin and a bunch of people were like, yeah, it's running backs coach. So, forgive me on that for the few minutes of backfiring, but I still be, like I said, still very much intrigued. The good news there is Norvell is coaching an experienced group. I know that Xavier Williams only been here for how long, but he's played a lot of football. He is now a veteran, and you even got a guy like Dahl. He's been around the program a couple of years. Braden Jackson's not a true freshman anymore. So and then who am I missing from that group? Obviously, the kid from South Dakota is seasoned. He's coming off a massive year in the FCS. So, I'm more comfortable with Norvell with quarterback. Actually, it's ironic because I think Norvell has coached receivers. I think running backs may have been the last position. I'll look that up real quick because I think running backs may have been the last position that he had not coached. Yeah, he coached receivers down at Oklahoma and at Texas. He was the receivers coach at Texas in 2015, Mark. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
He was also the passing game coordinator at Arizona State in 2016.
Considering what I knew about those teams at that time, I would not be surprised if I knew that then.
Yep.
Robert, it must be a rough week, but we appreciate this being the highlight of your week, getting to listen to Mark and Corey on your commute home.
This just proved that, what else that blunder proves is that I'm just rusty coming off March Madness. And I mean, all of our content, I hate to say this, but basically all of our content over the last, I don't know how many months, almost all of it has been basketball or wrestling. There has been very little in the way of football. So, hey, the offseason, we're going to have a lot of recruiting stuff. We'll start with that live show on Saturday with Coach Patterson, but we'll shake off the dust and beat off the rust.
Nice. Corey's leading by example. I asked the chat to say hi.
Yes.
Corey's saying hi.
That's the best I could contribute.
We do appreciate all of you being here at the Voice of College Football. It's another Tuesday on Hawkeyes Live. We've done this 243 times. We're pushing 5 years of this. Corey and myself getting together on Tuesdays, 4 p.m. Central Time. Even though it is that lull of the day, Corey still delivers. My lull of the day changes each day. Therefore, I've got a built-in excuse to say, just really not my time of the day, this particular day.
I find myself wanting to take a nap, like almost early evening, and I don't think that's good. I'm not sure why that is. I'd rather my lull be early afternoon. I don't want it to be 4 or 5 p.m. To me, that's too late. But
I will sometimes get into the habit, as I did last night, of staying up really, really late, getting up really, really early, and therefore then I did crash yesterday afternoon. Well, I was out of town on Sunday and I didn't get home until like 3:30 in the morning. And then I still had to get up early on Monday morning. And then, yeah, I had just kind of laid on the couch at 6, 7 o'clock in the evening. And then I wanted to stay up late because I got some sleep. And then it just starts this cycle of, yeah, that is not
Yeah.
good. You sent me a post this week of a quote from Jeremy Heklinski about an explosive offense.
No, I would. You know why I sent that to you? Because last week on the show, your theme was for the show was is the hype real, or at least you posted a segment of, and it was sort of a okay. It
I
wasn't
don't have
you, but
anything to
you,
do
you
with
know who
those.
I'm talking about. So we had talked last week about how it seemed like every year in the spring, summer, and or fall, there's discussion about the offense being explosive through the air, right? At least certain people can the offense be explosive, and this guy's really turning heads, and KJ Parker and Jay Shield and Adrian Falconer and all these names that you've never heard of, but guys that internally, or at least maybe not internally, but around the Iowa parts of the country, people were, got all excited about. And I made the comment to you last week that I'm not buying into anything. I'm not buying into anything about Tony Diaz, Evan James, nobody. I have to see it, and certainly not going to buy it into it from Jeremy Heklinski. Okay. I could not care less. Frankly, with all due respect, I could not care less what Jeremy Heklinski tells the media this week. Okay. Or frankly, any week until the start of the season. Go out, put up, and or shut up. We're past, and it's not his fault, but it's the reputation with this program at that position. And frankly, even with Tim Lester, like, it's year 3, put up or shut up. Time with the pass offense to get it moving. And they doubled down, not going to the portal. We've discussed it many times. So hey, if he's really impressive, if one of those quarterbacks, Brown or Heklinski, or one of those guys are really impressive, that's great. I've seen multiple Big Ten quarterback rankings over the past month, and they all have Iowa at dead last, 18th in the league. So there ain't no pressure from an external standpoint. Again, when I say external, I'm talking outside of the state of Iowa, but there absolutely should be pressure within the program, like it's got from Lester, from Kirk, and it probably falls the most on Lester because, Kirk gets what he gets done regardless of how quarterback plays, but they got to be better. And obviously Lester's the guy working with Heck and Hank primarily.
So those rankings, I think, come from 3 different sources or 3 different approaches or schools of thought. Number one would be that neither one of these quarterbacks was highly touted coming out of high school. They're not considered big talents. That would be number one. Number two, unlike almost all the entire conference, we do have some inexperienced situations in pockets, but basically everybody's got an experienced quarterback. So they've got a known commodity at all these other schools. Almost every other school in the conference has an experienced quarterback coming back. And if you've got a quarterback coming back, he's most likely pretty accomplished to be the automatic starter at any school in the Big Ten, even the lesser schools. And then number 3 would be the reputation of the Iowa pass offense. Not much is expected.
Yep. And I just wanted to make a comment. Billy Vandermarkt was named the a quarterbacks coach. So apparently I can't keep up with the new NCAA/conference rules, whoever that's sanctioned by. But Kirk at a recent press conference announced Billy Vandermarkt is the new quarterbacks coach, which it's still Tim Lester. I'm sure Vandermarkt is working under his purview, but if people are curious about Billy Vandermarkt, he's still also listed as an analyst on the staff, but he's added that mark of quarterback coach to his resume, and it mentions that he was an offensive assistant for the Jets for the past 5 years, and apparently, I was a part of some good progress this last season with Iowa's offense, and let's see here. I believe he also, besides the Jets, I was thinking he had another. So he was also with Tim at Western Michigan, and that was from 17 to 19. He was a running backs coach at West Florida from 15 to 17. And he also has coached at a couple other smaller programs.
Has he been
Four-year.
a quarterbacks coach?
Say that again.
Has he been a quarterbacks coach?
I'm not seeing that, but he was a quarterback. So he played quarterback at St. Joseph's and was second team all conference as a senior, earned freshman of the year in 2010. And he had 6,432 pass yards with 56 touchdowns during his career. So, like I said, I mean, he's been given a promotion of sorts. There's obviously, you have more, it's like with college basketball, there's more assistants now than ever. So I don't think there's as stringent rules on analysts anymore. And so he is still an analyst, but also able to work more hands-on, which again, we've talked about this. There were guys, I mean, Bud Meyer is a good example of that, who was working hands-on with Spencer Petras back. Remember when that all was happening and we were like, hey, how's he doing this? He's an analyst and there's rules against this. But now I think there must be the ability to do that more freely, and they can make it official. But as you look at you still see Tim Lester is listed as the offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach.
So the mental portion of the quarterback play is all over the place in regards to each quarterback and how much he's applying his physical skills, his just innate talent versus how much of a student of the game he is. You know, Peyton Manning is kind of at the high end of that example, kind of the prototypical, just knows everything about a defense, running an offense, calling an offense. Basically, he's an offensive coordinator on the field when he played. So you take a guy like this, okay, he played quarterback, take out of the equation, for me, that he played at a lower level. I'm not that concerned with that. When I think of quarterbacks coach, I think twofold primarily. I think mechanics, helping the quarterbacks with their mechanics. Okay, you're throwing off your back foot, rotate your hips, drive the ball, do all those things mechanically, which he should be sound in that category. And then watching film, be looking at this read, watch the safety here, there, you've got a check down, etc. Teaching in the classroom, watching film, and then applying that, of course, to the field.
Yeah, and the vote of confidence that I have for someone like this, that I have no idea what his skills really are, is the fact that he's worked with Lester before, and this is obviously a Lester promotion. I mean, Kirk Ferentz, I guarantee you, is not the one that wanted to bring this kid in or this guy in. So if he's got Tim Lester's vote of confidence and work with him during a pretty good, successful offensive stint at Western Michigan, then I would think that he's maybe an up and comer. And hey, it's someone like this that what if Iowa's offense, Mark, is really, like, they turn into being really, really good for the next 2 to 3 years. They win a Big Ten title, or I think more feasibly get to a college football playoff. Kirk walks away in 2029 towards the end of his contract. Then, okay, the offense has been really good. Phil's going to walk away. So who's the natural replacement for Kirk? Either Seth Wallace, maybe LeVar Woods, if he's, I think it's more so Seth Wallace, or Tim Lester, maybe. I mean, what if you had Tim Lester head coach? I mean, I'm just hypothesizing. Tim Lester head coach, Seth Wallace DC, LeVar Woods OC. I don't know. LeVar would be ready for that. Calling plays in the opposite side of the ball, but where he played. But and then or Vandermark, maybe Vandermark is a guy who could step into that role as OC. If the if the offense is really good in 3 years and he's been coaching quarterbacks as an assistant to Tim, maybe he would be ready for a promotion like that. Or maybe he could be the special teams coordinator. I mean, there's lots of, these are the types of young up and comers that, if you look at the history of Iowa, oftentimes those guys like Seth Wallace, like LeVar Woods, are the ones that ascend.
You have been spared less of this type of talk and analysis than just about anybody anywhere covering college football because the continuity of the program is unmatched. You've got Hayden Fry going back to 1979. You've got Kirk at 1999. I can't think of any program. I can't think of a program. I certainly can't think of a show that I've hosted, which at one point was 17 a week, where there hadn't been multiple, if not Ohio State would be the exception with one coaching change in the
Well,
last 5 or 6, 7, 8 years.
Florida State for a long time, right? Because of Bobby Bowden
Sure.
and
Joe Paterno, Penn
Paterno
State.
at Penn State was there forever.
Nick Saban, 17 years.
What's interesting about Iowa is they have had, it's not just football. I mean, like, it's weird. Lisa Bluter, I mean, I don't even know what year she got hired, about the same time as Kirk Ferentz, I think. And now, she's retired. Jan Jensen's taken over, and she's probably going to be here for a long, long time. Fran McCaffrey was here for almost 20 years, and now Ben McCollum, if have it Iowa's way, he's going to be a lifer. And Tom Brands with the wrestling program has been there forever. So it's a unique situation all around, every sport.
So that leads me to believe that not only have the coaches been successful, but there is, I don't want to say a lower standard because that wouldn't be fair, but there's a little bit more reasonable mindset to the expectations of a coach. Not one bad season, you're gone. See ya. We got to change. We got to go with somebody else.
Yes, but I think there's also Iowa's, and Kirk is a perfect example of that. He's a forefront of, they've just somehow figured out a way to be more stable than most places. I mean, you look at places like Florida State. I mean, especially since Bobby Bowden. I mean, you can tell me more about what they were towards the last final years of Bowden's time, but I mean, there were years where they were crap. I mean, we're talking bad. I mean, Iowa's had a couple under Kirk, right? Like 2012 was bad. But after he got it established right off the ground in like 2001, the worst they've really ever been have been 6-6, with the exception being 2012. They've never, I mean, they were 6-7 the one year, I believe. But literally 2012 was the only year, if I'm not mistaken, and again, my brain may be failing me, but they were
right.
they were 4-8 that year, and that's it. And I don't honestly, can I just say this? I may eat my words. I don't think they'll have a losing season. I think if Kirk starts flirting with losing, I don't think you're going to go from 10-2, 9-3 down to 4-8. I don't know that with the stability they still have with the staff, with roster, for the most part, with roster retention, with development, I would be very surprised if they take that nosedive. The schedule makes that more of a possibility than ever before. But I think if he starts flirting with that, if they start going, 7-5, 6-6 a couple of years, I think he may just walk away. Because I don't know that at this point in his career, he wants to find a way to climb out of a hole like that.
I would agree. I'm not thinking of an example of this, but I think in this new Big Ten, it's more possible to have a capable, generally good football team, a competitive football team, but a couple injuries here, a few bad bounces, a really difficult schedule, and you could be Penn State, who was 6-6 in the regular season last year. And I think they were one of the 25 best teams in the country.
Yeah.
Because the schedules can be so unforgiving now. I'm starting some schedule previews I'm going to start posting this week, and I started with Ohio State and Michigan. Surprise, surprise. And both of their schedules, especially Ohio State's, is just brutal. So, if you're in that tier of teams that could be generally good, but not overwhelmingly good, you could catch a few things on the downside with these kind of schedules, and it could be difficult to have the kind of season that you're accustomed to.
Can I just add real quick, because we talked last week about the NCAA sanctions. One thing I really didn't hit home and when we were talking about it is the fact that, you were kind of playing devil's advocate a little bit with me on the disciplinary action made by the NCAA, let me just sum up what I said last week by reemphasizing now that I've had a week to think about it. It took way too long. It gives other teams no reason to be honest and forthright moving forward because it's happening everywhere, and this isn't a deterrent. And finally, it shows how stupid the rule book is. The rule book is messed up. The fact that Michigan can cheat their way to a national title and not have anything taken away, and yet you're going to vacate wins from Iowa for what? For Cade McNamara playing against Utah State and Western Michigan? It's just ridiculous. How does Michigan not have wins vacated?
You know why?
Why?
Because this is not a legitimate reason. Because as soon as you take away wins from Michigan in a season in which they win a national championship, or anyone who would have won the national championship that year, then you obviously question the pursuit of the national championship, the accomplishment of that national championship. Therefore, if you're going to take away wins, let's say they would have in the season in which Michigan won the national championship, this all came to a head sometime in like mid to late October. Like they were like 9 or 10 games into the season, and then they took Stalions and he got fired and the whole deal. So this cheating was going on for like 9 or 10 games of that season. Well, if you take away 9 or 10 wins, what's the simple math? You can't say you were 12-0. Therefore, you illegitimize the national championship, and you've got a sport where you have a champion who's illegitimate. You've illegitimized the entire season.
So what? What? I
agree with you, but I'm saying they're not going to do that because
That
they
is
just
the most-
said this
that is the-
season is null and void. And then what do? Who's the national champion?
That is the most corrupt thing I've ever heard in my life. We're willing to vacate wins from an Iowa team because they didn't win it big. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I may not be right, but that's
It's
one theory.
It proves how ridiculous the NCAA is. I mean, it just, I just, and it's not about sour. Like, I don't care that the wins are vacated. I really don't. It's just another example
do.
of how stupid the NCAA is. Yeah, I know why they vacated the wins because they ruled McNamara was ineligible. I know why they vacated the wins. But that's why I'm saying the rule book is ridiculous, that you can, because of a stupid situation where they contacted a player, hours or days before the portal was open by phone and by text, when that's happening everywhere. Iowa fesses up to it, admits it. They take a suspension. They volunteer to take a fine. They accept these disciplinary actions. And oh, by the way, we're going to wait 3 years. Then we're going to vacate the wins where this dude that wasn't any good played. Some of those games he's playing hurt because he was ineligible. But yet Michigan, apparently everybody's eligible. So let's just make sure that if we cheat the right way. We cheat without tampering. We can sign steal. We can do signal steal. We can do all that stuff because our wins won't get vacated that way. By the way, let's just poop on Michigan one more time because I was reading how, I guess, Sherrone Moore is out on probation, right? Am I correct in saying that?
Yes.
He's so we've talked about this again, and my thoughts go out to everybody involved with that affected them negatively. But let's reflect on the conversations you and I had, and we got ripped for it. And I really got ripped for it when I talked about how Sherrone Moore did not seem like a stable individual. His weeping and sobbing on national TV after they won a game without Jim Harbaugh on the sidelines. I love you, man. We did. I love you, bro.
F word.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, man, he is not a stable individual. And then, I mean, the situation.
You did.
But
yes.
It's just ironic that we talked about it and then all that happened and you're like, holy cow. Anyways.
You took that argument to the hilt like a 10. I was more at an 8. I kind of, as I tend to do, say, hang on, Corey. It's, this was going on and that was going on. It was a big win. They were at Penn State. But I was also saying, I don't want that guy to be my head coach acting like that. I don't want that acting like a fool. That's what he was
Yeah.
acting like, a complete fool.
Yeah.
And
then
now we know why.
Yeah, it's just amazing. And during that apparently during that time period, he was living what's the word?
A double life.
He was living a double life. Those things were happening during that same time period, allegedly. So
That's
anyways.
why I didn't want to interrupt your breakdown of the tour that the new quarterbacks coach went on. But as soon as you stated Michigan not being as tight a ship as Iowa, I instantly thought, well, that should be noted with an asterisk because Sharon Moore was there. Now they're being run by an adult.
Yeah. I think that was a weird situation with Sharon Moore because did you watch any of the body cam footage from that?
Yes, I did.
Did you watch the back of the police car and that guy that came in and like held Sharon Moore for like?
Yes.
I mean, I did feel sorry for Sharon Moore in a sense at that because you're putting yourself in his position. It's like his career is over. However, I think you and I also agree with the principle we reap what we sow. And I'm like, man, this dude is a mess. He wasn't cut out for this anyways. Because if you're going to make these types of life choices, so anyways.
Yeah, I always come to this conclusion, Corey, in situations like that. I would hope we all have our flaws. We've all done wrong, those sorts of things. Maybe not to that extent, but we all have messed things up in some way. I would hope that most people do what's right just for the sake of doing what's right, not because they're going to benefit from it or they're going to get financial reward or whatever, or have a big job or protect they would just do the right thing, be faithful to their wife, take care of their kids, do all those things just because it is the right thing to do. But on top of that, even for those people that without that incentive of, well, I got a 7-figure job and I've got this and I'm going to look like a fool and I'm going to lose all this prestige and be embarrassed if these things happen. Even with that deterrent, they still go off the rails.
Yes. Yeah. And I guess I was just thinking, yes, everybody makes mistakes, sometimes very big mistakes, and nobody's beyond recovery from mistakes. I believe that. But at the same time, I'm like, when I was watching Sharon Moore, and I really did find myself thinking, was he qualified to be the head coach of Michigan? You answer that question. Was he legitimately qualified for that job, or was that more of one of those situations where he just, because of Jim Harbaugh leaving when he did, and the opportunity Sharon Moore had as interim when Harbaugh was suspended, etc., was he actually qualified? Because it's not like he did anything great when he was there.
Well, I would say this, though, that in most situations, I think, I'll just speak for myself, that I generally have to pull myself out of that thought that somebody had to have been a head coach to take over some major program. Lincoln Riley, Ryan Day, we see all sorts of examples of guys taking over great programs, Dabo Sweeney, etc., that were never head coaches before. And so this guy was in the system, similar to we've talked about Phil Parker taking over. Tim Lester's been a head coach. So he was the offensive coordinator. He did lead Joe Moore award-winning offensive lines, and he did get the 3-game stretch in the 3 most important games of the season down the stretch: Penn State, Maryland, Ohio State, and he pulled through. So
it wasn't saying he wasn't. I just thought, like, man, this guy, and then to hear him talk about how he had just met with Ward Manuel, right before he went off on his little thing, he had just met with Ward Manuel and he'd gotten fired and he was just a mess. And just like, man, this sounds like somebody working at Fairway or working at the local Aldi. You don't know what Fairway is because you live in Florida, but it sounds like somebody working at Aldi, like, they brought me into the break room and they fired me. And I mean, But in reality, it is. It's like this is one of the biggest jobs in all of sports that this guy had, and for everything to happen, it was just surreal.
And you also know, sitting there, I'm sure he did, that it's not just having your own personal life crumble to pieces and no, you got to face your wife, you got to face your family and your friends and your immediate, but millions of people are going to know about this. And you're always really for the rest of your life. I don't know if this is going through his head and he's processing at the time, but this is what he's going to be known for the rest of his life.
Do you foresee him getting another college coaching job? Because I think he could. Now that, I mean, we'll see how. It's not totally litigated out, right? I mean, I don't believe it's totally through that process, but
I
think
he needs to go somewhere and be productive on somebody's staff.
No, I agree. I don't know that he should ever be a head coach, not at the high major level. But I mean, he probably made enough at Michigan that he can live. If they lived, I mean, you know what I'm saying.
I'm having my doubts if he handled his personal finance as well as he should have.
Well, probably not. And he's going to be. I don't know what his marital situation, but he's probably going to be. He's probably going to be. He's got a wife and kids. I mean, so.
We can take this clip now and post it over on the Michigan channel and see how they receive it.
Okay.
Which they're probably fine with it at this point. Now, if we would have done this in the heat of when it wasn't quite vetted out what was going to happen and
a lot of the people over there really dislike me. You know that.
Oh, come on.
John D'Adamo and Mike Ford, they are. I think they're okay with me, but a lot of the guys over there they still are mad, angry that I picked Iowa in 2021. And remember when Iowa lost big in that game, and I had a guy come on and demand I apologize. He demanded it. I always loved reflecting on it. He demanded that I apologize for my pick.
Yeah, I don't know. Sure. Yeah, I don't understand that thought process. We all predict football games incorrectly.
They were angry, Mark. They were angry. They didn't even enjoy that win. They were angry.
I do remember that. This is one of the things that makes college football fun. People and their allegiances. We posted something on Twitter. Follow us on Twitter, folks. We've got a new X approach, X/Twitter, at the Voice of College Football, where we're kind of engaging more with all of you in regards to serving up some fairly thoughtful type of conversations, engagement. One the other day was, what would you be afraid to post on your team's message board? And I saw a Michigan fan who comments to me all the time, and the guy's kind of unhinged. He's got some kind of Bryce Underwood thing, like, you know, these fans that like take on the persona of like their favorite player, and it's kind of like,
it's weird.
Why don't you just be yourself?
Yes.
But he's one of these, like, his thing, something Underwood Unleashed, and he's always like making comments to me about, you know, bragging about Michigan did this in 1912 and so forth and so on. but I was surprised. I have to give him some credit. He responded to that post and he said, I would have to post that Ohio State is the best football program in the country. I was shocked when I read that.
Well, he's right. I mean, I don't know who at this point. I mean, I think a couple of years ago, you could have made the argument that it was Alabama, but
yeah, George is in there.
Yeah, but man, they're rife with issues too.
Yeah. Yeah, they have a driving issue down there collectively. That's the strangest thing.
They do. They really do. So,
so you have to be careful, like walking down the streets of Athens, Georgia. You might have somebody rolling up a curb after you.
You know, why can't you, if you're what's his face, Kirby Smart, why can't you just have like a no tolerance policy on that kind of thing? Has he just not handled that? I don't understand how that stuff keeps happening. I mean, you would think you just have a no tolerance, and then that's just That's it.
Yeah, that's one of those things where I understand as you develop yourself as a football coach, you're not really thinking of being a crisis management type person, but hey, you're making $13 million a year. You got to be able to solve anything. And if you're not equipped to do it, you bring in the people that are equipped to do it.
Mark, can you think of the different things that you would hire? The different things you would hire out for if you made 13 million a year. I mean, think about that. Now, everybody's different, but I don't want to hear. I agree with the latter part of what you just said. The dude's making 13 million a year. If you don't know how to discipline your kids, then hire someone else to discipline them. No, I'm joking. Nobody should. You ought to be disciplining your children. But as it relates to your team, yeah, if you don't know how to do that, then you better hire somebody that is literally that's what they do. Until you get this thing under control, that needs to be the number one priority with your next hire.
I will tell you something that I don't believe I would hire out for that I might have answered differently about a week ago, but I am surrounded, you can't see it, in these various bedrooms around me. I have 3 full bedroom sets to put together, dressers, nightstands, beds, etc. So I've started on this, and I would have told you a week ago, yeah, have somebody else. Not that I've never done this before, but it's actually been kind of relaxing. It's actually been in a strange way kind of relaxing. Just to, you just go through the manual and you put it together and you put some music on or a podcast, and I just sit there late at night and I put together beds and nightstands. And
what's the one household thing that you would be hesitant to admit that you actually enjoy doing? Like, is it cleaning dishes? Is it vacuuming? Is it doing the laundry? Is it
this is very odd of me, but
cleaning
I
out the fridge?
tend to not mop the floor. I tend to take like 409 and go block by block with paper towels and get all the crevices and go
Okay.
very meticulous about that.
Yeah, I can respect that. I mean, a mop, you're not really going to clean the corners and the edges or the baseboards if you're not doing more than just a mop. So,
This is our conversation.
I was going to say for me, it's probably it's filing. It's the filing process. I
That you
still
enjoy.
I mean, if it's not overwhelming, yeah. If I can,
This is
I
how much
enjoy being
enjoy.
able to.
I tend to stack things too much.
Yes, I have that issue too,
Yeah.
and so then I'm going through and
Yeah. You shouldn't have to do it a second time. That's a waste of time. You should determine when you first open the mail, what do I do with this?
Haha,
Is it
yeah.
throw it away, file it, not just, okay, I'll get to it later.
Do you check your mail every day?
No. I'm
I don't
bad at
check.
checking my
I
mail.
check my mail like once a week.
Is your mail right at your house?
No.
See, that's an issue for me because it's always been right at my house my entire life. So I would check it every day. I grab it every day.
Yeah,
Now it's
sure.
down the street. So
Exactly.
I never think about it.
Exactly. Same
And so
way.
much of this is electronic now, paying bills and so forth.
Yes.
So
And I get. Do you have USPS's informed delivery where you get an email that shows you a picture of each mail piece?
yes.
So it's like for the most part, if I'm looking for something, I know when it's there, and if it's going to get piled up with junk, fine.
Here's what happened to me this week that was a bit annoying was I started putting together this bed and I got about 7 steps deep into the process, and I didn't lay out all the hardware and all the pieces to count it. And there were missing faces of the drawers under the bed were missing. So I got 7 steps deep into this, and I had to call Amazon, or I had my fiance call Amazon because she ordered all this stuff and complained to Amazon. And so today they brought a whole new set of they just replaced the whole thing. And then I had to box up the old thing and carry it down. And the thing's extremely heavy. But yeah.
That's the hard part about ordering on Amazon, because I had a situation with some electronics that I was missing a cord, but I just never said anything because I'm like, if I complain, I'm gonna have to send the whole thing back. They're not just going to send me a cord.
No. When I first moved here 2 years ago, I ordered a couch from Wayfair. I'm in the process of putting the couch together. There's hardware missing. I call them. I couldn't even give you the play-by-play. It was a whole fiasco of them not understanding what's there, what's not. They ended up just sending me an entire couch, another one. So I ended up taking the hardware, finishing my. Now, how did I do that? I had already gone to Home Depot and got what little thing I needed, put my own couch together, and then I made like $300 off the deal because it was like a $700-800 couch. I threw it online for $300, a brand new couch, and I sold it.
By the way, have you been to Culver's lately?
Yes.
Our viewership is. I'm watching the little eyeball. It's plummeting as this show goes on. It's plummeting.
What else should I ask you?
Well, what did you have at Culver's?
I still haven't. I know I've told you this before. I mess up on the whole ice cream ordering process because it's not like Dairy Queen. And then I leave understanding that I didn't really take full advantage of what I could get here. I got like some combination of chocolate and peanut butter ice cream, but I didn't think of the toppings. Like it was really good, but I could have gotten toppings on it.
Yeah, always
as
get
well.
the toppings. Yes.
I went to some ice cream place the other night. I don't even know what it was. We were in West Palm Beach, but now the sundae was like $13, but I got a really good hot fudge peanut butter cup.
$13.
It was a $13 sundae. Things are expensive. Things are not expensive where I live, but I go 3 hours south, and my goodness, the prices shoot up. West Palm Beach.
Do you get kids meals at Culver's?
Kids meals?
That's the only way to go. Order a kids meal every time. Order a kids meal. Don't waste your money on a value basket. Order a kids meal. It's a good sized burger, small fry, drink, and you get a free sundae with it. And it's $7. And then on the side of the bag, they have a Scoopy token and a free scoop so you have the free scoop, which you can put a topping on or get the flavor of the day. And then the other token, if you get 10 of those, you get a free kids meal. So you can save those up. And
does this only come through the app, or can I just?
No, you just order a kids meal.
Kids meal.
Huh. Listen, I've been going to Culver's my whole life, and I probably 90% of the time I'm at Culver's, I order a kids meal.
Okay.
That is the best value.
Huh. See, I would want to order a shake, but if I get the ice cream anyway, then I'll get a drink. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you want a shake, and now you can probably upgrade your kid's drink to a shake. That's going to cost you more money.
Talk about things being ridiculously overpriced. Went to play miniature golf a couple of weeks ago, and it was $30 a person.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I can play real golf for $30 a piece.
And they expect you to be out there all day. Okay. Oh, you got to go. You got to go. We're done. It's 6 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, we brought it. We brought it today.
We delivered.
Yeah.
We do appreciate you all being here at the Voice of College Football, as presented by FanDuel. And catch Corey after the spring game. Do we have a set time for post game?
Not exactly, because we'll have post-game, post-practice press conference with Kirk and probably a couple of the players. But look for our show probably early evening, late afternoon with Coach Patterson and myself. And then, of course, follow me on Twitter, on X, because I'll have updates from Kinnick during the practice.
Folks, we've got a Iowa primetime show here with Zach Heine on Thursday nights at 7 Eastern and 6 Central, as indicated by the ticker down below. Appreciate you all being here at the Voice of College Football. Again, catch Corey and Coach Don Patterson on Saturday and enjoy the spring game, the spring final practice, to be more precise. We'll see you next week.
This is Indiana Hoosiers Live 78, presented by FanDuel. Brad, it is a hell of a week for the Indiana Hoosiers. It is Little 500 week. It's the best college week in the country. And we got the NFL draft coming up on Thursday. We have the Indiana Hoosiers spring game coming up on Thursday. We got a lot of people mad about Indiana as well, Brad. So we'll get into all of it real quick. But first of all, how you doing?
I'm doing good. You know, it feels like summer's coming around, even though like people say summer starts Memorial Day to Labor Day. I think it starts more so Groundhog Day to Halloween, but you know, it's each their own. The weather really started turning around this weekend, and I got a little crispy at the Cubs game. Watched a 4-2 Cubs victory over the Mets, who seem to not be able to win a game. Yeah, I'm doing great. Yeah, super solid. Vibes are up. Been beefing with Bama fans all day. I just had to get in on it. You know, it was just sitting there. Like they're all out here claiming their dusty old trophies, and like, to be great, like Bama, like they are number one blue blood, like new blood in my rankings. Like they deserve. They're the least amount of smack that I can talk to about his history. Easily. And modern history, regular history, all of it. But like they got to figure out how many national titles they have, because I'm seeing different numbers. All right, we got to nail that down. We got to nail that number down big time. We got to nail it down. Is it 17, 16, 18? I don't know. Figure it out. I feel like if you can't get that number down, it makes it all seem a little fuzzy to me. So we'll just call it 6. You know, we'll just call it 6. 6 natties since 1998. Makes everything a lot simpler. The 92 team was really good. They'll probably, we can make an argument. You know, it's still a claim under my definition, but, you know, we'll make an argument. 79, pretty good team.
Hold your Bama stuff.
I might go back into a whole history rammer. Like, all these schools, like, pre-98, like, they're getting natties with like a 11-game schedule, and they played one bowl game. Like, they had played 12 games all year, and like they get a national championship. It's like, you want to equate that to, 16-0.
Hold your thoughts on Bama, Brad, because I do
Bama can talk their shit. They have
hold your thoughts on Bama, Brad, because I do want to get into it, but I want to hold off for a little bit.
Yeah, reel me in.
To David Michael in the chat as well, but no, I want to talk about the NFL draft, because that is the overarching, I guess the final closing of the chapter for the 2025 Indiana Hoosiers. Is they brought us the national championship, 16-0, all that good stuff. Pro day was about a month ago, and now here we are approaching the NFL draft. And the cool thing about the draft is it's going to be on during the spring game, and kind of we'll talk about that as we get to the spring game. But I specifically want to talk about the NFL draft because it's obviously headlined by Fernando Mendoza. And if you look at the odds for who's going to go where on FanDuel, Fernando Mendoza still minus 20,000 to be the number 1 overall pick to go to the Raiders. Nobody's debating that. It seems like they've been printing Fernando jerseys in the shop for 2-3 months now. Omar Cooper Jr. minus 2,000 to go in the first round. He's also plus 650 to go number 16 to the Jets. So a little bit scary, but also very exciting for me as a Jets fan. Is at least I'll have a reason to watch the team next year if they end up taking Coop. And the other thing that stuck out to me before I want to jump into how you project these guys into the draft is obviously we've been following the way FanDuel has been putting out the odds all draft season. Last week they released who's going to be picked in the first round. D'Angelo Pons was plus 1,500. Today, plus 1,000. He's the 33rd, quote unquote, ranked prospect in terms of FanDuel odds. And so definitely something to keep an eye on, is it just takes one guy to love D'Angelo Pons, and he's a first rounder. So that'd be very cool. But Brad, I want to just real quickly, I want to get your draft grades for these guys, and then a little bit of a takeaway from the 2025 Hoosiers before we put a bow on it and move on.
I thought we were doing spring game first.
No.
Okay. All right. Draft. You want just a closing thoughts on it?
Draft. Where do you see these guys? You told me you had the draft.
Oh yeah, I have it. You've had better tee-ups.
I have. You're right.
You've had better. You've had better. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying you've had better.
You didn't listen to any of the pre.
I did. What are you talking about? It wasn't a good tee-up. It's okay. We're accountability guys here. Anyways. You're still driving. It's okay. Fernando, I got him as a first round grade. I really think he's gonna go first round, probably first overall. Raiders have a need at quarterback. It makes a ton of sense. And there's a lot of rumors around it too, and it's been pretty assumed media wide that he is going number one based on all the coverage. It'd be a very big shock if Ty Simpson went 1 overall. Let's just say that. Yep, big surprise. Or honestly, like if you want to take Caleb Downs there, like I don't hate it. I don't hate that. Don't hate that move. He's probably the best player in the draft. Like it's just safety's not, super valuable though in these markets per se, but definitely most star potential. Pons, I have a first round grade. A lot of this hasn't changed throughout the course of time, but we've been instructed. We could say the same things over and over again. It doesn't matter. D'Angelo Pons, first overall grade, or no, first round grade. And Cooper, I also have a first round grade. What are his odds on FanDuel for that?
Minus 2,000 to go in the first round.
Wow.
Plus 650 to go to the Jets at 16.
Wow. And I feel like I was on that a lot. I feel like I gave him a first round grade like 3 months ago. So that's good to see that. Surratt, I could see him going second round as early as that. Wouldn't be shocked to see him go round 3. Wouldn't be the craziest thing I've ever seen in the world. Yeah, I hope, Surratt, we know it's third and Surratt, third and Elijah all day. Aiden Fisher and Stephen Daly, I have as third round grades. However, these are guys where I could see them slip into like day 3. Fisher doesn't have these measurables. Daly coming off an injury. Those are just things that, scouts really do critique, especially when they're using a third round pick. That's where they're trying to find a starter. I see Daly and Fisher as starters in the league just based on their production in college and kind of what I saw from them. I know Daly's an absolute freak. We'll be able to him being able to keep that freakishness post injury is probably a big question a lot of people are having. Whereas for Fisher, it's like, can his lack of freakishness translate to the NFL at a starter level? And we know he's a very good football player. The guy's making a roster, no doubt. But can he, you draft him and I feel like you can get him in the 4th or 5th round. And all of a sudden it's like, oh shit, we drafted a starting linebacker. It's like, oh, we got too many linebackers to deal with now. Where he's going to be playing once they get in 11-11 drills. I feel like he's really going to stand out to a lot, always making the right play, things like that. Get him in your locker room and you'll be happy you brought him in. That's how I see Aiden Fisher. Mikhail Kamara I have as a 4th round grade. However, that's a guy that could sneak up to round 3. I think he has that production in 2024. I think there's a scout or two out there, I'd have to imagine, that's raving about this kid with the way he is as a person, his production, pressure-wise. Sack numbers were low, but sack numbers were high the previous year. It's not, that's not too crazy. It's not like he's never had high productive sack volume. He's had it. It's just all situated. A lot of these stats are so situational. How many times do I have to say that? Right. And, we'll get back to that. Mikhail Kamara, 4th round grade. Roman Hemby, I have as a 4th round grade just because of his, not only can he be a guy that you can give carries to in an NFL team, I think he brings that kick return element to a team that teams are going to be looking for. I think it's going to be a bigger and bigger part of this game. It's going to have more value to it. Field position has always been even more so, more than ever, with so much with so smaller margins between quarterback play and just teams in general. The field position game has just become huge. So having a big time kick returner in a Roman Hemby gives him a 4th round grade. And he's been getting the rounds on media. That's a guy that can sneak up, just based off that, because he's a very productive college back and also has a kick return attributes to his game.
Yeah, and you were on it. He was all over the media this week. He was on Good Morning Football. He was on with Kay Adams, and rave reviews all around with the type of character Roman Hemby has. But yeah, absolutely.
100%. Pat Coogan I have as a 5th round grade, just as an older center, 5th year guy. A lot of the guys I gave first round, top first 2 days grades, they're all 4th year or lower, 4th or 3rd year guys. The rest of the guys that are draft eligible are all 5th years. Besides, I believe, Wyatt, who's coming off a big injury, and Johnny Brady, who likely doesn't have. I think he gets onto a 90-man, but I don't really see him getting drafted as a wide receiver 5 out of Indiana. Like, it's just that's going to be some crazy scouting. Like, from that standpoint, brings a lot of return element. I could see a team bringing him in though. Anyways, like, these guys, I really only have knocked this far as they're super talented, but they are 5th-year guys. Like, they're older, bigger, risk in the fact, like, was this tape because they're 23 playing in college, or was it because they're really good football players? And usually it's a little bit of both, which is why they'll get drafted, but it won't be, as high of a value. It won't be a top 100 pick. You know what I mean? Pat Coogan, 5th-round grade. I think center, O-line is always going to be like a big need that teams are looking for. And I think he has the size at 6'5", 311 to where that's an NFL body. Like, he might not have the craziest athleticism, but he has the production where someone's going to take a chance on him, right? Someone's going to like the kid. Lou Moore, he's a 6th-year guy, very old. I have him as a 5th-round grade. Only that high because he is coming off an All-American season, right? Like, this is a guy who, All-Americans tend to carve out leagues. Like, that's a guy where he can get round 5 and he can be, like, if we want to just, like, quickly project, like, Lou Moore's career, like, he can come in and have, like, a 5-year NFL career, but he's starting on a team for, like, 3 or 4 of those. And then there's just a sudden, like, drop off for whatever reason. He gets beat out by a guy, a younger kid comes in and gets his job. So NFL's really hard. It's hard to keep a job. Teams are always trying to get better at every position every year. And so it's hard to maintain those jobs, right? So that's why they lean younger. That's why they lean they're not going to take a 6-year guy as high as, D'Angelo Ponce, who's a 3-year guy. But Lou Moore is very talented, had a great year. Nowakowski, 6th-round grade. It's really that high because he brings a fullback element to it, and I think people are really high on his tape and his blocking ability. Like, everything about him screams like round 7 to undrafted, but like just what he's been putting on tape, the rave reviews around all the online scouts and things like that. Got to imagine that someone's gonna get in on him and just bring a valuable special teams and gadget offensive weapon to their locker room. And 6th round is the best place to do that. And getting a Riley Nowakowski type, and then Kalon Black and Devon Boykin. Boykin being another like fit. 6th-year guy, very productive at Indiana, very vital to the team. However, he's just a 6th-year guy, and he wasn't an All-American. So I think it's going to be tough for him to get drafted, but I like him as a 7th-round grade. He's so solid at Indiana. It's hard for me to imagine his tape doesn't get him a chance somewhere in terms of getting draft capital allocated to him. And then Kalon Black, obviously, I might have him underrated. Like, this guy can go as high as round 4, despite his age, because that's a guy that can come into your locker room right away and be your 2nd or 3rd or 4th running back in that locker room, like day one. And because he's older, right? And like we always talk about, like, running backs don't have the longevity. Like, just take the guy who's really good now and you get 3 years out of him. NFL, the reason why, I maybe throwing shade at people and saying their careers might not be as long, it's like NFL stands for not for long. That's point blank. The average NFL career, I believe, is about like 2 point something, 3.1, something like that. It's just really hard to continue to carve out roles year in and year out when they're always upgrading through the draft. So, with that in mind, I have, I believe, 13 draft eligible guys. Could be a historic day for Indiana football from a historic team. Any thoughts? I'm gonna let you talk, Geezer, because I still have my closing thoughts, but I'm gonna let you go.
I thought it was really interesting that, you mentioned Daly, but Daly, Mark Langston, and a bunch of other guys were at the Colts like pro day or whatever like the local day was, which I thought was really interesting. Like you pointed out, there's a lot of like fringe, like, are these guys going to get drafted? Are they not? But a bunch of guys that should be on rosters. But like you said, 13 different guys that have the potential to get drafted for the Indiana Hoosiers. Like, I know that it's been a really dominant last like 29 games for the for Curt Cignetti's Hoosiers, but like we're starting to finally see like the I don't want to call it the payoff because it's been such a short amount of time, but like this is the output of an elite program is you send guys to the league like this. And maybe it's not 13 guys every year, but the fact that this is like that number is going to be next to the like this many Hoosiers were drafted, that's significant. It's significant for recruiting. It's validating for people like us who are telling you that the NFL talent level of this team was a lot higher than the general public wanted to let on. And so, it's unbelievably exciting. And like you ran through all the guys. I don't even think you talked about EJ.
EJ is definitely a guy that will be on a 90-man. It's just going to be hard for a wide receiver 4 to get drafted, same position as Johnny Brady. I think you made a great point where it's like the talent level wasn't as high and like 13 might be a high number. Like, think about the star ratings of these guys coming out. Coogan was a 4-star, yes, but Mendoza was a 2-star. Surratt was a 2-star. Fisher was a 2-star. And that level base is only going higher for the Hoosiers as they continue to get in on those, whether they're legit or not. Obviously, they're historically, inaccurate in a micro sense, but in a macro sense, they pretty much nail it for the most part, right? Where in a large sample size, most of these 4 or 5 stars, like a majority, I would say about half of them do get drafted, right, to the NFL. And that's a pretty high, I would say that's a pretty good hit rate if you're evaluating high schoolers, right, to eventually get to the NFL, right? That's a pretty good hit rate. So, like, as Indiana elevates their baseline talent in terms of, like, freshmen coming in and where they're already at and put them in that system for 4 years, like, you got to imagine it could become an NFL machine, an NFL feeder, if you will, where that number could even get higher. I think it's going to be a pretty high mark. It might not get broken for a couple years, but, I mean, you look at this roster.
Well, 13 is a lot, and like I would have to get stat corrected by the chat, but I'm pretty sure 13 was the
realistically probably ends like 11. I'm probably off on a few.
That was the number that got drafted off that Michigan championship team. That was the most draft picks they've had in a single year. So like that is like it's significant that is the number, and it's just again like what it does for recruiting, what it does for the guys in the locker room that got to compete with those guys last year. It's like, yeah, you guys weren't actually that far off from quote unquote NFL talent, regardless of what evaluators tried to say or what pundits tried to say or other opposing fans tried to say. It's like the guys in Indiana's locker room can now measure themselves against Coop, Surratt, Pons, against Fernando, going against Carter Smith, right? And then look at what that does for the confidence of the current team too. It's just an unbelievably exciting time. And
it's a snowball effect. It's an avalanche.
Exactly. And just for this to be the legacy of the 2025 Indiana Hoosiers is a perfect way to put a bow on this football team.
Yeah, setting the mark. It's a celebration. Big weekend. It's a little 5 week. We're getting the number 1 overall pick. We got spring game on Thursday. It's a hell of a week to be an Indiana Indiana Hoosier, period. And like, I think there's something to your point where you mentioned the Michigan team, right? I think teams are like, as simple as it sounds, like they're like figuring it out. They're like, hey, if we just take the players from all the best teams, we'll probably have a lot of good players. Like it's crazy. And even with like, it almost makes too much sense, especially with like the portal and everything, right? Where it's like it's almost like, why were you at Eastern Michigan? Like, why weren't you playing in the Big 12? Like, why weren't you there? I feel like that's a big question mark that a lot of guys have where it's like, and that's only going to make the sport better. And the same goes for basketball. It's like, if you're not even making the tournament, like what business do you have trying to take fucking Luke Kennard's job? Like you don't. And I think football is going to have that effect too, where it's like, I think a majority of these draft picks are going to be power 4 guys. And because if you're not power 4, it's like, what were you doing? It's were you not good enough to go to Utah? Because like, if you're telling me you couldn't get a roster spot on UCF, name a team that finished bottom half of their Power 4 conference, and you're trying to come out as a group of 5 guy, like obviously it's really putting like it's casting a wide net, right? It's very obviously there's great players everywhere, but it's like why don't you just go prove it with the big dogs before you try to actually go prove it in the grown man league, right? I think we're going to start seeing a lot of that shift in terms of like the Power 4, Power 5 of football, basketball is really going to separate itself where it's like that is your best opportunity to make the league, because I think that's what teams are going to start looking at is like, are you playing power? Like, you have all this access to go play power 4 ball, go play power 4 ball. Go do it. Like I feel like that's your best way to try out for the NFL. And I think you're going to see it that way. And it's a shame. Like, I like seeing I can't wait to kind of see how that, and see if my hypothesis is right, you know?
Do you have a bow to put on the 2025 Indiana Hoosiers in the upcoming draft class? Because the next time me and you speak in front of the camera, I might pop on and do like a reaction video depending on where some guys get picked.
I'll be watching the draft. That's usually what I like to do. I don't want to be on a show when I do that.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, next time me and you speak, like, all these guys are going to be drafted. So do you have just a closing thought on what this process was?
Yeah, the process. Well, first off, it's a special opportunity for all these guys. I always say the same thing. It's a special opportunity for all the boys to get their shot to fulfill a lifelong dream of playing in the National Football League, the greatest sports league in the world. It's not close. Don't throw Premier League at me, all right? Premier League can all right, we can talk about it. Anyways, the NFL, their lifelong dream of playing in the NFL. I think the most important thing is that, you know, we obviously want to root for all these guys, right? And we want them to be as successful as possible. I think it's important to remember that a lot of this stuff that happens in the grown man league, it's a grown man league for a reason, where everything's very circumstantial and situational. Not everything's going to work out your way. Not everything's going to. Now, I think with Cignetti, they're equipped to handle things like that, to handle adversity and bounce back when things aren't necessarily going their way. When they bring in that new young rookie in their year 2, where they're still fighting for a roster spot in the year 2, year 3, year 4, like, they're equipped to do that. Now, this idea of, you know, if they don't pan out, you know, are they busts, or are they? I hate putting any of those labels on anyone, because it's always so circumstantial and just shit happens. Like, life happens. Life's hard. It's hard being an adult, let alone an adult getting paid to play football and going up against JJ and TJ Watt all the time, and like dealing with those dudes. Like, you got to be like different, right? And these guys they won a national championship, and so it doesn't matter, like, whatever happens. I just hope they end up in the best situation they can to be as successful as they can be, because I know that's what they want and they have the tools to do it. Now, at the end of the day, everything's circumstantial. So it's like, if they don't, you know, pan out to the level that we maybe hope for, I don't think it's the end of the world, right? Because at the end of the day, they'll forever be national champions. And I think that's awesome. And that's something they'll be able to talk to their kids and their grandkids about and forever. And it's forever going to be etched in history legitimately, because they played a national title game in a playoff setting as opposed to other national championships in the past, that they went 16-0 and brought a national championship to Bloomington, Indiana, and they'll always have that. And yeah, I just hope they find the best place to be successful for their own careers, and whatever they do after Indiana or after football. And I just hope anything they do, they're successful in, and whatever that looks like, I'm rooting for them.
A beautiful bow indeed, Brad. All right, let's get into it, because I cut you off at the beginning of the show. It was almost like a pulling the dog back on the leash. Like, hold on, like, not yet. If you told me that last week that we were going to be sitting here talking about the Alabama fan base reaction and a Ty Simpson quote as it relates to the Rose Bowl, I would have called you crazy, because I didn't think there was any way you could possibly spin what happened to Alabama in the Rose Bowl. But I'm just going to read the Ty Simpson quote, and then I think just me and you will have a conversation about it, and we'll move past it. But here was the quote, the full quote from Ty Simpson. From my point of view, I was like, they don't do much. They do the same thing every down. So when I got the ball, I knew exactly what was going to happen. They just didn't mess up, bro. They were in the exact same spot they were supposed to be. They were so well coached. It was so much different than the SEC. In the SEC, they'll play man. They'll do these unorthodox coverages. That's kind of how it is. That game was crazy to me. Of course, I got hurt, so that was a bummer. I knew what they were going to do. We couldn't really run the ball, didn't really throw. It was just so crazy to me how it happened.
so disrespectful.
Here's my biggest problem with the way that quote has been
my God.
interpreted.
Yeah, you
for the
go
last
first,
week.
because oh my God, that is just.
What if you
Oh
went
my
on?
God, I'm not even the defensive coordinator of that team.
If
I'm
you went
pissed.
on X, the Everything app, Twitter, and scrolled the timeline or read an opinion piece from an Alabama media member, and we'll get to them in a second, don't worry. You would have thought that the only thing Ty Simpson said was, man, they're so well coached and they played great. Because that was the only thing that I heard back or saw for any type of pushback against this quote. But if you listen or read the actual full quote, he's saying he knew exactly what was happening on every single play. There was nothing that confused him, nothing that caught him off guard. And I don't even know how to unpack the actual meaning of that quote, because he's basically saying, like, I had all the answers and the rest of my team sucked. You know what I mean? Or like, I knew what was going on, but clearly everybody else didn't, and it didn't matter regardless. And so when Brian Haynes saw the quote and responded the way he did, I thought it was brilliant. He goes like, adorable. Like, we also saw everything coming and we just didn't freeze. I thought that was going to be the end of it, because if you look at the tape of that football game, which the Alabama fans somehow seem to forget that they lost 38-3, it did not look like Ty Simpson knew exactly what was going to happen on every single play. In fact, it very much looked like the opposite. And so the pushback that Brian Haynes got on his quote was utterly ridiculous. All he said was, actually, we also saw it coming and we didn't get frozen by it. You would have thought that, like, I thought Josh Pate's response was absolutely hilarious. I thought Jake Butt's response was brilliant. And I actually thought the best response on the subject was from the Miller's Edge, which is an Alabama slanted podcast that basically said, like, if you can't see how this was taken as disrespect, I'm not sure what you were looking at. But Josh Pate was basically like, I thought Brian Haynes killed somebody based on the reaction. And all he did was point out the truth. The truth of the matter is, Indiana's defense whooped up Alabama. At no point in that football game did it look like Ty Simpson had the answers to the problem or could do anything about, even if he did. And so the fact that then it became this media story where it was like the Indiana defensive coordinator is punching down on this innocent player, or the way the Alabama media reacted, making up stories about the press box and the Rose Bowl. And like, I'm watching the very credible Indiana media members, like, basically defending the actions of the IU beat in the 4 months after the fact. Absolutely crazy to me, Brad. It was absolutely crazy to me. I know you were getting into it today, but just the fact that the fan base, the media of Alabama could not understand that there was more to the quote than they were well coached was absolutely mind-boggling to me.
It's one of the crazier copes I've ever seen from a quarterback in my life. And like, I don't even know why they even teed him up to like say something like that, because I think it's going to look
the
really
Downs
bad.
Brothers podcast gets
It's
everybody
like,
in trouble.
It's okay. So you're telling, like, you're on the media, you're basically telling like NFL teams that are looking to potentially draft you, that like, you knew the answers to the test and you put up 3 points. You knew what was happening. They don't do much. First off, that's the first thing that probably got Haynes fucking pissed. You're telling Haynes he doesn't do much?
This is crazy. They're the second highest sim pressure rate in the country.
He's the one call. He's coordinating the defense. And you're telling him he's not doing enough. He's not doing enough. That's crazy. That's insane. I can see why he got pissed. That probably set him up. First 10 words Ty Simpson said, he was already typing on Twitter, I promise. And then he goes on to say that, I knew what was happening because they don't do much, and it was just weird how they were just in every spot. Okay, if you knew what spot they're going to be in, why didn't you like be able to decipher like what's the right read in that situation? Like, figure it out. Like, this does not look good for Ty Simpson in the eyes of any awesome offensive coordinator that was looking to. Now, if he was just saying it because he wanted to look cool in front of the Downs brothers and not. And be like, oh yeah, I knew I was chilling, it was just, and then I got hurt, and we would have totally came back, but I got hurt, because I got cracked by D'Angelo Pons and fumbled the football. Like it was just a cope. He was just coping. And like, to his credit, like, it was like, I heard some stories about, about him and Kalen DeBoer like crying in the medical tanks. His career basically ended at the Rose Bowl, which is really sad. And like, you know, I do think that, like, a guy like Ty Simpson, the way he kind of carried Alabama to that, like, he definitely deserved a better ending to his story. And like what I thought he probably deserved is like a shootout with Mendoza, like the 2 first-round picks in the playoff, like just shooting it out, gunslinging. Like that would have been a great ending to his story, right? Win or loss. But the fact of the matter is they got daddied by Brian Haynes, and they were and then they were talking back to Daddy, and Daddy came in and gave him a spanking. Like that's what happened. Like you were acting out. You're acting out pocky. You're saying the defense coordinator doesn't do much. That's his job. He's won the Broyles Award. And you're saying how his defense doesn't do much. They do everything in the same play. Everything in the SEC is a lot more complex, but you were able to get to the playoff in that conference, God damn it, and you weren't. It's all these stupid narratives that people are trying to get out there and like discredit. Like every time Indiana has accomplished something, it's always something. They're just trying to discredit Indiana in every way that they can, and then they cry when we come after them for trying to pull it off and call out their bullshit. I'm sick and tired of it. It's absolutely asinine. And Ty Simpson, I don't think he did himself any favors by answering that question like that. I think if you were to go on FanDuel, I think he's even odds to go first round or not. I think there's also even odds for over 1.5 quarterbacks taking first rounds. Now all of a sudden you're thinking under 1.5 quarterbacks. You're thinking Ty Simpson no first round.
Yeah, I had the same takeaway as you. It was like if you're an offensive coordinator,
crazy for me to like talk like that a little bit.
Well, I'll fill in kind of what you're saying though, Brad, because if you're an offensive
that
coordinator,
can't look good to the NFL teams.
If you're an offensive coordinator and you're like what is this guy gonna say to the like? It's great to say you knew everything that was coming and you only put up 3 points. Like, what does that say about your ability to understand what you're looking at and then execute the play? It's like,
is he calling all those guys trash? Like, then
that's
all of a
exactly
sudden
my
I was
point.
like, is he a good leader or not? Like, there's no workaround to this in terms of like what he said. Like, he got caught acting casual and saying nonsense on the internet. And a guy he was talking nonsense about clapped back. And now we're crying about it. I thought we were the mighty tough SEC and it just meant more. What are we doing?
Yeah. The fact that it got all the way to like bringing up Chris Marlar's graphic that he created about the non-conference and the outdated scheduling and all, the fact that we were having these conversations, to your point, like Alabama didn't get absolutely obliterated in the Rose Bowl. Like, what are we even talking about? 4 months ago, these two teams got on the field and played a football game, and Indiana beat them by 30. Like
35. That's 5 touchdowns.
To try and spin it in any other way, to try and put a positive spin on the way those guys played is makes you look like an idiot. I don't know. I get, and it was frustrating because, to your point, discredits everything that Indiana has done. It's like, oh, actually, like, if I didn't get hurt and I just made better plays, I would have overcame this defense. It's like, that's not what the play on the field was showing people.
Yeah, and it gets back to like all they can really do is just flex their, trophies on us. And I think, and IU Hoops fans are going to hate this, but I think when you have to go back to chirping about old national titles that you won, I think you're already fighting a losing battle here. Like, if you have to lean on that shit that happened in the past, like, my current team will beat your current team right now. That's what arguments usually are. And you can go back and forth on as to why or why not that's the case. And that's what usually it is. And then it's like, if you have to fall back on, I have 18 national titles, it's like, all right, buddy, you probably saw maybe 6 of them. Maybe 7. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, it's actually asinine.
And then to be having these scheduled conversations
going on the Alabama side of things, because they have, to their credit, a really good coach, but like, it's that thing where you're following the guy. Like, you're never going to be happy after the guy. And I hope Indiana doesn't fall in the same trap whenever the time comes and we move on from Cignetti for whatever reason. And I just hope we learn from this, because Indiana's going to be the same type. Like, when Cignetti's done, like, we're going to have multiple. We're going to be like that. So I just want Indiana fans to know that, like, let's learn from this Alabama experience and not be like these guys. and just have a little bit greater mindset and not have to feel like we need to cope for our losses. Because history will say, like, that's why I'm getting my punches in with Alabama now. History will say Alabama's going to get their get back on us, whether that's in 5 years, 1 year, 50 years. I don't know. But Alabama's going to get their get back at some point. It's going to happen.
That's not what the money says, Brad.
That maybe not right. I just said it. I don't know when it's going to happen, but history says Alabama will eventually get their get back on Indiana. I just don't know when.
Well,
and right now, Indiana's undefeated, never lost against Alabama. And I say the fact about that, and people got really upset about it. It was crazy.
And then the fact, Brad, that we're sitting here in April of 2026 having a discussion about what Indiana's non-conference schedule looked like in 2024 and 2025, again, to your point, proves that you already lost the argument. Like, how is that even relevant to the conversations we're having right now? And even so, if you're going to look at Indiana's 2025 season, to not count all of the playoff games they played because it doesn't fit your narrative or makes your point look worse is also disingenuous. And so, like, I come back to the point of everything that was coming out negatively towards this Indiana football team in the past week was specifically to discredit how good they were, how disruptive that defense was, how dominant they were. And it's, to your point, Brad, like, we're not taking that. We don't have to take that. We can fight back with pure fact and tell people, actually, no, that's not what the narrative is. And so it's like, I know there are some people even on the Indiana side that are like, we don't even need to talk to Alabama. Like, we kicked their ass. I think too many people have recency bias and really forget what happens. And I actually think it's the opposite. Like, you need to keep reminding people that Indiana destroyed Alabama last year and that these two programs actually are on two different tiers. And it's not the way that the majority of the public is going to want to think it is. Most people are going to look at what happened in 2025, call it a fluke, say Indiana had an old roster, and move on with their day. I'm not going to let that happen. I know there's a lot of people in the Indiana fan base that feel the same way. Is like, no, this team for 2 straight seasons earned respect on the football field. And regardless of if people are going to give it to them or not, we're going to demand it. That's how it is.
All right. Classes in session. Goom 101. How to deal with the basic rebuttals of other fan bases. First one. Give me one. Week schedule. Bang. Hey, you probably shouldn't care what people think. You should try it. You should schedule cupcakes. Bang. That's how you defeat that one. All right. Next
Indiana
one.
was old, Brad.
Huh?
Indiana was old.
Anyone could have done it. Devon Boykin was walking on the street when we picked him up. God damn it. Anyone could have freaking done it, but we did it. All right? And we won, so suck it.
Brian Haynes was mean to me. He hurt my feelings.
Well, maybe he shouldn't. Maybe that player in this particular situation shouldn't have directly attacked his own scheme and basically directed strays at him and about his defense and how simple it was. Now he had all the answers of the test. And when the fact of the matter is that it was 3 points and that's what happened on the field. And he was just simply pointing that out. And honestly, it kind of makes you look bad when you put 3 points against a team that doesn't do that much.
If you see it, what happens if you don't know what's coming?
Maybe don't say it. Yeah.
And the point of Old Dominion and Kennesaw State played true road games in Bloomington against the Indiana Hoosiers and performed better than Alabama did on a neutral site. That's a fact.
That is a fact. Colton Joseph tore our shit up. Let's be real. Colton Joseph balled on us. All right.
Honestly, the thing that
who are you taking, Colton Joseph or Ty Simpson? Who are you taking? Seriously.
The thing that pushed me over the edge was just the audacity of the Alabama media to make this a morality play. And the fact that I was seeing paywalled articles about how offended people were was just icing on the cake. It was like, you can't be calling another fan base insecure and then be writing some of the things that these guys were putting on the internet. Whether it was the last week or the last week.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
That's got to be a free article every single time, bro. You want to bring people to your site, you got to drop a free article every once in a while. That's got to be one of them. You're going to talk about an entire group of people and just block it to the people who pay for that bullshit, which are just basically like dumbass Alabama fans, then yeah, I think, I guess you're pandering to a market, but, like, I have some fucking cojones, man. I'll find you. Anyone come at me. I'll drown you in facts. I will drown you in facts. The 64 Bama title that they claim They went 11-0 and then lost to Texas in the Sugar Bowl. All right, like that is not a national championship. Okay, we went 16-0. So don't fucking flex your stupid 18 national titles because I'll audit you. I'll audit all those national titles, tell you which ones are legit. Anything before 36, get the fuck out of here. World War II didn't even happen yet. Anything after World War II, I'll talk about. Like, sure, we'll discuss. Like, maybe, but like 9 games scheduled at that point. Like, no conference title games. The SEC championship game didn't happen until 92. That's why I'm considering like that 92 Bama team. Like, that could be a legit title. Like, they won the national title. I believe they went 13-0 where they won an SEC title game and a bowl game. Like we'll count that. Sure. 13 games still. Like they would have had 3 more to go in Indiana's circumstance and they got it done. So, yeah.
Listen, it's not all
discredit their history. Like that Saban run is insane. Like we want to be that. Yeah.
And it's not all Alabama fans.
We would trade our national title for the history of Alabama. Like, no, I wouldn't.
Not even the
winning that national title, given the history, made that the most fun championship celebration I will ever have in my life. Like there was the first Dodgers 2020 was great, but like winning it again in 2023 or 2024 was like way better because we actually had a parade in the city and things like that. Like circumstances, right? Like Indiana was nothing, and then they went 4 OTs with Akron. Less than 36 months later, they beat Miami in a national title game in the same sport. 4 OTs with Akron 3 years prior.
We don't forget that. And listen, it's not all Alabama fans, right? Like we have a great relationship with Alabama at the Boys of College Football. The guys over there, Jackson Johnson, Jeffrey, and Travion do an awesome job. Travion writes for Bama Hammer. He does a kick-ass job there. Like there's some great Alabama fans that I interacted with on the timeline. Some people that like showed a true sense of humor and like had some fun with the situation. So it's like, I don't want to say it was all bad, but some of like the audacity of some of the things that were said on the timeline, in articles, in videos, in my replies.
There's
crazy.
Some good ones
Absolutely
out there. Shout out Josh Page. Shout out that one guy on that one show that basically gave a whole like 5-minute breakdown on it.
The Miller's
I said a lot of the points that I said.
Jake Butt too. Your guy Jake Butt.
Oh, Jake Butt's my fucking dog. I love that guy.
Yeah,
we gotta get him on.
Yeah, that's on you.
That is on me. I'll figure that out. I need to go hoop at the FFC more. That's my issue. I haven't been doing it as much.
All right, I want to get into some of the stuff in the chat real quick, and then we'll get to the spring game preview. John Jacob says it's amazing how many college football commentators, some of which are Indiana centric, pronounce the name Yelly as Hagel instead of Yelly.
That was you at the beginning.
It was me.
Yeah. I had to correct you.
Yeah, I was live stat corrected by Brad. He's saying Preston Zachman looks fast on tape. Is this what people are saying?
He's saying Shaz Preston.
Oh, he's saying Shaz Preston. I'm
hearing big things about Shaz Preston.
I'm a huge Shaz Preston.
Oh, we love Shaz Preston.
It's a Shaz Preston show. EJ says Ty Simpson's a bust and a half.
Facts.
John saying if I were Haynes, I wouldn't have responded to Ty Simpson. I see that's part of what makes Brian Haynes is that like he's going to show his players exactly what his personality is. If you come at that guy, he's a grizzly bear. He's going to come back at you. Like if you don't present facts to Brian Haynes, he's just going to tell you you're wrong. And if you can't deal with that, like you're going to react like the Alabama fans this year. He also said Osterman picked Alabama to beat IU. Still one of the craziest things. Predictions by an Indiana media member, although Osterman obviously not an Indiana fan, so I'll give him a little bit of grace for that.
He has a lot of PTSD, and he is tried to be bipartisan. So, I think a lot of us were nervous going into that game, even though I still predicted a 2-touchdown victory over Alabama. Like I was still nervous. Like that was our first SEC opponent in the Cignetti era, and to say I wasn't nervous about that, it would be a lie.
They couldn't run the ball. I gotta be honest.
I have respect for the SEC, but after beating Alabama by 5 touchdowns, bring me the entire conference.
They couldn't run the ball. They literally could not run the ball.
We'll spank them one by one.
Want to know what's funny? I listened to Joe Brunner's presser like today from last week, and he basically said the same thing as Ty Simpson. He's like, we knew what was coming and still couldn't stop it. I was like, that's kind of funny.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah. He's saying, in terms of Josh Pate, I was so happy IU beat Alabama. He's saying, as an IU fan, what Simpson said doesn't bother me at all in regards to IU versus Alabama issue, though I wonder if we are getting Monchon Sales and not Alabama. Yeah, it's here's what I'll say about that, because we don't talk a ton about like speculative recruiting on this show, because like those are their kids making a college decision, it's what's going to best benefit like them and their families and things like that. And so like I try not to like pass judgment or blame or get angry or anything at like kids making the best decisions for themselves. But in terms of like the Monchon Sales recruitment, I would have told you 4 months ago that Indiana was out of it and only in it for show. They're in it, man. Like they're in the recruitment, and it's going to be a recruitment. And I'm not telling you they're the favorite. And he was Monchon Bama Sales. He has very strong Bama ties. Like if you want to talk about which programs can offer the most amount of money to a freshman, you're talking about Miami or Texas, and that's why you're seeing them in the recruitment as well. I think what bodes well for Indiana is the other major thing that actually I was going through this too, and I was like not that surprised that the Alabama fans had kind of had it with us, because if you look at, we took Aiden Sherrill from them, then their general manager, who's one of the highest paid in the sport, at least of 2024, came out and was like, we need to cap how much freshmen can make because these rosters are getting to $40 million. And Curt Cignetti shot back at him and was like, we didn't spend anywhere close to $40 million. And then the Brian Haynes stuff happens. I was like, wasn't that surprised that Alabama was like ready to give some.
We've been kind of shoving him in a locker. Like,
we've been lockering them.
But to adding Alabama a little bit.
To bring it full circle for Monchon Sales.
You got Jackson Johnson on. Where's my boy? Where's my dog?
To bring it full circle on Sales, I think if you want to look at what the best situation purely football is for him, I don't think there's a question that it's Indiana. And if you want to say maybe Ohio State because they're wide receiver I would hear the argument. But you look at, he's a Lawrence North guy. Omar Cooper Jr. is about to be selected in the first round as a receiver out of the same high school. Davion Chandler is showcasing a lot of talent in spring from the same high school, was on that relay team with him. There are strong relationships in the building for him. And I guess he's in Indy. And so he's seeing firsthand what the emergence of the Indiana fan base looks like, and all the hype and all the circumstance and all the good things that are the byproduct of having a successful football team. And so I would have told you again 3-4 months ago that I would have said 99% he's going to Bama. It's dropping by the month. I think we're in it.
Yeah, I would say, like, I've never been good at like predicting these recruitments. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes as much. Don't really care either. I think that's a point I want to make. But I think for me, it really does seem like just between Indiana having as much success as they've had, and then obviously the sentimental value of going to Alabama, being from Alabama, being an Alabama fan growing up, I think there's just a lot there, right? Like if I was a recruit and I was down to, at the time, would have been Alabama or UCLA, like I'm probably going to UCLA because that's where I'm from. That's the school I was raised on, like very similar to him, like room decked out in UCLA gear, where he's decked out in Alabama gear. Like if I was on Monchon Sales' shoes with my mindset as a senior in high school, I would pick Alabama probably. But it does seem like Indiana having the ties, the familiarity, the proven production, where after this year, I think we're gonna have like six or seven wide receivers on NFL 90-mans in 2 years in the Cignetti era. I think is a big time resume you can show to a guy like that, and like just pitch it like you're literally the best prospect out of all of them. like imagine what we can do with you in 3 years. I think there's a lot there to be sold on Indiana. It's the sentimental piece of Alabama for him is going to be really tough to overcome. I think it's going to be really tough to beat, and they're going to be able to pay the money too.
I go back to something that you've been talking about. I don't know if you've said it on air or just to me in conversations, but it's like, who would you rather give $1 million to? Would you give it to the productive senior who's going to step in and help your football team, or are you giving it to a freshman who you're going to have to pay probably 5-6 months before he can even contribute to your football team? And so like he's an interesting one to keep an eye on too, because if you look at the way that Indiana's trending and you look at the way that Alabama's trending, even if he does end up going to Alabama, like who's to say that the coaching staff that he commits to is even there in a couple of years, and what does that look like? And so maybe he can go to both schools. I don't know. But in terms of like what his recruitment looks like, I would say Alabama's the leader, but Indiana's definitely not at it.
Yeah. John Jacobs says, if I were sales, I would want to know who the quarterback is going to be. As a freshman in high school or as an incoming freshman, you literally don't know who your quarterback's going to be. Ever.
It's going to be Jamie P.
Yeah, maybe.
Who's lighting up Alito Evans.
Maybe. It could be. It
in the last couple weeks.
Yeah, it might be Jamie P. Most sales could be drafted to the NFL before Jamison Purcell even has a start at Indiana. That's the thing that people forget all the time. That's why it's so hard to like recruit high schoolers. Like it's hard to project that stuff. So I don't know if that should be taken. At least if I was in a circle, I would be like, hey, I don't think that's as big of a deal. Like we have the portal. If quarterback becomes an issue, we can always leave, right? Like that's what I would say if I was advising him.
But I'm like 99.9% sure that he is part of the official visit list for this weekend for Thursday night for the spring game. And it's an extensive list. It's a really exciting list. Like this is by far the biggest recruiting weekend of the year for Indiana. Obviously, you want to line that up with the spring game, with the NFL draft, and with Little Five. Like they should do some serious damage on the recruiting trail this weekend. It should be unbelievably exciting to watch. But I think this is a perfect time to jump into the spring game, Brad, because that at 8:00 on Thursday night will be taking place in Memorial Stadium, open to the public, going to be on Big Ten Network at 8:00, and they are stopping to watch the draft proceedings for Fernando. So I have no idea how that's going to look in terms of like, are they going to start the game, run a drive or two, everyone stops in the field and looks up, or is it just going to be going on in the background as the game's going on? Like, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm so interested to see what the production for this looks like. But I just want to start at getting a televised spring game, because last year we didn't, is awesome. So what are your thoughts on the televised spring game first?
I think that would be kind of fun. Like coach blows a whistle. He's like, everyone look up at the board. Everyone look at the board. Look at what I did. Look what we did. That could be you. All right, get back to fucking up downs now. I think it's great. Like awesome. Like that's how it should be. And to celebrate that, like you want to celebrate all the success of the program. Like you said, you want to build that avalanche. It'll be cool to see all the players see that, and they're visiting the incoming recruits. Yeah, very, very exciting weekend for the Hoosiers squad, where they can really solidify a big chunk of this class with this recruiting weekend. It's going to be a big one. And I think Showtime Sales is probably what everyone's got their eyes on. That's the 5-star. And, we'll fill it in with the 4 and 3 stars that Signetti really likes. But, like, getting a 5-star, like, that's big time. There's only, like, 20 a year, 25. Getting one of those for Indiana football, like, it's never happened before. I think that's something that needs to be said. Ever. I don't think
AJ Harris is technically
he was a 4-star coming out.
Was he?
I believe. Yeah. Yeah, it would be. It's a special moment, and I think, I think all eyes are on Showtime Sales. I think that's the biggest recruitment that needs talking about for sure. So it would just really solidify kind of what Indiana's been doing, and the fact that they're able to get, like, they don't pay freshmen, like they're not going to go out of their way to bring you in and go in a bidding war against Alabama. Like, they don't have time. They're trying to win next year. Like, they don't have time to do that. They already have Nick Marsh and Chaz Preston. Like, they paid those guys. They paid Becker to stay. Like, they're worried about building a new house every single year. So it's like, do you want to be part of that foundation of the house for the next 3 years? Here's your base salary. If they're able to pull that off against as big of a 5-star as Sales is, where you could argue like he's top of the class, and they're also bringing in Full Run Show from Chicago, right down the block over here, like big time D tackle. He's coming to visit. Like, if they're able to get like 1 or 2 of these guys with the way they go about high school recruiting and the way they don't throw money around like the other big dogs, and they're able to pull it off and get buy-in from those level of recruits, that's a big sign in terms of like what's coming at Indiana. Because whether it's the the base salaries for freshmen went up, or they're just buying. Regardless, like the players are buying in. They're never going to give a freshman $1 million unless they're like for sure going to start. And even that, like that's never going to happen because they always fill the holes in the preseason. They make you kind of work into it. Like a Becker had to like work into it and really only got his opportunity because EJ and Surratt got hurt. Like that was only the reason why Becker was able to get in. So yeah, if they're able to pull this off and get a 5-star, that's just a huge sign in terms of like what they're doing and how much belief they're getting at the high school level. Because a lot of these guys, they're not like big college football heads like we are. Like they don't know much history besides like maybe the last 5 years. Like they're not.
Most kids in high school don't understand like the traditions and history. Like they walk on campus and like somebody shows them like all the stuff. They see the old helmets and they like
these guys
you
watch
can
the
kind of
NBA and the NFL. Like they don't watch college football like us, alma mater heads do. Like it's not a very, I don't know. It's just not as common as you might think. Like they're not big college football fans like we are. They're NFL fans for sure. They're NBA fans for sure. They watch the professional sports. Like watching college sports is not really that big of a thing unless like your parent played in college. Like my dad played baseball at UCLA. That's why he was raised on UCLA sports. Like it wasn't like most of my friends weren't like that.
Well, yeah, and I'll take the opposite. Is like I followed college basketball because Calipari started coaching at UMass when my dad was there. But it's like I'm from Ocean Township, New Jersey. Like I didn't have a college football team until I went to IU, and then now it's like I've had that history now for 6 years. But like before that, it's like Rutgers wasn't good. Like the Big East kind of fell apart. It was like there wasn't even why are you watching college football? Not to say that, but you know what I mean? Like I'm making your point of like less people are as hyper focused on this, especially the people who are like in our chats and things like that. Like if you're listening and talking with us, like you're plugged in, you're talking about what the spring game is going to look like and things like that. Like most high school recruits are just not on that level of give a shit of what college programs are doing.
They're worried about their high school season and the weight room. And that's why they're really talented athletes. John Jacobs asked, it looks like we're going to play a 4-2-5 defense. Do you agree? I think base level, yes, it's going to be very similar to year one, or at least we'll call it 2024 team. Very similar to that. But as we saw in year two, like they seem to really just any type of formation personnel, like they can bring it out and not miss a beat. So I think we're going to see a lot of versatility in this room. I think the roster shows that they can do it. They have tons of depth at every position. They can show a lot of different looks. They can go 4-4 bear looks. They can go dime packages. They can go like that was basically like as heavy to small as you can get.
I can't believe I just said 6 years. Like I didn't show up to IU in 2017, but whatever. Sorry. Correct myself.
And then would you pay Sales $1 million as a freshman? Depends on how much money I have, but likely no.
Yeah, I guess it really depends. Like
if I had $50 million?
Yeah, if you have an unlimited roster and it kind of just doesn't matter, and it's like, do you pay him to get him there or not? It's like, yeah, I'm probably paying him. But it's like if you're working on a budget and you're trying to allocate like where is the most important places to spend money, that's a question for the people who control the money.
Yeah, and I also don't want it to be a thing where it's like, here's the starter. Like, let's say like Becker and Marsh are back next year and they're getting $1 million each, right? Let's just say that. Let's just say I'm just throwing hypotheticals. Like we pay them to keep him back. And all of a sudden, there's this freshman who hasn't played a lick of college football, and he's making the same much as Becker and Marsh. Like they're like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Like I'm an All-American. I'm Charlie Becker. Like you know who I am? Like
I don't know. I also think like at a certain level,
as a coach, I wouldn't want that type of like. I like how it seems like they're tiering it, and it seems like it's fair, and it's like this is what you get for your projected role. If you work your way into it, you'll make more next year. It's shit like that, right? I just think it's fair, and I think most of the guys in the I would think most, if not all, the guys in the roster are bought into that, and that's why they're there. So it's like if you're not, I would just say trust whatever Cignetti's doing in terms of his evaluation of not just the player but the psyche. I think that's really where his money is where he's able to find the psyche. Like Yeah,
He's a
Julio
character
Jones.
identifier.
Julio Jones don't grow on trees, but Mark Ingram's and Dante Hightowers do. And the reason why they became Mark Ingram and Dante Hightower wasn't because of what physical attributes they had. Like Mark Ingram's 5'8", 200. Like he's nothing. It was all up here. Like he's just a dog. And Signe's ability to evaluate that side of the game is what's always going to give him a leg up. So if he thinks Monshan Sales is a dog like that, he's going to do what he needs to do to get him there.
Yeah, to your point exactly, and to bring up Nick Marsh, is the whole thing of Nick Marsh visiting campus was like, holy shit, it's so cool Nick Marsh is here, but Indiana definitely doesn't have the money to pay him what he wants, and he never left campus. So if Indiana likes a guy, they'll do whatever it takes to get him in the building, regardless of what I would presume, regardless of what the cost is, if it's not egregious. And so like if the market value of Showtime Sales is $1 million, and like Brad said,
I don't know what the market rates are, so it's hard to say like 1 mil. Like I don't know I don't know what the money. I don't have how much each player is making. If I did, I'd have a better answer.
That's why we default to Signetti, and it's like if he determines that it's that, then it's like I'm not even going to think twice about the fact that they would make that decision. It's like it's the right one. So.
Now, if they gave me those numbers and let me be GM, I'd be cooking, but I don't have them, so. Yeah. I think I'd go pick it up real quick.
As far as the talent goes, he's a 5-star for a reason. Like, very deserving.
Yeah. 100%. Like, would love to have him here. Roman as a person and a player, but by the end of the year, I thought Black was better. I've said this before. I think Black. I think Hemby was getting banged up toward the end of the year. He was really the big main workhorse throughout the course of the year. And I think another element to that is I don't know if he was necessarily better. Like, I don't know if their yards per carry were that astronomically different, to be quite honest. But Black seemed to benefit from a lot more explosive runs.
He was a little bit better.
I think what really came into fact was the fact that he was older and just a little sturdier. Like he was a grown man. He's 20. When we talk about the 25-year-olds, there's really only one. His name is Kalen Black. And he's like a 7th-year guy playing running back for us. And he was, I think that benefited him in the end. But yeah, that narrative of like the bunch of 25-year-olds in Indiana, it was literally just one. It was Kalen Black. They had 2 24-year-olds. It was Devon Boykin and Lou Moore. Everyone else was sub 23.
I think Lou was 23.
Yeah, maybe. You might be right. Like he might have entered college earlier, but
and that number that you've seen floating around of the average age of Indiana's starters is completely made up.
Yeah.
Absolutely completely made up.
Yeah.
No factual basis behind it. You won't find it in any database. You won't even find accurate birthdays for everybody on the roster to go and find that number.
Yeah. So their average age was probably like 21.5, I've had to guess.
And it was, I'm not telling you they weren't
high,
low.
but that averages as a 7th semester guy. Like that's not it's not
like astronaut. It's not like BYU's guys going on missions for 2 years and coming back and being 20.
BYU's been doing this shit for years. Oh my god, don't let me go. So my dad would just rant every time we had to play BYU. He's like, these guys are 2 years older than us, and we gotta play them, and our guys always get hurt during the BYU game. And it's like you just go on these rants. It was so true. It was unfair. It's like they found a loophole. It was crazy.
I thought Kalon was also slightly better in blitz pickup as well. And so I think when Indiana had to throw the ball or were like in positions where they needed to come back in football games, even if Hemby was a little bit better of a pass catcher out of the backfield, I think they valued Black's ability to step up and stuff linebackers a lot. And so I think that's why you saw it. And to Brad's point, they trusted him. Kalon's been with the program for 6 years. And so when you need to turn around and hand the football to a guy, I don't think it's that they didn't trust Roman Hemby. It's just that you have a 25-year-old on the roster. You want him carrying the football.
Yeah, Lou Moore was a great player for us. I'm surprised he doesn't project to go higher in the draft.
It's an age thing.
It's an age thing. He's very talented. I think he can step in there and be a starter for some of these teams.
There was an awesome tweet about
not
him.
A big-time rotational guy, but he's just older. Like, you're not going to allocate a top 100 pick for a guy that's 25, 26, 24 years old. You're just not. Now, will you use a draft pick to get a guy like that into your roster that just won a national championship? 100%. He's going to get drafted. We'll just see where. I'm picking 5th round.
There was an awesome tweet about him by Marcus Whitman at TFG_football who said Lewis Moore is going to upset a lot of year 1, year 2 safeties who end up being his teammates. Can just see them watching him make plays in practice and saying, how is this little guy so much better than us? Very reminiscent of our Darius Washington. Bummer he turns 26 in January, though.
Yeah. Love that.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about Lou Moore, too. I think he can step in there, and like there's a lot of younger safeties that maybe came out earlier. And, you know, he's older. He's probably going to be about their age, too, coming in. Like year 1, year 2 guys in the NFL, like Lou Moore,
He's ready to play.
Their age, and he might be like better than them.
He's gonna be ready to play.
Yeah,
Lou Moore is gonna be like would not be surprised in the slightest if Lou Moore is a year 1 starter for a football team.
100%.
He's like one of those guys where it's like, how did the Seahawks end up drafting like 12 starters in the 5th round? It's like they just took Lou Moore.
They took, yeah, it's that simple sometimes.
It really is. That's you take the best indicator of typically the best indicator of if you're going to be a good football player or not is, are you a good football player? And people overthink this. I was having this
conversation. All-American.
I was having this conversation with my dad today. You know the Family Guy skit where Peter's sitting down and they're like, you can take this boat or you can have what's in this box. And he looks at Lois and he's like, we don't even know what's in this box. It could even be a boat.
It could even be a boat.
That's
how they draft.
So many NFL evaluators look at the boat and look at the box and take the box thinking it's going to be a boat or better. And it's just never, it's never a boat.
There's like the NBA draft to a T. It's like it's like
Draymond Green. No, let's just take some Euro dude who's never gonna be over here.
No, it could, like, you can have Draymond Green, like 3-time All-American, coming out of Michigan State, like one of the best college players of all, most accomplished college players of all time, or you could have what's in the box. In the box, like we don't even know what's in the box. It could even be like a walking triple-double threat, doesn't have any weaknesses in his game, defensive warrior, absolute like specimen. Yeah, it could even be that. And it's like, you have Draymond Green right there. It's right there.
The boat's right there.
Take really good at basketball.
Too many people don't take the boat. That's my philosophy moving forward, though, is take the boat.
Yeah,
take the guy who, and wild enough, Brad, you know what it is? Production over potential.
Fact.
Who says that?
Kurt Cignetti and Brad Loomis.
Yeah. Let's get into some spring game takeaways. I sent you a text earlier today. I was like, let's talk about 10 different takeaways we have or what we're looking forward to from the spring game.
Yeah, you told me what I'm looking forward to at the spring game.
And so I have my list of 10. I don't know if you were able to get to 10. I was thinking we popcorn back and forth and go 1-1-1-1. So Brad, if you want to start us off, go ahead.
First name I wrote was Tyler Cherry. I just want to see what he's got. That could be QB1 next year. I want to see where he's at. That is one of the highest recruits in Indiana football history. He's just sitting there as a 21-year-old redshirt freshman. We could have him 24-year-old redshirt senior at some point, and he'd be really good and really talented for us. I just hope to see how he's kind of moving after the big ACL tear, where he took a year away from the team. Was still around the team, but he wasn't on the roster, so it was the loophole I was able to keep. He's in year 2 of the program. He's a redshirt freshman, incoming redshirt freshman. Figure it out. And I'm just excited to kind of see where he's at. I think we've seen a lot of exciting clips of him running with the ones, and you know, Cignetti is really high on him and wants to see more of him as he continues to compete with Grant Wilson for that QB2 job. So, which Alberto was able to win last year. So it'd be a great sign if Tyler Cherry can do the same.
It wasn't the first thing I wrote down, but I actually had that written down as well. It's the QB2 battle. We heard Kurt Cignetti say that he basically sat Josh Hoover and Grant Wilson a couple weeks ago to see what they had in Tyler Cherry and Jacob Bell and Maverick Geske. That's something we haven't seen him do in 2 springs for him, and that's something he said he's never done. But to your point, I think Sig also said in his latest presser that Grant Wilson has looked good in limited reps, and he probably has the leg up in the QB2 battle. But I think that's going to be I'm really excited to go see Josh Hoover, and I'll just piggyback off that. And I want to see what Josh Hoover's execution of this offense looks like, because by all accounts, he's coming along really well. He's had a lot of success running an RPO style offense, albeit not the same style of RPO that Indiana likes to run. But that is a real QB2 battle. And while I don't think it's going to be decided in this spring game, it'll give the fan base a nice idea of where Tyler Cherry is, how far along in his recovery is he, how well is he moving on the ACL. And then also like Grant Wilson's just a great locker room guy, great chemistry guy, great glue guy. And like, I don't think there would be any issues for Indiana if he ended up being the quarterback too, just because I think this team will go as far as Josh Hoover's right arm will take them. And anything past that is kind of have to see what you have anyway. But yeah, I'm very interested to see the way Tyler Cherry's moving. I'm also interested to see how many different quarterbacks play in the spring game, because Cignetti went out of his way to mention that Jacob Bell's got a bazooka. He just doesn't really know where the ball is going right now, so he's got to work on the accuracy a little bit. And he also said
love
that
hearing that, honestly. I love that.
Maverick Gesky, he said,
Bazooka.
knows
He said
how to
it knows
play
as
the
a whip. So what does the bazooka mean? My goodness. Holy shit.
He also said Maverick Gesky really knows how to play the position, and that's not a compliment that Kurt Cignetti is just going to throw out. If somebody is impressing him with their ability to command the position and he says it, I'm going to take that at face value. So definitely don't discount Maverick Gesky's place in this quarterback room. But yeah, I'm full blown. My eyes are on what quarterback one looks like. People I saw like early in spring, I remember there were a lot of people upset about the quote unquote timing of the offense and that there were maybe some footballs behind some receivers, and we've had basically a month's worth of these guys together in some capacity. Anytime you hear somebody from this Indiana football team talk about Josh Hoover, the first thing out of their mouth is leader and how good of a dude he is. I'm really, really excited to watch him lead this offense.
Yeah, I'm excited too. Obviously, I'm excited Hoover, but I can only pick 10 things. I went by like kind of player specific.
All right, what do you got for
a
number
lot
2?
of it isn't starter related either. A lot of it's like I want to see what the depth looks like. So for my second one, you're gonna like this one a lot. You're gonna like it a lot. You're gonna like it so much. Quentin Clark.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I knew you would.
He looks big.
He did look big. He looked big in these pictures. He's only listed at 227. He's kind of like this hybrid mold. Special teams ace for the team. He's on all 4 special teams units. But kind of seeing like what jump as one of the 16, 18 guys that we have that are we're calling SIG guys that have been in the program for 2 years. We're on that 2024 team, which you can equate to the James Madison 13, right? That came in 2024. You can equate those guys to them. So he's one of those like Cignetti guys that he's kept around. Like, why is he being kept around? What's he going to do in the pass rush? How does he look like as a pass rusher? What's he going to be able to do on the defensive side of the ball? That's what I want to see. I want to see 40 flying around, get a sack maybe.
I love it. And it seems like he's a guy who the younger guys are gravitating towards too, which is really cool. And like you said, a person who has made it through 2 or 3 different cycles of, do I want this guy still on my roster or not? It's like Quentin Clark is absolutely a player that this staff wants around. And they we know that they don't mess around on special teams. Like they put guys on special teams that are going to go make plays and tackle.
They've had to play starters, and a big reason why they might not have to is because the amount of depth that we have. Quentin Clark's going to be a big staple as a veteran guy in that special teams unit, guys that knows how to do his job and can hold guys accountable on that side of the ball. Could end up being a captain for that sense.
It is not a downgrade or like a negative on somebody's talent on this Indiana football team when they play special teams, because it is very much a 3-phase game, and they
put a starting position on this in this program.
Yes, and so like I didn't have Clark written down, but seeing the buzz on the timeline, seeing the pictures he put up on Instagram, the fact that he's put on size, and the fact that the young guys are gravitating towards him, like, and the fact that he's made plays on special teams. And you like to bring up the UCLA guys that kind of had that path, and I like to bring up Charlie Becker, who led Indiana in special teams tackles last year. The guys who make plays on special teams usually become contributors to the football team.
Yeah, it was only the UCLA guys in the Mora era where they actually had a real program. You know.
Do you want to go with number 3?
Yeah. I wrote down Hardy versus Harris. I just want to see those 2 guys. They're both going to play.
Gandy. You mean Gandy?
Gandy. Yeah, did I say Hardy? That's weird.
Yeah.
I don't know why I knew that looked weird when I wrote it down. Gandy and Harris. Maybe I was mixing the 2 basically. Harris and Gandy. Hardy. And
Bro Hardy could probably play corner too.
Yeah, no, seriously, he could. I like 5. 5's nice.
Five
but yeah, Harris and Gandy, a battle that I see going out basically throughout the year. Like we have Sharp, we have those 2 as our corners. Like I said, so much depth on this team. They can do a whole lot. But just kind of seeing how those guys play and kind of seeing that battle and see if someone can make a special play where another one doesn't. and maybe seeing who maybe has the leg up after that. Because I feel like every day, what's great about this team, and I think there's a lot of rooms that are like this, where it feels like Harris and Gandy are going to be battling every day in practice and competing against each other throughout the entire year. And I don't think you're going to have either of those guys sitting on the bench at a certain point, but one guy's going to get an edge in snap count. And that's kind of what they're battling for. And that's exciting to see because they're just going to push each other. And like maybe Sharp needs a breather and you have them both on the field. And that's what's kind of the nice thing about having those three, right? 3 senior corners that are very talented. And it's like you don't have enough snaps to give it all to them, but it's going to allow them to stay fresh, keep up with guys like, Big Ten. There's so many great receivers in this league. Talking Jeremiah Smith, talking Brandon Innes at Ohio State. USC's always got dudes. Oregon's got Moore and Evan Stewart coming back. Like this is a league that there's plenty of talent, and having those fresh legs at corner, I think will be huge for these guys. Seeing how they're looking, I think will be awesome.
Could not agree more. I have my eyes full blown set on that cornerback competition. I think, like you said, the fact that those two guys could both be on the field and you don't think twice about it is a massive, massive feather in the cap for Indiana's depth. And I think when you look at this battle, it becomes really interesting because Ryland Gandy had a talented recruit in his own right, starter at Pitt for a year, transferred in, had a full year in the Cignetti defense, ended up with a start last year when D'Angelo Ponce didn't play. So he should have a leg up in terms of knowing the defense and familiarity with the system. That being said, AJ Harris, I believe, would be the highest rated recruit in program history if he came in as a true freshman. I'll have to get fact checked on that.
He might be. He is considered a blue chip recruit. The only one in the cornerback class, believe, besides the new freshman they brought in that won't be seeing much playing time because they have so much.
Casimir Hicks.
Yeah,
27.
Casimir Hicks.
But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing who comes out as the starter, how much each guy plays, and then to your point, if somebody can make a play to separate themselves. And I don't think this battle is going to be won or lost at the spring game, but again, it becomes a window that the fans can see, like how far along are these guys and what this level of competition looks like. Because we've been speculating for 3 weeks on this show of like, if you could just sit in the stadium and watch those two guys compete for the starting role, it's like that's the highest level of competition you could possibly get. So yeah, I have that circled as well. I'll drop my third one or fourth one. I'm looking at who's starting at center because I listened to Bray Lynch and Drew Evans both speak today. Funny enough, last week I said I thought Drew Evans was going to end up being the center. After listening to both guys' press conferences, I actually think that Bray Lynch is going to end up taking that spot. He was rooming with Pat Coogan last year. It seems like we're trying to build him into the center for next year. He had some like loose bones floating around in his ankle or something, which is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. But I'm very interested to see, one, does Bray Lynch even play? Because he said, they've held him out and he's been a little bit banged up. 2, if he does play, who ends up starting at center? And if one of them ends up starting at center, is the other one going to be at guard, or are they going to put Liebfried there and they're going to put the other one on the other side to be the center for the second team? That's the other part of it is a real competition there. I think when we talked about it last week, you want to talk about offensive line continuity. Putting Drew Evans in the middle of Brunner and Lynch is continuity. Brunner and Evans spent some time together at Wisconsin. Obviously Evans and Lynch were on the team last year, and so I think that would be the line with the most continuity. But at the same time, it does seem like Bray Lynch is the more natural center, who spent a little bit more time snapping, who spent time last year preparing for it. And just seems to be a little bit more vocal, which is what that position would demand. But at the same time, like Drew Evans' press conference was awesome. And it's just like, he's no bullshit, straight to the point, loves Fat Dan's. And it's just like,
that's such a great take.
Right? I was getting pumped listening to the Drew Evans presser today. So it's like, yeah, I think whichever direction the team ends up deciding to go, I don't think there's a wrong one, but I'm definitely circling the center position.
Yeah, I know. I wrote down, that was actually my 10th one. I wrote down O-line, but basically what I meant by that was like, what does the lineup look like? Like, is Lynch back? Is he playing center? Like, who's coming in? Like, just kind of see like who's fitting in, who's plugging into holes. And seems like Liebfried and Wilkin are like next guys up in that room. So also seeing those guys kind of fit their way in and kind of carve out roles in that O-line room with Bostad's group. I think definitely something to keep an eye on. So I'll mark that one as complete on my
Well, then you mentioned Wilkins, so I'll just piggyback off of that.
Oh, you have Wilkins written down separately?
I do. I'm looking at how comfortable does Baylor Wilkins look, because obviously Carter Smith is the reigning Big Ten Offensive Lineman of the Year. When he comes back healthy in the fall, he's going to be the starting left tackle. But we've been talking about depth for the last 20 minutes. Baylor Wilkins is your left tackle of the future. That's what him starting at this position all spring is telling everyone in the fan base. And so I want to see what this guy looks like. We know how disgusting this Indiana defensive line is and this Indiana defense is. Adam Rittenberg for ESPN was at Indiana today, came out with the defense has been dominating the spring. And I think Taylor from Bite Size Bison came out and said that this is probably the most talent that Brian Haynes has ever had on the defense. The fact that you're getting a young offensive lineman who we're very high on, and he's going to end up starting at left tackle in this game. I'm really looking forward to seeing how comfortable Baylor Wilkins looks, because Adam Olajani was the swing tackle last year and ended up starting in the national championship game. And so if you don't have 6 really good offensive linemen that you could rely on, 6 or 7, you're 6'7", you're in trouble. And so, like I said, we're high on Wilkins. We're excited for what the future looks like for him. But what does the present look like for Baylor Wilkins? I'm really excited to see.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that sentiment. I think seeing kind of a big theme for me is at least like seeing a lot of future like depth pieces, like seeing how they're looking, like how much are we actually going to be attacking the portal next year? And I don't think it's going to be as high, because I feel like we have a lot of guys waiting in the wings that are going to be ready to roll. And we won't be as portal reliant, which is a good thing, right? We've been able to pull it off. What we know is that if we do go to the portal, it's going to be a hit, which is awesome. Great thing to have. Yeah, I think seeing some more continuity, some sustainability in the program, that all starts with guys like Wilkins and stepping and Live Free, and those guys like stepping up. But the breakout of Ajani and Becker and Landino and Hardy, we've all seen it. We've seen the signs, but to love to see it more at mass, and seeing those guys kind of flourish would be another example of the player development inside the Cignetti system.
What you got next for me, Brad?
What do I have next? I wrote down, oh yeah, you might like this one even more than Clark. I wrote down one word. I wrote down Baldwin.
Yes, Brad. Yes. Our heads are in the same spot. Who would have thought?
Yeah. Seeing two out there, like calling them by their numbers, seeing 2 fly around, seeing what role he has. Like, yeah, super excited for Sanks. I think he's going to have a big role in the defense as well. But just seeing, like, is he going to hit that star potential? And I have another name written down for, like, this same type of sentiment. Like, we're talking, like, potential stars. Like, Mendoza broke out as a star. And Surratt and Becker and Coop, they were stars, right? And Daly broke out as a star, and Kamara was already a star coming in, and Fisher was a star, and Pons was a star. Like, we need guys to establish themselves as stars. We have a lot of talented players, but we need guys that need to become stars, right? And that's how you break through, and that's how you become national champions, right? We could be a team of really good players and make the playoff, but we're going to win the title by having stars. And I feel like with this team, the emergence of Byron Baldwin is really going to, like, really exponentially increase the ceiling of this team, and his ability to develop and be just an absolute playmaker, what he was brought in to do, and just make plays, see if he could do something. And just kind of see him move around out there and have a more established role in the defense, which is what's expected this year.
100%. I think the other thing to note there is you mentioned Daquan Sanks. Sig said in his press conference that he's dealing with a high ankle sprain and hasn't even really practiced all spring. And so I think that Baldwin getting all these reps at his age, I think is absolutely massive. And then, like I've been saying for a year, if you go back to last spring, Cignetti told us that Baldwin was starting before he got hurt. And we know what his recruitment looked like and how close Indiana was to losing him to a Colorado of all places, funny enough. But unbelievably talented player. Obviously, like, well liked by his teammates. The guys say the right things about him, and then like you see him on the football field. Even last year, like Indiana had the best defense in the country, and we're going out of their way to take Boykin off the field to put Baldwin on the field in certain packages. And so that tells you everything you need to know about how this staff thinks about Byron Baldwin Jr. And yeah, I'm with you. I'm really excited to watch him fly around, because when you talk about who could take the next step for this Indiana defense, a lot of people are circling Jamari Sharp, and for good reason. I think it's number 2. I think he could really elevate what Indiana's 4-2-5 looks like by his ability to just be a football player.
Yeah, he could really be a star. Like, you just want to talk about like the two guys coming back and then him, like Baldwin and Farrell and Sharp, like having those cornerstones in the defensive backfield on top of like, yeah, we got Sanks, we got Harris, we got Gandy, we got all those guys. But like him becoming kind of a cornerstone piece for the future of this program, where we're going to have at least 2 more years of him. I think milking as much of that out of him as we can, I think is really paramount, and kind of seeing him start his journey as potentially becoming a first-round draft pick potentially down the line, or a top 100 pick at bare minimum. I think that's a fair expectation to put on a guy like that. Would be going top 100 when it's time for him to go, probably 3 and done, from what it's looking like from all the hype that we've been seeing. His ability to kind of break through and get snaps as an underclassman, which you really don't see in this program too often early on.
Yeah, I think there was some talk early in last year of like, what happens if you burn Byron Baldwin's red shirt? And it's just Byron, he's not a 4-year guy. Like it's that, and that's a good thing, but he's he's too talented to stick around for that long. So it's like you play him when you got him. That's how that works. I'll throw one at you, Brad, because I do think that we're going to come out in 4-2-5, at least in base. But we know that Brian Haynes likes to be multiple in his fronts, regardless of what Ty Simpson will tell you. And we know at some point they're going to put 3 linebackers on the football field. And so who's that third linebacker going to be? And are we going to see that during the spring game? I think it's going to be Caden Turner based on the videos that we've seen in the spring, but it really could be any of them. And I would be kind of surprised if it was one of the freshmen, just given where those guys are at physically and how tough it is to play linebacker in this Brian Haynes system. But I'm really interested to see who ends up being the third linebacker if we see it in the spring game. And if not, just who ends up behind Bones and Hardy, because obviously those are 2 of the best returning linebackers in the country.
I could see it like this, actually. I think it's really between Turner and Utz. They're 5th-year guys. They're coming back. They came back for a reason.
We're 25-year-olds for Indiana.
Yeah, no, seriously, they're probably like only 23. But yeah, more of them. Like, yeah, we only I think I tweeted out that we like, I don't know what this talk about us being old. Like, we only have 17 redshirt seniors on the scholarship this year. Like, we only have 17 5th-year guys. Like, what's the big deal?
Everybody was so worried about dominating recruiting rankings. So,
yeah, anyone could do it. My bad. Didn't realize we were the only ones doing it. We should have shared, I guess. But I think those guys, like, I feel like they have established roles. They played meaningful snaps last year, especially to come like Maryland game, the UCLA game, like down the stretch when Fisher was really hurt. Those guys really stepped up. So I really do feel like it's really just down between those 2. I could see like red zone, Utz, and then anything else is like Turner. Just his ability to kind of cover the field. He had a pick in the Maryland game last year. I think it's a lot stronger than Utz, where he's more like Utz is like 6'3", 230. Like, he's the biggest linebacker we have. So like putting him in the red zone as like a run stuffer, I think would be huge. Especially paired with like a Roe Hardy who's a little undersized, and then Bones has actually dropped some weight. So like, I think that all in consideration. Like, I think both those guys will have huge roles. Funny enough, I actually wrote down young linebackers, specifically Savage, Jaden Williams, and Olinger. And I think Olinger might be the best, right? But just kind of seeing those guys, a very highly touted linebacker class in this most recent freshman class, seeing those 3 all come in, just want to see how they kind of move around and how they look against the 2s, I think will be really cool to see. And if they're really standing out, I think it's a really good sign in terms of what we got. And I wouldn't be surprised if the defense really dominates, just the amount of depth that we have at all levels. So I'm excited to see those guys move around.
I agree. I think I saw a picture of Olinger in shorts and not in practice pants in one of the practices. I'm not entirely sure. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, I'm with you. I'm interested to see all those guys move around on a college football field, because obviously probably the strongest room they brought in in terms of like
true freshmen.
Yeah. And so, yeah, like what do those guys look like, especially in Brian Haynes' room? And so, yeah, I'm completely with you. I wrote down Nick Marsh, wide receivers. And I'm excited to watch Nick Marsh play in an Indiana Hoosiers uniform. I know we've got the practice clips. I know we got the video of him sitting across from Randall, but he's going to put on a helmet. He's going to put on the shoulder pads and all the good stuff. And he's going to get out there. And he's going to run routes and catch footballs in a game setting. And I'm unbelievably excited to see that, because like we sat here for 2 years going like, holy shit, imagine if we got a guy like Nick Marsh, like almost like half joking of like, yeah, it'd be cool.
I'm pretty sure we have said that before. Like, man, he looked so good in Cream Crimson.
Yeah,
Like,
no. I know we have. I literally know we have. And I know we're not the only ones. Like it was very open speculation of like the Indiana fans going like, man, like it'd be kind of cool to get a guy like that. And then like to have it literally actually be him. Like that guy is like the stuff that dude put on tape for a very bad Michigan State team is like, when you try and like project a guy into a role, like this might be the most excited that I've been for like what a player could look like in the Curt Cignetti system, because I know we're going to get the most out of him. And I know the level of talent that he showed on the field and in clips. And it's just, yeah, Nick Marsh, but then even the rest of the wide receivers, like Becker's out for the spring, but Shaz Preston, who got brought up a little bit earlier, we're high on. Davion Chandler and LeBron Bond have gotten praise from Curt Cignetti. We know they have some really young wide receivers who are kind of working their way into shape and into like game shape. So to see how far along those guys are as well. But yeah, it's to watch 11 run out on the football field and catch passes for the Indiana Hoosiers. I could not be more excited.
I agree. We mentioned emerging stars, and Nick Marsh wasn't actually the one I wrote down, which is crazy. Like potential stars I see on this team. I did not write Nick Marsh down, but he definitely fits in that mold. Like that's a guy who could be a cornerstone piece on this team going into next year. Like talk about face of the team. Like Nick Marsh is the guy they're going to flash on Fox Big Noon Kickoff when they're previewing the big Indiana game happening on Big Noon Kickoff, right? Like go watch Nick Marsh and the Indiana Hoosiers go crazy, right? Like Charlie Becker and the Indiana Hoosiers, like those guys are stars. I wrote down Shaz Preston, Tyler Morris, because I feel like they're going to have more of the role based as like senior guys that have production, but like what roles are they going to fit in? Like, I think John Jacobs mentioned earlier, like he looks really fast. Okay. I'm going to go see I'm going to tune in a Big Ten network and just see how fast he is. Same with Tyler Morris. Like I heard those guys have blazing speed. Like Charlie Becker does too. Like, and so does Morris. Like, did we just upgrade speed at the receiver room at an astronomical rate? Potentially. Yeah, but I'm excited to kind of see the roles that Shaz Preston and Nick Marsh, seeing how they fit in. Do they go 4 wide a ton to fit all 4 of those guys in on the field at the same time? Do they rotate them in? And that kind of leads into one of my other ones that I wrote down 2 other names in the receiver-esque. But yeah, Tyler Moore's coming in as like a 2-time national champ, lots of production at Michigan, blue chip recruit. Shaz Preston, another blue chip guy. Like Nick Marsh, blue chip guy. Like Becker's the only non-blue chip guy, and we know for sure what he is. Dog. But yeah, just kind of seeing how those guys are able to carve out roles and what should be a very loaded receiver room, trying to see how they utilize them. Which kind of leads to my next point. Like, how are they using the tight ends? I wrote down Schott and Barker. Those are like, I feel like in the lead, have the leg up. Schott's at least played a snap in college. He did use a red shirt, but he's played football for Miami, for that matter. He's a blue chip guy. And then Barker, listed at 250 now. He seems to be that typical blocking tight end mold that Indiana's looking for. So just really, that's what seeing how they move, because I'm sure they're very athletic and they looked really good. But that and kind of seeing how they're used, like what kind of packages are they going in? Like how often are they leveraging the tight ends as opposed to previous years where they basically had a tight end in on every single play. So how often are they going to spread it out with this plethora of receiving talent that they have? Yeah.
It's good work.
My vernacular is eclectic. Come on now.
I also had the tight end room written down, and I'm with you. I said on this show when ended up solo a couple weeks ago that the way Andrew Barker like technically blocks is really, really impressive. He's at least visually the best blocker in the room. Then you go to Schott, who's played football, like FBS football for Miami. That's another like feather in the cap. Like, okay, we like to talk about Blake Thierry, 2-time freak of the week, Blake Thierry. And if he figures, like once he figures out the whole blocking piece of this, like he might end up having the highest ceiling of anybody in the room. But then even like you look at a guy like where Trevor Gibbs is, and he started off the spring like a little bit banged up, but worked his way back into practice. Like he looks like a really solid, like technical blocker as well. And you've seen what he can do with the ball in his hands from the huddle tape and things like that. So they have a really young room, a little like an inexperienced room, but you look at who's coaching those guys. It's Grant Kane. He's one of the best in the country at what he does. And then you look at the potential, and I know we don't like to talk about potential, we like to talk about production on this show, but the potential of this room is astronomical. And so it's like, I'm with you. Do we see less tight end packages? Do we see more 4 wide just to take advantage of where the experience is in this football team? Or is this where we kind of see the development and the adaptation of the Cignetti system, where it's like, no, we actually do want the tight end out there, and we're going to kind of play with it this way. So I'm interested to see who starts. I think it's going to be Barker, and I don't think it's like,
I have Barker as the one right now. Shot as the 2.
But I have no idea how he looks with the football in his hands. And so I'm really interested to see, like, because Nowakowski ended up being quite the weapon for Indiana, and he was able to go like take screen passes. He was able to run the football at certain points. He was able to go down the middle of the field and catch seam balls. And like, who's going to be that guy for the Hoosiers? I don't know if it's going to end up being one guy. I think it's going to end up being multiple. And so I could even see it end up being like we end up in more 12 personnel if one of these guys really pops. So I'm very interested to see what the tight end room looks like and the rotation of these guys on Thursday.
Shout out Parker Elmore. All right, who we got? We got tight ends. I got 2 left. How many do you have left?
I have 1 left.
Okay, so then I'll go because mine's both one position group, and it's the young D lineman. Perfect timing. John Jacobs mentions Gabe Hill. That's a guy I'm big on. Kyler Garcia. It feels like there's 7 spots in this D line. We have the 4 edges, and there's 3 D tackles. Like, who's going to fit in to be that kind of 4th Dominique Ratcliffe type role as the 4th D tackle? And we're kind of replacing Hosea Wheeler with Yelly. Who's replacing Ratcliffe as that 4th D tackle? Could be Kyler Garcia. Could be Gabe Hill. We mentioned this. You mentioned how that linebacker room's the strongest. Like, I'd argue between Rodney White, Gabe Hill, McKinney, and Blake Smythe, like that D tackle class that they brought in is really loaded, and they got a ton. They brought in Hall and Kyler Garcia the year before. There's a lot to work with, and that talent kind of seeing who's getting those initial snaps, because they can only play like 2 or 3 at a time. So who's actually in the lead there is something I'm very interested in. Who's projecting to be slotting in, potentially replacing a Tyreek Tucker and Joe Yelly going into next year? Who's going to be able to step up and replace those guys' snaps as we try to become less portal dependent? And I think a lot of our answers are already in the locker room, which is so great. It's ironing, sharpening iron, as we have 6 really like talented fringe 4-stars across the board, tons of blue chips like Rodney White's fringe, Gabe Hill and McKinney are considered blue chips. Kyler Garcia, I believe, was fringe at the time. Like, these guys are not some 2-star Mario Landino that they found. And Mario Landino might be our best player. Like, these are not the same level of prospects coming out. So seeing how they're able to develop in this system, once again, showing the development of the Cignetti system and the way they're able to turn boys into men is going to be astronomical. And it really does start in the trenches. Like we talked about the O-line earlier, like the D-line's just as important. That interior pass rush has been a staple of Indiana football for the past 2 years. So seeing who's kind of next in line in that sense, especially considering the loss of potentially Tyreek Tucker and Landino next year, where those guys are pretty elite interior defender pass rushers, will be cool to see. Like who's stepping up there. I think Rodney White and Gabe Hill and Kyler Garcia are names for me to at least keep an eye on. And I'll throw Cam McAney in there just because he went to IMG. I'll throw him in there.
I'm with you. I'm very, very much excited to watch this defensive line rotation. I think where I hesitated to put them on the list is the fact that D line is very experienced. And if you look at Landino and Tucker, they're not going to come off the field much. Obviously, Yellow's
games where you're going to be able to see these guys for once.
Yeah,
we're not going to see them till next spring.
Yeah, I'm with you. But I am completely with you. And I'm interested to see, like you said, like who's getting the snaps first. Like what is the hierarchy? Because we can speculate the hierarchy all we want. Like you have your 2 deep and we have the depth chart and we've been talking about it. But once we see it on the field, there is no disputing the way that the staff feels about them. So
yeah.
Do you want to finish your list off or is that it?
I have one more name. It's a one guy name. And he's one of those potential stars. And like how – with Nick Marsh, it was like, there's never a question. That guy's going to be a star for us. Like, no doubt. There's another guy with a ton of hype, and he's kind of a new face in town, and there's a lot of buzz around him, and he might be, like, can we talk, like, potential All-American season? Like, Nick Marsh, like, I could see, like, All-American season. Becker, All-American season. Like, this guy, Toby the Freeze Osusami, I want to see him out there. I want to see what that looks like. I want to see him going one-on-one with Wilkin. And I really want to see him on Ajani is really what I want to see. I want to see that matchup specifically. I want to see kind of where Toby's at. I know Ajani can hang. He's a 3-time playoff starter. Can Toby beat Ajani? If he's making Ajani look bad, I think it's a really good sign for us. Period. I don't think it's a knock on Ajani at all. Like we might have going into last year, Carter Smith and Kamara talked about how it felt like they were sharpening each other's iron, like coming back from All-American seasons, going up against each other practice after practice. Like I could see that being Ajani and Toby.
You're gonna drive people crazy with this pen click.
Oh, really? But yeah, it's a good call out. Appreciate that. But yeah, seeing Toby out there, the freeze, I want to see a dance move. I guess they're not allowed to tackle quarterbacks, but Toby is going to be, I think he's going to be one of the special guys for us. And that's a guy that I feel like can work his way into the first round where no one's talking about it right now.
I tweeted last week, get you somebody who talks about you the way Kurt Signetti talks about Toby Unsunsami, because he can't even hold his praise for the guy. Like it's the way talking about the way he moves different and the explosiveness that he's going to bring to this pass rush. Like I'm with you. I think where my head went was I feel like I'm so convinced that this defensive line and this defense is going to be murderous that I just don't even like. I didn't even think of like, yeah, of course they're going to be good. Like it's funny. The last thing I wrote down was the crowd. I'm so interested to see what the turnout looks like because it's a massive weekend in Bloomington. Like it's not just the spring game and the NFL draft. This is Little Five. Like, and if you don't, maybe if you're not an Indiana Hoosiers fan or you're just like you stumbled across our channel and you don't understand the significance of the Little 500 weekend, like Bloomington pretty much grows like 4 or 5 sizes in terms of population. Like there's gonna be people all over the place, and it will be a nice barometer of how much the general public cares about this program. Like it'll be determined by how that crowd looks, I'm saying. And so like with all of it, with the spring game, with the national championship, coming off the national championship, and with Mendoza getting drafted on the big screen in Memorial Stadium, I'm expecting a really nice crowd. What a really nice crowd is, I have no idea. But I definitely have my eye on the turnout and kind of how raucous and how much energy that crowd ends up bringing to the game.
I'm not expecting a sellout, but I would love to see a good 30K there. I think that would be a great number.
Well, and then there was at Ohio State spring game, they had concessions, and at the concessions they were having people round up to donate to NIL. So I was like, is that something we could take advantage of too? I don't know.
100%. I mean, they need the money clearly, but we could take all the money we can get to. So let's not get beat by Ohio State in that regard.
Those are my 10 takeaways, bro. Those are the 10 things I'm looking forward to, bro. You got anything else to add?
I mean, there's so much to watch.
I mean, there is a lot.
I think the biggest thing for me is like watching the depth pieces that we might not be able to evaluate in the fall. Kind of seeing those guys get their shine for a little bit and be able to see kind of where they're at and kind of be able to adjust my depth chart accordingly going into next year. I think will be what I'm looking forward to the most.
Do you have any closing thoughts?
Oh, I'm sorry about the pen clicks. My bad. That's on me. Hand up. Keezer made me write something, so I clicked the pen a bunch.
We didn't talk any basketball, but obviously last time we spoke, we speculated heavy about Aiden Sherrill. Obviously, he's official. Bryce Lindsey came out of absolutely nowhere. Villanova guard. He signed officially. And Evan Mia came out with Indiana's roster range between 30 and 34, but it had like injuries built into it. And so if you look at like Marcus Burton's projection, I wouldn't even call it accurate. That's kind of what I took away from Indiana basketball this week. And then obviously Roman Hemby had an awesome appearance on Good Morning Football. Fernando Mendoza was on with Kay Adams. Kay Adams retweeted me, Brad. That's probably the highlight of my week.
Me too. Welcome to the club.
Good. Well, it's a good club.
Let me tell you this: if you quote tweet a Kay Adams clip, she's going to retweet it.
Nope. You can't take that away from me.
I thought it was hot shiz too.
Joe Brunner's press conference was awesome. If you're a presser fan like I am, go watch all the pressers for the guys. But just listening to Brunner talk was just incredible, really good dude, like really interesting story, and just like very easy to see why he integrated so seamlessly into this football team. Kalon Black had an awesome story where he was visiting with the Bengals and his flight got canceled at O'Hare. So he slept at O'Hare for the night and the Bengals sent him an Uber and he Ubered from Chicago to Cincinnati.
I believe you talked about that last episode.
I already talked about
that's awesome. Teams really want to talk to Kalon Black. I feel like he's met with like half the NFL teams.
He has. A lot of people really like him. There was an awesome Turbo Richard feature on 13 Sports. And then Fernando Mendoza had an awesome quote to NFL on ESPN where he said basically that he wouldn't tell Fernando Mendoza anything. Like, he wouldn't tell his 2025 Fernando anything about the season he was about to have. He just wanted it to happen in the same way. So I thought that was really interesting.
That is really cool. I mean, yeah, it went perfect for him. So I wouldn't want to butterfly effect it in any way. I think it's a good call. It's a smart kid. Back to basketball. So the Big 12, the Big 10, I've been doing my due diligence where I've been actually breaking down every team in the Big 10 as it seems to be the strongest conference. So I think it's the best place to start. First thing, after evaluating kind of the portal settling down, it looks like the Big 12 has at least 12 tournament-ready teams if you include Indiana in that category. It's going to be really difficult road for Indiana. I think one thing they're going to need, is depth. One thing I've noticed after breaking down all the depth charts of the teams, like it seems like Michigan and Illinois and Michigan State and Iowa and all these teams are able to bring so much continuity back because they already had so much filled out where Indiana's out here filling another roster again. And I think that depth where these teams aren't as reliant on freshmen stepping up as early because they don't need them to. What's nice is that they bring in freshmen that are able to beat out these older guys and carve out spots into their rotations, which gives them a leg up. Indiana doesn't have that where it seems like they are, it seems like Sisley and Harris in like the 8th spot. We talk about you need 8 solid dudes, right? And I would love to bring in another like veteran guy to fill out that 8 so then we can have the freshmen kind of carve out their own type of roles. And anything we get from them is really just gravy, icing on top, right? I think that's what's really stood out from breaking down those other teams. Right now, out of the 12, I have Indiana rated at 9, which is still good in the tournament. Projects to be about, an 8 or 9 seed in the tournament. I think we'd all take that going into next year. We could just have that locked in, guaranteed. I think we'd all just cash it in right now and take it, see us in the dance for once. That's my take on basketball. I think we just need a few more depth pieces, whether those are younger guys or older guys, like just guys that have played college basketball before, I think would just be huge.
I purposely held off basketball from this show just because I wanted to talk the draft. I wanted to talk spring game and figure out some stuff to talk about next week.
That's all I had.
I do think that while the reports are that the roster is done, I wouldn't be surprised if they made one more addition.
Roster can't be done. They had 10 scholarship guys. Can't be done.
But yeah, and then also obviously Brad has his 2 deep, but I've been working on developing that 2 deep into a website, and so it's in its early stages right now. But the 2 deep, if you're interested, hit me in the DMs on Twitter. But there is I guess we call it a demo or a template for it, a beta. Yeah, a beta is a good way to put it. But we have a 2 deep beta, and you can go on, you can edit the depth charts, and you can see like what year a guy's in and the heights and weights and things like that. And I'll add more things to the depth chart as like it becomes a real website and things like that. But if you're interested in the beta of that, definitely hit me in the DMs because
it's very cool and it works very well on a laptop.
Yeah, desktop only for sure. But yeah, if you're watching on Twitter, if you're watching on Sigs Inside, hop on over to YouTube. Please like, comment, share, subscribe to Indiana at the Voice of College Football on YouTube. Leave a comment, hit the like button. It really helps the channel out. We're chasing 1,000 subscribers at the start of next season. I think we can get there. So we're putting pedal to the metal. And so we'll see if we can get there. If you're already on Twitter, again, follow me at Alec Keyser. Follow Brad at Bradley_Loomis8. Brad was getting into it this week. It was very out of character for you, Brad, where you were very active on the timeline. It was very entertaining.
I'm killing it at work, so I got a lot of free time on my hands.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
But yeah, follow the Voice of College Football. They're always doing stuff. Check out the other channels. Check out the Alabama channel. Tell them we sent you guys. They're awesome over there. again, check us out on Twitter at Indiana VOCFB. We'll have clips dropping on the YouTube channel this week. I'll probably be back making a reaction video depending on where guys get drafted or where guys get drafted to. And then obviously Brad and I will be back next week. Is 9 p.m. the new time now? Or is this just a 1 week thing?
I like it because I'm able to get a workout in. Right. So I like it. It kind of fits into my workout schedule. So I kind of like this time.
You had good energy level.
Cool. Are you good? Are you good on
I'm
it?
good. Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
good.
Cool.
Yeah. I'm flexible.
Works for me.
Yeah.
No, it's a little late for you. It's bedtime. Gotta go to bed.
Who do you think edits the show? Bedtime. That's funny. I appreciate everybody for hanging out. We'll see you guys next week. But when we talk next, we could have 10 plus Hoosiers drafted in the NFL draft. What a time to be alive. What a time to be an Indiana Hoosier. If you're celebrating Little 5 this weekend, if you're going to be in Bloomington, be safe, stay safe, have a good time, enjoy, check out the spring game, be loud, support the guys, and we'll see you guys next week.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Very shortly. All right.
Go Hoosiers.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome in to another edition of Huskers Live. We got a few things to bring to you. Oh, yeah, brought to you by FanDuel. Can't forget that. We got a few things to go over today. We got a little bit of Husker baseball talk, a little bit of just Husker athletics in general, a little bit of recruiting talk, and a little bit of conversation Matt Rule had with Hurdat, Damon Benning, and those guys, answering some questions that kind of some of the fans, there were some really good questions. I did appreciate the interview because DB and Rabbi did ask some really, really good questions that I think are, have a lot of substance that people want to know. It wasn't some BS type questions. So I really liked what we got from it. And I want to run through that with Brian. Brian hadn't watched it yet, so I thought it'd be a good little thought experience. Maybe play some of the clips and then hear his breakdown on them as well. So we're going to play some of the clips along with that in case you haven't heard it yet. And we'll like to hear your thoughts in the comments section. So Brian, how you doing today, man?
I am doing pretty good, man. It's hard to stay positive though when it's been raining for 3 days straight.
Send some of that over here. I'll take it.
Yeah, I'm worried about floods after last year.
It is oh yeah, that's true. Is it raining bad or is it just steady?
It's been downpouring for 3 days straight.
Gotta love it. Have you learned to drive it yet?
Oh yeah, that's not a problem at all. The problem is the people around me who go 45 and a 65. And the other problem is I've noticed this because it's been raining so much. There is not enough drainage ditches.
Yeah,
to move the water out, which is a
Surprising.
problem.
With a place that rains as much as that, you would think they would have that figured out.
Yeah, but they don't.
You think it's bad there? Nobody knows how to drive in Arizona in the rain. It's the worst. Not naturally because they don't deal with it, but I mean, people pull to the side of the interstate and throw their hazards on, which is the worst. The worst thing you could do, because people are going to be like, "Is that car moving or not? I can't tell. That's an exit lane. Okay, I'm going to smash right at the back of this car." So, yeah, people lose their minds out here. But yeah, in a way, I miss Texas and how they drive in the rain, but it was still pretty bad. All right, so let's go ahead and let's get this show rocking and rolling here. Let's go ahead and start with Husker baseball and softball. Softball up to #1 in the country.
Wow.
Like we talked about before, the state of Husker athletics is in a good spot overall. And I think one of the biggest things they talked to Matt Rule about that on the thing too. Like, does that make it harder in football? But again, the more successful the athletic department is as a whole, the more money and revenue that it brings in, the more it's going to help the football team as well. So yeah, let's. What's your thoughts on baseball and softball right now?
Well, with baseball, I knew we were pretty good after last year, where they were up, I think, 2-1 going to the bottom of the 7th against Tennessee in the Super Regional with a chance to go to the Women's College World Series. And they choked it away late. And I think this year they've added an additional pitcher to pair with Jordy Ball. I forget her new last name, Fromm, because she got married. So Jordy Fromm, technically, I guess now. But their ability to hit 1 through 9 is phenomenal. Their pitching staff is phenomenal. For baseball, the move that they made recently, which was moving Ty Horn off Fridays and moving him to your bullpen, was in my opinion, it was kind of a risky move because he's your premier starter. He's your key of that pitching staff. Moving him from Fridays to the rotation or out of the rotation to that bullpen was a huge decision to make that actually helped them take care of USC this past weekend, which coming off a weekend or a week stretch where they were 1-4, I believe. They lost a midweek game and then they lost a midweek game and then lost 2-3 against Oregon.
Yep.
We were kind of talking, you're on the teeter of does this team get a regional bid or do they not? I think you're squarely in the mix now. Let's back it up too. Not only did they sweep USC, who's ranked 12th, they beat their ass. 2 of 3 games they ruled them by winning more than 10 runs.
Yep.
Scoring more than 10 runs than they did.
That's insane. Like, yeah, that's
12-2 or something like that.
Number 12 team in the country. And yeah, you didn't just beat them, you beat them down.
Yeah.
Pretty bad.
That puts them squarely in the mix to not only host a regional, but there is like the Ken Pom version of baseball that is projecting. I saw this on Twitter just a little bit ago that they're projecting Nebraska baseball to be the 7th ranked team by the end of the year based on their analytics on who they play and what their record should be. If that were to happen, Nebraska could potentially be hosting a super regional.
That'd be insane. Could you imagine?
Can you imagine that? Wow, Jinx, you owe me a soda, but that's crazy.
The vibes there would be absolutely absurd. The good that would do for the baseball team too, like them feeding off of that, like it would be nice to just get that back to back where you have the basketball program, getting the fan support, another baseball program, getting a real taste of the fan support. So, yeah, like you said, I knew the baseball team was going to be good. I just didn't know if I expected them to be like potential top 10 to finish the season. Cause I thought of last year's team as very like scrappy, do a lot of things well, do the little things well. But I felt like this team, and naturally this team is scrappy as well. But like, I just don't think I expected them to take on, the mentality of a top team in baseball. I thought they were going to be that team that's going to scrap and claw and fight their way and can make some noise and stuff like that. But this is a team that honestly looks like they can compete with anybody in the country.
So they play KU tonight, and KU is technically ranked ahead of.
That just started, didn't it?
I believe so. KU is ranked 16th or 17th, and on D1 baseball, Nebraska's 20th, which By the way, how do you sweep the 12th ranked team in that fashion? And well, one, how'd they get completely out of the rankings after a rough week, which is so normal in baseball?
And losing to Oregon by 1 twice.
Yeah.
Knocks you out of the rankings. Yeah.
Yeah. That getting them out of the rankings was bizarre from that instance for me, but only going up to 20th after doing what you did is a little surprising. But I think there's two things really, and you could argue pitching as one because pitching was not great last year. But I think there's two things that stick out to me about this team from last year's team, or even if you think back to the team that was that last year's team, actually? No, it wasn't. That lost to Florida in the Oklahoma State Regional a few years back. There's two things that stand out. Is the power numbers this year are better, but also your midweek games. And in both of those years where Nebraska was good, not great, they were 500 or worse, or maybe a game or two above 500 on their midweek games that year. This year alone, Nebraska is like a 650 plus winning percentage on their midweek games.
Yep.
And that is what's elevating them to be a ranked team, to be potentially a regional team, potentially a super regional team. And then I think the other thing is the power too. Like Dylan Carey's got 12 homers this year, which is phenomenal. And then Grego's got 7 home runs this year. Who else? Jet Buck has 7 home runs this year as well. There's just power kind of across this lineup. Even Case Sanderson's got 5 home runs this year. And then that doesn't sound like a lot for college. And it's not a ton, but it's more consistent than in years past. Plus,
Compared
they're
to what
hitting
we've
for
had. Yeah. Compared to what we had in years past, like I think that's what we were missing. We had the scrap, we had the claw, we just didn't have the power of these bigger programs. You see these guys lighting it up, and
Jack Leone.
Yeah, you can bring like a community effort to the long ball.
Yes, and it's not just home runs either. You're talking doubles, you're talking triples, and even then, doubles don't have to be power. You can hit liners in the gaps. You can hit bloopers that just fall in the right spot. But doubles this year and triples. I mean, Dylan Carey's got 12 and 2. Case Sanderson's got 10 and 1. Jet Buck's got 11 doubles on the year. Worthy's got 10 doubles on the year. And so you're seeing guys that are not only just hitting for power in terms of homers, but they're hitting a lot more extra base hits. Their averages are up. I mean, Mac Moyer's hitting 400. Dylan Carey is hitting 390. Sanderson 361. Stokes 352. Buck 320. I mean, their entire starting lineup, except for Overbeek, is hitting over 300, which is crazy.
Insane.
In fact, most of those guys are hitting over 350.
And I think to your point about, doubles, things like that, like I think it's more so like they're being patient and they're taking really smart at bats and they're waiting for their pitch, Hey, I want to pitch away so I can take this to left field, because the left fielder shifted and moved over just a little bit, like little things like that, like waiting for your pitch, and being smart and methodical with your approach, which comes down a lot to coaching. But again, just the surgence of the young guys like Grego, who won, I think, Big Ten Player of the Week, didn't he?
I am not sure.
I think Grego, if I'm not mistaken, let me see here. Yeah, Grego. See, freshman. Oh yeah, so Big Ten Player of the Week. Yeah, so he was Big Ten Co-Player of the Week and Big Ten Freshman of the Week.
He had 2 home runs, I believe.
Yeah, his numbers for
wish online it showed us game by game breakdown. Here it is. Actually, I can tell you.
His numbers for the past week: 8 for 18, 2 doubles. Over the last 4 games, yeah, 8 for 18, 2 doubles, 3 home runs, 12 RBIs, 6 runs scored. Second most RBIs nationally, and 1.056 slugging percentage on a 444 OBP. Wow. So yeah, pretty damn good. Consistent all around on base percentage, slugging. And that's what we're talking about. Like the only way you could be consistent on your on-base percentage, your slugging percentage, your OPS, RBIs, like, is to have a good approach at the plate. And I think that's the thing right now is just everybody's being smart at the plate, not rushing anything. And that's how you make up deficiencies and a roster that may not have as much talent as a top team, but you just put together better at bats and makes a lot of difference.
Yeah, and in terms of their pitching too, Carson Jassa, however you say it.
Yeah.
7-1 record on the year. His ERA is not great at 3.93, but 7-1 record on the year. He's one of your starters. Gavin Blachowicz, 3.02 ERA. Cooper Katsky, 4.02 ERA. Ty Horn, 4.03 ERA. Those are your main guys. Ty Horn, obviously, we talked about sliding into the bullpen. But between your top three, you're getting fairly decent pitching, and Ty Horn moving to the bullpen just makes that bullpen a hell of a lot more stronger. Because he can be a legitimate setup guy for Katsky to come in and close it out. I believe he's got 7 saves, I believe, on the year. No, 2. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up with everybody as I'm looking through it. I'm thinking of Unger, who's got 8 saves on the year.
Yeah. So, and then looking at the stretch upcoming, I'm trying to pull up the because I was curious to see the upcoming games. So we got Kansas right now, and then what's on the horizon here? Let's see. So Kansas
is going to be a lot easier.
Kansas, Illinois, K-State, Ohio State, Iowa, Creighton, Minnesota. So yeah. So really, the big test against Kansas, and then honestly, favored the rest of the way.
Gosh, you would think so, right?
Mm-hmm. You don't play another ranked team. So you would imagine. So
I don't know why on Huskers.com it makes you scroll to the very bottom. It doesn't pull the most recent games.
That's where I was at too. That's why I'm like, where the hell's the schedule at? It was so confusing.
Here we go. Yeah.
All right, cool. Anything else on baseball before we move forward?
Nope, we're good.
And anybody watching the show, I do want to say, if my camera goes away and I run off, I left work early today and yesterday because I was throwing up. So that is why. So if Brian Impromptu just doesn't know what to say, blame me. All right, so let's go ahead and move over. Do you want to touch on the Matt Rule stuff?
Yeah, let's do that because that's the hot topic of the day.
I got a few clips here. I don't know if you've seen any of the clips.
I haven't seen a single thing, actually.
Okay, so I went through and I watched some of the interview, and I'm really bad at like timestamps and stuff like that. I'm one of those that like I like to take mental notes, and I'm like, oh, I should have tried timestamped that, but I'm trying my best here and see how I did. All right, so this one, one of the things he did mention. And, oh, that wasn't me turning it off. That was my camera.
Oh,
my camera just cut off on its own. Story of my life. One of the things that he did talk about, and I don't necessarily think I need to pull this up on a clip, but he did talk about, maybe for context, I could pull it up on the screen for you too.
Look at fit.
Can you hear that?
Yep.
For a young player, I think you have to play. Basically, if you're looking at a freshman coming in, you have to put him in one of 2 buckets. Like, A, is he going to come in and contribute right away, right? Because there's a financial component to this, right? So you can't have your money sitting on your bench, right? We don't have as much as everybody else, right? Like, and everybody else doesn't have as much as each other. I'm not saying that. I'm saying like we all don't, like we just can't waste money, right? So.
Now I know what he's talking about in the context of recruiting there. I just want to ask you this question: like, is that also potentially a factor in, like, again, he specifically talked about, but like, you got to think about that. It's maybe that similar mindset on the recruiting front. Meanwhile, you got like other teams like your Ohio States of the world and stuff like that who can pay people to sit back. Do you think that's something that, like, again, just kind of they can overcome, or they have to get out of that like mentality? Like that, my thing is like, do you think that applies to portal and recruiting, or do you think, because I think that's one of the problems right here when it comes down to depth is you don't want to throw money at a player to sit on your bench. Yes. But like other schools are able to do that, and it does kind of hinder your depth a little bit.
Yeah. So I think this mainly applies to high school recruiting, and you're going to see them like the Danny Odoms of the world. I don't want to say surefire day one impact guys, but very likely to be those types of players are going to get the lion's share of whatever revenue share they have available for that particular year or that particular position and what class they are, whether it's freshman, sophomore, whatever. Because I know we live in the day and age of impatience and guys want to get on the field and play, but I'm fine with recruiting guys that are developmental pieces like they did last year's class, Rex Waterman, Claude Mapuma, for example, because those are the guys that you don't throw onto the field right away. So I think the primary bulk of the recruiting class has to come from the lines where you can pay very minimal earlier in their career, and then you spend your money on the guys that come and make an impact at the top end of that class and then through the transfer portal. I'm glad he's acknowledging we don't have as much money as other programs, because
there's more coming up on that.
Oh, so I'll let that go before I finish my thought, because I want to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, and oh my God, I just brain dumped that thought whenever I had to say that. All right, let's move on. It'll come to me when I least need it to after the show. So, all right, let's go ahead and move forward here. Oh yeah, what I was going to say was, I wonder if Matt Rule's almost kind of classified. You know, he has the two buckets of people where it's 50. You know, he has a kind of like the NFL, where he has one developmental kind of like roster-ish, and then one. I wonder if he almost factors that in. Like, this is where the money's going to go. This is where, you know, the money potential can be. Yeah.
Yes, I think you do that. The top 40 to 50 players on your roster get 95% of your rev share. That other 5% is going to go to Claude Mapuma, who is a highly regarded tackle. You're probably still paying him not a ton, but a fair chunk of change in terms of being a 17, 18-year-old freshman. That's where that 5% goes, is to your elite high school prospects.
Yes, absolutely. All right, let's move forward just a little bit here. And let me look at some of the comments. Just never thought I'd say Nebraska is better than LSU baseball. GBR broke Matt Rule's in here. I was waiting to watch it later. There's still a lot of good stuff, so I do recommend going back and watching the full interview. Does Rule? I thought that when I was watching this video. No offense to Matt Rule, but
it's the president effect.
Just looks tired, man. Yeah, just looks tired. I would be too. All right, here we go.
I don't want to give coach.
Well, if this will my internet, of course, every time I want.
Yeah, you know, I think one of the challenges I have is, you know, and I've always prided myself on, like, I don't say anything. I try not to say anything I don't mean, right? I don't want to give coach speak. Like, to me, it would be disrespectful to every fan. It'd be disrespectful to our team. It'd be disrespectful to come on with you guys and just give coach speak, right? And super literally. And I'm saying what's happening in that moment, right? And if you talk to me again next week, I might tell you something different. That's like, the days are changing. So like, yeah, like well, I don't care if it's basketball, football, volleyball, the roster numbers and the salaries are escalating through the roof. And so you might make a big jump, but guess what? So did they. And so, you know, I think the biggest thing for us as the head coach of Nebraska, and Troy Dannon, our AD, is amazing. He's worked so hard to get us more and more and more. And then you look at what Fred just did. Like, I mean, how awesome was that, right? And so it's like, look at what wrestling did. I mean, like, so as the numbers ascend in other sports, you know, each coach has to do the best they can to try to ascend the numbers. And, you know, I would simply say, at the University of Nebraska, like, if we want to, you know, we have 5 national championship trophies over there. Like, you know, you were part of those great teams. If we want to be first, like, if we want to be first, then like, let's output first. You know, like, why not Nebraska? Like, this is like, why not Nebraska? Why does the state of Nebraska? Why do we have to, like, not be at the top in terms of financial output? Like, you know, it's when you think about Nebraska, you think about all the innovations, right? First to have a jumbotron after.
Okay. So I guess that's kind of what I wanted to point out right there. Like, when he's talking about, does it almost feel like, to an extent, like he's still kind of pleading, like, to get more money, you know, like, he's like,
it does.
It's just like little hints there, like asking without asking. But he's essentially saying, like, we're growing it. Yes, we're doing a great job, everybody, you know, but everybody else is growing theirs. You know, and if we grow ours by 20%, Ohio State grows theirs by 20%, well, guess what? They're still X amount better than us. And so, yeah, it's almost like he's pleading with the powers that be to get more money to be able to. And my thing is, here's my concern. Is that part of like what makes him want to pull his hair out? Because, you know, he has this structure in place that he thinks is going to work. And that's the one thing holding him back. And then is that a big concern for us as fans that like, what if he can't get this funding? Are we going to turn this corner?
Well, I think the question is if he doesn't get the funding he needs, is he the right man for the job?
Mm-hmm.
Because there are coaches who don't have even the amount of funding we have now at their respective schools and are getting better results.
That was my other thing too, is like you look at, I don't want to keep bringing them up because again, they're an outlier, but like Indiana, what
they weren't getting much before this past year.
I forget who said this, but it was on an interview and they were talking about, I think Caleb Downs and his brother. I saw a clip of this. I didn't even know they had a podcast. Josh Downs and Caleb Downs were talking to somebody. I can't off the top of my head remember, but they were talking about, you know, teams that they played and stuff like that. And they talked about the Indiana game and the fact of like, they were like, the game was crazy because we knew everything that they were going to do. However, they executed at such a high level, right? Like, and that just goes to show that like they were, and he mentioned like how well coached they were. That just goes to show like how you can make up for those deficiencies with coaching. So that was my next part. Can you back in?
Yep.
Sorry about that. All right, let's see. This is true. Look at Scott Frost. What did he just say? The other sports are doing good. Those players are asking for a check. Yes. 100%. Testing. I think I'm okay. Okay. On that topic, I'm going to try to remember where I was at with my question. Yeah. So they were talking about how well coached Indiana was. Yeah. That's where my question comes in is like, at a certain point, you know, because here's one thing I heard throughout the interview was like, he talks about like having the right coaching staff and stuff like that in place. And he talks about, you know, the NIL funding, that type of thing, the culture of the team. Are we not doing enough of an introspective look at like how the players are developing? Because I feel like every time we talk about it, not just how they're developing, but like the coaching aspect of what's kind of holding this team back in the game, those type of things. Is it almost too culture driven, or was the culture, because he does mention this, so bad before, and I'll bring this up in a second, that like he has to kind of juggle both, you know?
I think his initial staff is a big reason for this.
Yeah.
I think it was a very bad staff. Outside of Tony White, Terrence Knighton, I just drew a blank on Cooper, Evan Cooper. Those were good coaches who are actually struggling a lot at Florida State right now. That's besides the point. They were good at Nebraska for Nebraska, but outside of them, that whole offensive coaching staff was really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And then the replacements were just as worse when Tony left and when Terrence Knighton left. So we're on basically our third staff in 4 years.
Yep.
How can you develop the talent that exists with that kind of turnover? And I know I've voiced this problem basically when John Butler was fired, and when they fired, I forgot our old defensive line coach's name already, Terry Braden, who's already left his. Yeah. By the way, he left Nebraska, hired at USF or something, and then left there like a week later. By the random nugget there for you.
What's always interesting about Terry Braden, when I looked into his background, like originally, like wasn't he a quarterback or wanted to coach quarterbacks? Or
yeah,
something
he was a quarterback at Bethune-Cookman.
Yeah.
Sidebar there, but
it's just a weird like that's a weird thing. Like
Yeah,
you don't
it
see it a
is.
lot where you go from a quarterback to a D-line coach, you know?
Yeah, you see quarterback to running back or quarterback to wide receiver or something. You don't see that transition. But I think his staff hires were very bad, and they're not known for developing talent. McGuire was a disaster, and he's reaping, not the benefits, but he's reaping what he sowed. Essentially, he went cheap, but paid him a lot of money. He hired buddies. Ironically, his best hires were people who weren't inside of his inner circle. And I'm hoping that, because all of this defensive staff are guys he's not really familiar with. And I'm hoping we benefit from that, I guess.
Yeah.
To be honest, his talent development, talent identification, both from a player perspective and a coaching perspective, has been very bad.
And I don't necessarily, again, I don't want to say it's a, because like we know in our heart of hearts that Rule knows how to develop, right? It's just a matter of where the disconnect is. And I think, to your point, that's a lot to do with it. Is like, he can only be out there so much coaching these guys. That's why you have a staff. And so consistently, I think he's, the first decisions that he made, and maybe something to this was just coming from where he did, the NFL, not being in the college world, but like from the very first decision of your quarterback, and then your staff and stuff like that. Like, yeah, I just think maybe he didn't realize how much the game had changed, maybe, and brought a bunch of guys that he thought would still be up with the times and be able to kind of manage this. And just weren't able to keep up with especially like a school like Nebraska. Again, that's a lot. We talk about the head coach having to deal with that, but these assistants having to deal with that too. That's something that doesn't get talked about a lot too. The pressure that goes along with that.
Yep. And basically, when Sipple asked in that press conference, is this a reset? I would 100% think he's valid in asking that question. I think we were valid when we brought up that question on this show. Ironically, like 3 days before Sipple asked that question, I thought that was funny. I was like, did someone see our show? Because that would be weirdest way we got our question out to Matt Rule.
I had that thought too.
But then he got super offended. And that to me shows he's insecure in the sense of where this is at in comparison to where he thought it would be.
Yeah. And two, I want to give him a little bit of benefit of the doubt, because like I just feel like definitely I agree with you. But it's gotta be hard just constantly dealing, because I stay so far away from social media now just because of the little BS that we deal with on a daily basis. Like, I feel like there's moments where I just be like, can you shut with that question? You know what I'm saying? So to an extent, like, I'm like, I get it. And I know you do too. So, all right, let's move on to this one here. Whoa, what just happened to my screen? Okay, there we go.
It is not up on mine.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Coaching.
There we go.
We probably could have moved forward faster if I would have gotten rid of all the kids that were here and just started over like everyone else does. But I'm never going to do that. Like, I got into coaching for kids. So if people don't like that, then I don't care what they think, because I don't.
I'm going to say this. What he's about to say, right? What he's about to say here. This is why I love Matt Rule as a person and as a man, and like respect him, and will always respect him. I don't care what he does with the football. Like, I do care, but like at the end of the day, to me, like my opinion on somebody is based on like respect and like how they are as a man, right? And like one of the things that I will say is like, he has been adamant about that from day one. Like, he came in with the right intention and cares about the kids. And I think that's part of what resonates with a lot of the younger players and the recruits, and why you see so many of them like going to bat for Matt Rule. Like, how many, like Trey Taylor, like these guys like that will go to bat for him. And like, that's something that like, you can't fake that. Like, you can't fake being a man. You can't fake like, either people are going to respect you from the second you talk or they're not, right? And I just, like we talked about last week, where it was just like his transparency, his honesty. Like, one thing I will say is I do respect like what he's about to go into here, and just the fact that he's always stayed consistent in this, and like he doesn't give a damn what people think about like anything like that. Like, this doesn't deter him from that point. But I digress.
Like the way they think. I'm proud that I coached Luke Reimer. I'm proud that I coached Grant Taggy, and I wouldn't give up my year with those guys for anything. Those guys came out 4 games in a row, 4 or 5 games, whatever it was at the end of that year, 4 or 5 games in a row, and battled and laid it absolutely on the line for everybody, and trying to get to a bowl. And you remember the next year, my wife and I, that wasn't like that budgetary. And we paid for those kids to go to the bowl. And that might seem like nothing to people, but like, I don't know how else you can tell people like you respect them and then other than give them a great experience. So, what could we have done it faster? Had we done that? Probably. Should I maybe, Ravi, have sat there and said, you guys don't understand how bad this program is? Like, do you understand how bottomed out?
He said that a couple times, and I'm like, yeah. My question from that is like, we knew it was bad. Maybe we just didn't know how bad.
Yeah, I think that's the case, if I'm being totally honest.
Because in watching this, I'm trying to read between the lines a lot. Like, listen to what is said, but like what is said in the, in there.
Rule and Damon Benning are both masters at saying a lot without saying anything if you're not listening. And if you are listening and you can detect what's being said between the lines, it'll clear up. And then you're like, oh, okay.
Because he kind of alludes to that a couple times. This is the most direct way he said it, but like he alludes to it a couple times in this interview.
Everything is here. I probably could have done that, but I don't want to do that. How does that help you in recruiting? But I think the biggest thing is dealing with like the portal, dealing with transfers, dealing as those things have changed. Like, going from NIL era to raising NIL to now rev share plus above the cap dollars. I mean, it's just all changing. And I'd say like if I took another job next year and I left here and took Ja'Cory Barney and Vincent Shavers and Isaiah Mosey and McCaffrey and Brian Burns and Shaq Thompson. It's kind of when I went through this process, Robbie, I was assured that people in Nebraska and most people I meet, they feel this way. They wanted it done the right way. They wanted it done the long-term way. They wanted it done with grace and dignity and respect for the players and respect for the student athletes. And so, it's probably a little slower than maybe I would have liked. I think we went into last year with everyone. I wasn't saying it, but everyone else had a lot of expectations. Like, oh, Coach Rule year 3, Coach Rule year 3. I just show up to work every day and just try to get better and better and better. And so I think probably the personnel part of it, as much as anything.
Did you need to say something?
He's lying through his teeth there
about
year 3. I mean, he had talked about this extensively in year 1 and year 2. In fact, year 1, he said, we're basically year 2. And year 2, he said, we're basically year 3. And I mean, it's all out there in audio. But I agree with a lot he's saying, but he's flat out lying. Oh, I never said that. Bro, that has been his message from the jump.
However, I did a video before you're on the channel. I did a video comparing what he said to the current year, whatever, in the previous year, and how consistent it was and stuff like that. One of the things that he did say early on in year 1, he's like, and this more so could allude to the fact that, like, again, less about the year 3, but he's like you didn't hire me to win right now. Like, you hired me to build this. And so, like, that's where I feel like sometimes, like, gets the best of him. Because sometimes I feel like he does try to put the coach speak on, and other times, like, he's just straight up honest and blunt. And then I think sometimes that's what blurs the lines between those two.
What game was it his first year where he was like, this is exactly what you brought me here for?
It's like week 2 or 3. I think it was after the Colorado.
Early.
Yeah,
it was early.
Yeah. So, all right.
I think if there's anything else here, man, like, I think also like, I think in season, like, this is not a complaint. I think just, this is a big deal here. Nebraska football is a big deal, and I can handle it. Like, people say, like, okay, people come up to me all the time and say, hey, Coach, don't listen to everyone out there. I'm like, I'm not listening to them.
All right, I'm about to run this into something that
Did you guys want to hire a football coach who listens to what everyone says? That'd be the dumbest thing in the world. Like people will say to my wife, like, don't pay attention to them. I'm like, the only one who probably listens to the noise is my son Bryant, my youngest daughter.
All right. We got two people talking about outside noise in Nebraska. Scott Frost, comments earlier, did say nothing was harder than dealing with the Nebraska noise. Okay.
We are our own worst enemy.
We hate Scott Frost. I get that. My thing on it is this. We don't have to like the source to maybe understand there's maybe some truth to what they're saying. And it does sound like a cop out for Scott Frost to be like, oh my God, expectations, blah, blah, blah. And he has done nothing but complain about the noise in Nebraska. My thing was, you knew that coming into it. And I'm not getting on to Scott Frost. You knew that coming into it. And so that's why I don't want to give him full, I'm not exonerating from him for this comment. But like, I thought it was interesting how he mentioned that, and now Rule mentioned that. And my thing about it is this, because here a little bit later in the interview, he talks about, maybe he didn't do a good enough job of shielding the players from the outside noise. My thing on is this, like, I do appreciate the fact that like Frost seemed to run away from that and shy away from that and almost like give up, for lack of better terms. And I at least feel like Rule's more so like addressing it head on, understanding that like it's there. And that like he's going to take that on the chin to like protect the players from that. But also like he needs to do a better job of keeping that blocked out from himself as well. So that I thought that was an interesting dynamic, how this interview had just come out. And then Scott Frost comes out and talks about the outside noise.
Yeah. The outside noise at Nebraska is well documented. I think for as passionate as we are, we get in our own way. We shoot ourselves in the foot, for lack of a better term and more of a coach speak football term. And it's been that way forever. I mean, Bo Pelini hated it. For some reason, Mike Riley endorsed it. But it's a well-documented issue at Nebraska. Is our media conglomerate is so big, so vast, so large. On top of that, you have a bunch of guys like us, giving opinions. Yep. And, that stuff does eventually find its way into a locker room. And I think the timing of the quotes you mentioned, plus how quiet the offseason has been, I think go hand in hand in a way. I think it's by design where the outside noise is getting to a boiling point, and Rule is now locking it down. He doesn't want anything getting out. He doesn't want anything getting in by design so that they can just shut up and focus on football.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I think, and I hate when people like think like I'm a Matt Rule apologist, because I feel like I'm not, but like he's still figuring this out in terms of navigating the college football landscape. And I think he's finally getting there. But again, more than anything, I do appreciate like his honesty and transparency in where those areas are. I wish he was a little bit more open about some of the coaching stuff, like in-game coaching and stuff like that. But
right?
Real quick, want to point this comment out. Rule needs to stay off social media then. This is the first interview Rule has done outside.
He's been off social media.
Yeah. And that goes back predating, I think his last podcast actually predates the end of the season. So he really hasn't been on social media outside of maybe making a scheduled tweet about a camp or an event or something like that.
Remember all the emojis and the under the radar stuff? Like he is backed off of that so much.
Yeah. And even between September of last year to December of last year, his social media presence quietly went away to now it's almost non-existent. And that's just by design, because it's time to stop talking and start showing some results.
And I think too, yeah, he doesn't like, it's bulletin board material that people use to make more outside noise in Nebraska. It's like, oh, they posted this photo shoot from the John Deere tractor and the farm. You know, now when Nebraska wins 3 games, oh, maybe they should have been more focused on winning games. Like, it's little stuff like that that slips through, you know. And it's kind of a knock on university. So
yeah. And his last podcast, I just looked it up, was 4 months ago.
Yeah.
So it would have been at the turn of the new year.
Yeah.
So I try to keep them like, it's just the impact throughout the course of the season that can have on a team, right? When it's like they open their phone every day and their algorithm is just shooting at them like this. And sometimes things that aren't even real start to become real. We have to address it with the team because it's all there.
Okay. So let's move forward a little bit.
And they're like, wow, this is different. And it's what we use to sell in recruiting. I don't want it to change. When I say this, I don't want it to change. I want to matter and I want to be important.
Okay, here we go.
And to finish in the top 30 in defense, I bring that up a fair amount.
And I'll say like for Robbie's point earlier, like, you know, we've had back-to-back winning seasons for the first time in 10 years. And people think I'm saying that to talk about how great we did. No, I'm actually just making sure everybody remembers how bad it was before we got here.
There it is again.
Like, what happened the previous 10 years that the University of Nebraska can't have back-to-back winning seasons? Like, so yeah, we're not happy with where we're at, but like I'm even talking to you guys. Like, I want people to know like we are attacking this head on, and either like honestly, like I tell the players, I told our players, our coaches and staff here, either you're with us or you're against us. I cannot stand a wolf in sheep's clothing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh yeah, like
if you're with us, be with us. If you're not, be not. Now that doesn't mean like, again, I'm not saying like I love walking into the I love pulling into like coffee out there in Waverly. There's like a
okay. That was the biggest point. I wanted to point that out again. Just like again, how far they've come from where they're at. Maybe hinting at the fact that like again, we didn't know how bad things were behind the scene. And I think the more Scott Frost opens his mouth, the more we realize like, dude, he gave up. He quit. I don't know.
Oh.
It had to have been halfway through his tenure. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty embarrassing, actually.
All right. And then this is the last one. I didn't even put a note on this one. I just time stamped it. So we're going to both react to this together, I guess. I'm putting him in some of the weirdest spots where I'm pausing these.
Yeah.
But no one ever says, when we think about the portal, we think about the players coming in. But no one ever talks about the fact, and I don't care if they talk about it, but like when you think about how the portal, it helped us in some ways, but also hurt us in that, you know, we lost Mackay, who was a really good player as our leading tackler. You know, we lost Jamari Butler, who was one of my favorite players here. We lost Prince Will, who went to LSU and tore it up, Ole Miss and tore it up. So you take 3 guys who played a lot of.
Oh, I think one of my points too on this, because he was talking about the D line. Everybody talks about how bad the D line was, and he's talking about how we lost those players. And the fact that he says like nobody talks about the players we lose in transfer, that's not true. We all talk about the players we lose in the transfer portal. But yeah, and again, my thing is like you lost them, like replace them. I think this is one of the biggest ones that I'll give pushback on is like we understand transfers happen, but like what we need is the ability to pivot quickly and just be able to go get, okay, we're losing this guy, let's go get somebody else, not rest on our laurels. Because again, he talks about the development side of things, and he's like, I think people are going to be surprised at this guy. But like at the end of the day, you need to fill those spots. Like we can't just, because last year we thought we were going into it with a developmental like line we were supposed to see the development. We really didn't. You know what I'm saying? So like at a certain point, I wish it was less about like, I wish he would shift just a little bit less development, a little bit less, not in terms of his actual development. I want more development in terms of his ethos, like in his mind, like development. Sometimes you just got to go get a dude on that D line.
Well,
and this
brought they brought in a handful of D linemen on visits for the portal, and you know, we're having this preconceived price point of saying, hey, you know, we need a defensive tackle and we're going to value this position at max once for the sake of discussion. I don't know what the number was, but 1.2 million, maybe that's their max. And they get a guy the big dude from UCF, I forget his name, but he was like 6'4", 330, visited Ohio State, had a really high asking price of like 1.5, 1.6 million over the course of a year or two.
Can't remember off the top of my head.
You know, if you're saying we're not going to pay that amount, then how does it get to the point where you even bring those guys in on visits? But also be willing to overspend, because the desperate team sets the market. That's Coach Rule's words, not mine. But it's also true. Yep. And you saw that with Texas Tech. They were desperate. They went and set the market early under their coach's tenure, and they were able to get 8 wins or 9 wins. And now they're going to be a perennial playoff team because they've shown the ability to develop and win. Now that money is a little bit easier to ask for, because, hey, we just lost Oregon in the playoffs. Like, we need this guy and this guy to beat them in the playoffs next year.
Yep. All right. So that's the few clips that I wanted to show you there. Let's see. Let me just dive into some of the comments here. What did Frost say recently? Oh, yeah. Frost said he didn't want to talk about Nebraska anymore. Proceeded to talk about Nebraska. He didn't like going anywhere that being recognized. Yeah, he talked about his like vacations, like diving with sharks ran with the bulls, diving with sharks. Oh, yeah, he did cage dive with great white sharks and climb the highest peaks in America like nobody cares. All right. Zach LeBryan, the ones who think DB just rambles too long, has a low ability to comprehend. One thing I will say is the football coaches who are successful like eat, sleep, live, and breathe football. They're not like, I want to go cage diving with sharks and climb Mount Everest. Like, pretty sure Nick Saban like woke up football and like ate football for dinner. Like those guys are just in there. They love it that much. Ones who think, let's see. DB is rambles too long, is a low ability to comprehend language. Yeah, I agree. Sometimes you got to look for the middle ground. Oh yeah, and some people on one video were like, "Oh, did you say her that is all that great?" I just think sometimes their content is a little. I don't know. Maybe I'm just old school the way I like content. Not necessarily DB in them. I do think they have their moments where it's just like, but I think that's all of us. I think we have our moments too, where it's just like people are like, "What the hell are these guys talking about?" So.
Fair.
So yeah, nothing against DB in them. Frosty was drunk all the time. Yes, he was. I did not. I'd be curious what interview you're talking about, Justin. Let's see. I think one of the reasons he did it was, yes, it was 100% for the recruits. Never has. Visibility. Yeah, he talked about just getting the Nebraska brand out there. And maybe he was just trying to front load it, get the Nebraska brand out there. But now he knows the best way to do that is to win. Rule's never beaten a ranked Power 4 team. Nebraska play 5 to 6 ranked teams this season. Not exactly something that bodes confidence. Do you think, too, he was trying to take advantage of the initial surge of, like, Nebraska having a new coach and, you know, all the hype around Nebraska, and then now that's kind of faded, and he's like, now we got to win games because the hype's gone around his 10-year rule, year 3, and, like, we got to pivot on our –
Yeah, usually around year 3 is when you know if a coach is going to work out or not. And I think we're still kind of in limbo because we're not seeing the progress we thought. But to counter negative Mike's point there, while I know you want to be negative, you also have to look at the facts and not just look at the simple data point. Fact is, most of Rule's losses against ranked teams were in year 1 and 2 at Temple, Baylor, and Nebraska, which – those years he had a combined 10 wins between 3 different programs, and that's because that was before the year 3 jump.
I still find it crazy that like Nebraska or Matt Rule, like we couldn't accidentally win one of those games. Because you see that it happens so much, and you're just like, why not us?
It's got to happen next year.
Why not us? You know, I keep saying it's got to happen this year, next year, and it never does.
Yeah, like we have 5. Yeah, he said 5 or 6 ranked teams next season. Yeah, at least 5 or 6. So we've got to win one.
I would sacrifice one of those teams we should beat to get one of those. Getting Trey and Tay a rental house for the senior year. Every coach knows you build a team with O and D lines first. Yep. Yeah, especially in the Big Ten. I think that was an eye-opening experience for everybody on the staff. Nebraska's too cheap. Exactly why the 27 class has already started to tank. Will likely finish outside the top 20 or greater. I don't know about that.
We'll see about that.
I like this.
We have an update.
Yeah. Rule blaming everyone himself and I on Frost. He's on his 3rd staff. True. Being on 3rd staff is better than sticking with the 1st. Also true. Very good point.
That's a very good point.
Especially when it's your best friend. That's how you know he's putting the team first and foremost. As soon as he was willing to get rid of Satterfield.
People will blame coaches for holding on to bad coaches too long. And then they will turn around and blame coaches for turning over staff too quick.
Yep.
You can't make anybody happy. So I'm glad Matt made that point there.
Me too.
Because it is 100% valid. That original staff, Nebraska does not win 6 or 7 games the last 2 years because it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. They couldn't recruit and they couldn't develop.
Yep. All right. So real briefly, do you want to touch on the recruiting? I'll let you just kind of take this real quick, give the update on the visits.
I figured we would highlight 3 prospects that you need to be looking out for. The number one name you're really seeing get traction this week and over the weekend was 4-star defensive back Jalen Hill. He's a composite 4-star defensive back, a top 300 overall recruit, a top 35 nationally ranked defensive back. You saw crystal balls or RPMs or whatever you want to call them rolling in from, I believe, Tim Verghese of Rivals, Steve Wiltfong of Rivals, I believe Sean Callahan and or Brian Munson of Husker Online on 3 put in picks as well. Now, he did announce a final grouping of Washington, Ole Miss, Florida, Tennessee, along with Nebraska. The key thing here leading up to this decision for Jalen Hill is originally his commitment date was set for August. He has actually now moved that up to June. And I think that is what triggered these crystal balls is the moving of the commitment date, because by August, Nebraska is likely going to have that DB room filled. Because we're going to talk about another defensive back here in just a minute. But additionally, the date of that announcement is June 9th. That is after he's concluded all of his official visits. His official visit to Nebraska is when? June 5th to June 7th. Then he's going to fly back home and make his decision. That tells you right there, Nebraska is the odds-on leader. Obviously, all the crystal balls are rolling in. But that timing of the moving of the announcement up, the date in which it's announced, and Nebraska visit all coinciding that quickly tells you expect Nebraska to get another 4-star defensive back committed. We'll stick with defensive backs here. Bryce Williams, this is a favorite of mine in this 2027 defensive back class. A consensus 4-star cornerback, a really lengthy prospect. Top 250 overall, top 35 DB per Rivals. Visited Nebraska today. This is his 3rd visit to Nebraska in a short time frame. Matt, saw your comment there on the bottom there. We're talking about Bryce Williams now. We were just talking about Jalen Hill. But Bryce Williams visited Nebraska today. He has an official visit to Nebraska on June 5th through 7th as well. That will be his 4th visit to Nebraska. And that many visits is a strong indicator, obviously, that person is going to be committing to Nebraska, or Nebraska is the odds-on favorite. 3 of those visits are on his own dime. The 4th one will being his official visit. This is another Florida connection here, which again, Nebraska just continues to dive into Florida and get 3, 4, 5 of their top prospects to come out of Florida, which is really hard to do. The fact that Nebraska is in position to do it again with Bryce Williams would be phenomenal. And then the other thing too, with the potential of Bryce Williams and Jalen Hill, they're both 4-stars. You'd add Torrey Pittman. He's a 5-star at safety, and 1, possibly 2 more defensive backs, or 1 safety, 1 corner, or nickel. That could be an absolutely insane secondary haul for Addison Williams yet again, just proving how good of a recruiter he is for Nebraska, especially in that southeastern region. And then I saw in the comments people complaining about not recruiting defensive linemen. Well, guess what? Here's your defensive lineman for you to watch. Nahima Ambadi, a composite 4-star defensive tackle, a top 250 overall prospect, and a top 30 D lineman per Rivals. Now they do D linemen and D ends all together. Edges are their own position now. So top 30 among D ends and D tackles, which is a phenomenal rating. Visited Nebraska today, short and stout at 6'2", 275 pounds, which isn't that uncommon. Because you need a nose tackle for when you go 3 down linemen. With Rob Orch's scheme, yes, it's a 4-2-5, but it has 3-3-5 principles. You'll need a big 6'2", 315-pound nose tackle in that 3-3-5 set. We obviously just signed one in this 2026 class, but this will be a guy, a developmental prospect 2-3 years down the road. If Nebraska does get him, add that weight to be that nose tackle for you in the middle. Michigan State, Missouri, and Minnesota and Iowa, really Big Ten heavy recruiting battle here, with the exception of Missouri. The home state team, though, Minnesota is the odds-on favorite. Now, I don't know if it's still a rule, but it used to be a rule under what's their coach there, PJ Fleck. He used to have a rule: if you're a Minnesota high school prospect, if we offer you, you have to commit on the spot. If you don't commit on the spot, then they don't recruit you. Maybe that's not a rule anymore, because obviously Body is still considering Minnesota while visiting Nebraska today. But these are 3 really good prospects for you. 2 of them, Nebraska is the heavy favorites to win that recruitment battle. So pretty decent update on 3 prospects for you guys.
Yep. And adding, I'm echoing. So do you want to just touch on the Jamarcus Lawrence thing before? Oh yeah, you can just mute. That'll work too. Real quick, and then I'll just go ahead and unmute after I say. So Jamarcus Lawrence, right now they have the 5-for-5 eligibility rule. So Jamarcus Lawrence trying to return to Nebraska. Lawrence and Kendall Blue are entering the portal just in case Lawrence can't return. So you want to elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, so with the impending 5-for-5 rule, basically it eliminates your red shirt. You get 5 years of eligibility regardless. So Jamarcus Lawrence, if you remember, his freshman year at Nebraska did not redshirt. So that actually means he has technically 1 more year of eligibility. That would also fall in line with Kendall Blue. So if this rule, and I think it's, I was listening to Sean Callahan earlier today, he's expecting it to go through. That would grant Jamarcus Lawrence an extra year, and Kendall Blue an extra year of eligibility. The conversations surrounding this are, hey, if we've got a spot on the roster, because there's 3 roster spots available, if we haven't filled those, one of those is yours. If I've already filled those, enter the transfer portal so you have somewhere you can still play next season. And that's the conversation that Nebraska is having with Lawrence and his camp. And so I think you'll see it on Twitter, if you haven't already, that he's entering the transfer portal. That is a precautionary measure to protect himself in case Nebraska fills up their roster spots. If they don't, he's coming back. I think that's why you're seeing them kind of slow their roll down a little bit with point guard or guard recruiting in general. They got the 1 commitment right now, and they're kind of just holding steady because I think they want to get another post player, maybe a stretch 4 or stretch 5. I digress. I'll mute, and then you can close it up.
No, yeah, that would be massive. Naturally, getting Jamarcus Lawrence back, any experience from that team, man, and talk about experience. Jamarcus Lawrence is that guy. So, all right, everybody, thank you for tuning in. If you're late getting here, just go ahead and rewind back, and you can check out some of the clips of what we talked about before. Talked a little bit about Matt Rule's interview today on top of baseball and some other stuff. So, again, we are here every Friday at 7 p.m. Central to have the Husker Gutter call-in show. So if y'all want to call in, talk about whatever you want to talk about, we will talk about it. So y'all stay tuned for that, 7 p.m. Central on Friday. And with that being said, thank you everybody again for tuning in, and we will see you on the next video. Peace.
Welcome back to the USC channel here at the Voice of College Football. This is USC Primetime Live. I'm Crashlet Collier, joined by my co-host Nolan Ezett. We apologize that we couldn't get to you guys and have a show last week, but we're back this week, and we'll make sure to catch you up on everything going on with USC football, as well as some news from some of the other sports sprinkled in throughout the show. And I think the place we want to start today is just talk about the unfortunate passing of USC football alum Rod Martin, who passed away this week. Who passed away 3 days ago. Played for USC in 1975 and 1976. Was drafted in the 12th round, but went on to win 2 Super Bowls and be a first-team All-Pro in 1984 with the Oakland and Los Angeles Raiders. And then was a 2-time Pro Bowler and first-team All-Pac-8 with USC in 1976. So definitely, I mean, he's US. I mean, as a Chargers fan, I mean, always easy to hate on the Raiders, but definitely in something like this, always tough to see, especially with someone who was part of the Trojan family. What are your thoughts on it, Nolan?
Yeah, I mean, he was absolutely a part of the Trojan family, one of the best players of his time for the Trojans, and apparently he also after his playing career ended in the NFL, he came back to USC and worked as an employee in the IT department. So he truly he started his professional and ended his professional career working or being at USC. I guess back then it wasn't really professional football. Now it kind of is, but still, he bleeds Cardinal and gold. Absolutely a Trojan for life. And he had I'm reading a record-setting 3 interceptions against the Eagles in the Super Bowl. So I mean that's one heck of a Trojan right there.
Absolutely, and Nolan, as we know, the standard at USC is high achievement, especially for football, and winning Super Bowls really taps into that. And he's obviously part of a long list of football alums who have either played for, and a lot of whom have won a Super Bowl, who have played for USC. So it's really cool. So while it's definitely, sad to be talking about his passing, it's still really cool to, be learning, still be talking about and just reliving some of his highlights, both from his time at USC and with the Raiders.
Yeah, I mean, I think seeing Trojans not just excel on the field at the Coliseum, but also see them excel at the next level, representing USC at the highest level, where it's not just USC fans that are watching, it's not just Big Ten fans that are watching. I mean, it's every football fan. I could not imagine the thrill that I would feel if I, heard of any USC defensive player recording 3 interceptions in a Super Bowl. Like that would be awesome to me. I wish I could have, lived to see that live. Like that would have been awesome. Or see it, live on television. And so seeing Trojans represent USC at the highest level, I think you said it well. That's something that USC has to strive to continue to do and to do even better than the Trojans are right now. But yeah, very, very sad about that passing, but that is a Trojan for life right there.
And I think you also talk about the time when he was at USC. He didn't win a national. He won a conference championship in his senior year, didn't win a national championship at all, but just think about also the coaches he played for, who are just absolute legends in their own right. He did 2 years at Los Angeles community at Los Angeles City College before going to USC, where he played final year of John McKay's tenure and then the first year of John Robinson's tenure. It's just 2 really impressive years there, winning a Rose Bowl too in 1976. So you just look at in every way he excelled, and just especially what you mentioned there about him even coming back to USC and working in IT as a programmer.
He was also, I mean, on that 76 team for USC. He was all conference first team, but he led the Trojans in tackles for losses. He had 5 fumble recoveries in 1976. Like those are the type of, we spend this entire time hating on USC defense. These are the type of defenders that we want Lincoln Riley to have on the squad. I mean, yeah, that's again, I can't say it enough. That's someone that truly in every aspect of his career and life represented USC very, very, very strongly.
I absolutely agree. And my final question, I guess, since we're talking about it and kind of tying Rod Martin's legacy as a Trojan into this current program, is maybe this might be a tough question to ask just 3 days after his passing, but what could Lincoln Riley, you think, learn from Rod Martin as a defensive player in terms of how he can improve his defense?
I mean, obviously, I never got to watch him play live, but given what I was really impressed by, the 2 biggest stats that I was most impressed by, just as someone who again didn't get to watch him play, were 5 fumble recoveries in 1 year for one play. 5 fumble recoveries in 76, And then, how could you forget the record-setting 3 interceptions in a Super Bowl? To me, it just sounds like this was physicality in front of you. Like, this was playing in the trenches. This was before USC and Pac-12 football and maybe got a little softer, I would kind of wanted to say. And I think USC is, starting to get down in the trenches a little more. But, USC for quite a bit of time more recently has been characterized by some bit of creative but soft football, some offensive heavy, kind of softer football, right? It was pass heavy, not the best defense. After the Pete Carroll era, not the best running game, but just some great passing game. But I mean, you go back in the day, and every good football team had to have a great run game and an incredible defense that was physical. And I think the bigger the guys that Lincoln Riley can get, the more we can beef them up. And we've had these conversations every year at this point, but the physically bigger this defense can be, and the bigger they play, the physical they are, the better the result is going to be for the defense. I think that's the biggest thing you can learn from someone who had 5 forced fumbles and led the team in tackles for a loss. What would you say?
I would totally agree with everything you said. I think it's just someone you can really look up to just for how he carried himself as a player in person, and really just all his dominance on the field. I think that's something you look, like you said, USC is now in the Big Ten where winning in the trenches matters, and you got to be physical on defense. So I'm really interested to see how USC really is able to. Can USC take that next step is the question, especially with a new defensive coordinator under Gary Patterson, who I think I saw at the Dallas-Fort Worth airport on Sunday. I'll talk about that in a second.
Oh, wow, really?
I didn't really get a chance to evaluate because I was trying to catch a plane. I'll come back to that in a minute, but I think just back to Rod Martin, I really just think you just look at what he did, and I think he's a model. He, and especially that era of USC football, is a model for what USC is trying to accomplish. I think even on both sides of the ball, you could really argue today now that USC is in the Big Ten and having to play a much more physical brand of big boy football.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you on that. I think you're spot on.
But yeah, definitely always sad to see passing of a Trojan great like someone with Rod Martin. Our condolences are out to his family during this difficult time. But Nolan, I think now I know it's pretty early in the show and it's not exactly a great way to do this, but let's get to our FanDuel segment, and we will talk about a NBA playoff game that does involve another member of the Trojan family in basketball alum Bronny James, as the Lakers will host Houston Rockets in Game 2 of the NBA playoffs in the first round. So Rockets 6.5 favorites despite losing Game 1. Money line juice towards the Rockets, over under at 208.5. What are your thoughts on these odds?
Yeah, I would go Lakers. I don't know. I'm just not maybe the money line, but the spread. I don't think Houston is as good as people think or as people say. Obviously, injuries have been the story for the Lakers. The last quite a bit of time. That's definitely why I would not take the money line, but I think the spread that the Lakers showed the other day that they still have, even if they don't have the most depth, they have enough star power, I guess, enough talent that they can make it work. I don't think I would ever want to take a team -6 when they lost Game 1. That feels risky to me. It's clear that these teams are pretty evenly matched, so I'd go Lakers.
Well, I think, too, you got to look at with this one. Houston just wants to get out of LA with a split, and they still can pull that off tonight. And that game is in about half an hour, so we're getting this one in just in time, and we're seeing the money line even changing in front of us in real time as we're doing this. That is not me. That is what's going on in FanDuel as we speak. But I think I still could see the Lakers pulling off an upset here, even at the very least covering, just given how they were able to grit out that win. And they do have the home court advantage too, which is certainly a big thing as that home seed, that you can always win it at home. Whereas when you're the away team, you have to take one of those games on the road. So if you're Houston, you got to win that. This is a must-win game. For the Lakers, it also is. So I think it's going to be a competitive game. I think high scoring. So I think I'd take the over on the totals there. But really, I think, also interested to see, is it going to be LeBron's last chapter? How's that going to factor in? Does he want to play with Bronny a bit more? So I think there's just a lot of factors in this game that I think are going to be really at play. So I'm really excited to see how this one goes.
Yeah, and I mean that's an interesting point you made. Also, I mean, I haven't seen, I didn't see the spread until you showed it to me. The Lakers being a 6-point underdog despite having home court advantage. That I wonder how many times that has happened at this point, at this stage in the NBA playoffs. That's just crazy to me. How you can be a 6-point underdog. I mean, I know it's, the reason is injuries, but still, I think everything considered, the fact that the Lakers showed that they absolutely can compete with this Rockets team, and they're home, and you're going to get 6 points. That's a good value, I think. I don't know if I'm as confident as you. I don't know if I'd take them to win outright, although I don't think it's a bad bet. But getting 6 points and home court advantage is a good deal.
This one is a little tough for me to be biased on, as I am a Lakers fan through and through. I still remember crying at my first ever Lakers game when they got behind. I believe it was in the third quarter when I was 7 years old against Dirk Nowitzki and the Mavericks. But then they ended up winning. But I still was worried they were going to lose, genuinely. I was like, yes, my dad, he'll recall it. So I'll acknowledge my bias, but still, this seems still a little high regardless, I think, especially with the Lakers taking game one with their injury-plagued roster.
Yeah. No, I could see that. I think this would be a very close game. I don't really care what the line would be, because I really don't know who's going to win. So if a team is getting as many as 6 points, to me, that's just, I'll take that.
That's fair enough. And I think that covers our FanDuel segment for the show. And now I think I do want to, since we didn't have a show last week, I do want to talk about a bit about the fan appreciation event day that I went to when I went home for a minute. I think it's kind of good to talk about kind of what I saw there. Got a couple posters. So this one, got a autographed. So a little revamp to the studio out here in Virginia. It's also brought back some other stuff too to, add a bit to it, make it a bit more, and make it a bit more fun, I guess, more Trojan-like. I don't know how else you want to describe it, but
yeah, you're USC-ifying the wall even more.
Yeah, well, pretty much I just took all my college posters and just put them up in some way. Any poster you pretty much saw up in my room in college my last 2 years has for the most part made it up here, unless it got completely ripped up as I moved out. But as for the event, I thought it was generally pretty good. It was cool to, catch up with a bunch of people. Katie Ryan was there. Jen Cohen, the athletic director. Chad Bowden was there. General manager Chad Bowden was there. Good number of players were there. I got autographs from players like Sam Heward, Killian O'Connor, Jamal Jarrett, Mark Bowman, Cameron Crawford, bunch of other guys. So it was really cool to, talk with a bunch of these guys, especially guys I know like Killian, Sam. Kind of got to know Mark Bowman just from seeing his content. He's seen a bit of my stuff. So it's kind of cool to just interact with the fans and just really get to, just kind of hear how excited they are for the season, even despite, and it didn't really come up, but even just despite, their excitement for it, despite Notre Dame not being on the schedule, which I think is, definitely big in these circumstances. The one thing that really kind of caught my eye was the fact that Lincoln Riley nor any of the coaching staff didn't appear to be there. If they were there, I did not see them. And I feel like if they were there, I feel like Lincoln Riley would have been required to take the microphone. I get it. Chad Bowden has kind of made himself the face of the program. And I'm pretty sure Lincoln Riley has no problem with that based on kind of and I'm sure you agree with me based on what we know how Lincoln Riley is kind of with that media stuff, whereas Bowden enjoys it. But it made sense that Bowden wouldn't necessarily give a speech, but it's still kind of surprising that Riley didn't even make an appearance or any of his coaches.
Yeah, I was shocked when you told me before the show that Lincoln wasn't there. I really expected him to be there. I didn't think, he would stand there and have a line of people waiting to talk to him, because I don't think he would want to deal with that. But I would have thought he'd get up there, give a 5-minute spiel, even if it means absolutely nothing. And it's just, I want to thank everyone for being here. We're excited about the direction of this team. Even if it was that, it's like I expected him to be there. What's even more surprising to me is that you're saying no one on the coaching staff was there. No one, like no positional coaches, no coordinators, really.
No Gary Patterson, who, I mentioned, I am 90% sure is him, because oldish guy, all decked out in USC. I'm wearing my Crash Lit Forever merch whenever I travel with Cosmic. He's walking out his security line in his terminal. I am busting my butt to get to my gate because the tram system was down in Dallas Fort Worth, and they always change your gate there like 3 times once you get into the terminal, so through security. So I saw him, but I didn't really have time to talk or even confirm it, but I would have loved to get a photo with him. So he's out there probably finalizing his move out to California or recruiting, but still, none of them are at this event, which kind of took me by surprise. Because Chad Bowden had no problem being the face of it. Even afterwards, I got talked into going to swim with Mike by Jen Cohen, actually, since I talked with her for a minute and caught up with her. Tried to, really catch up with a lot of people while I was back, really just keep in touch, just kind of get some intel on the team to the extent that I can in, casual way. So, bring you guys more information about here to USC Primetime here at the Voice of College Football presented by FanDuel. But also then get talked into going to this, and Chad Bowden full sends it off the top dive board in his clothes. Jen wanted him to do a Speedo, but he didn't do that. But it's still full send.
That's awesome. Leave it. I'll say leave it to Crash Lit Collier to have relations with everyone who is involved in USC football, all the players, Jen Cohen, like that is incredible to me, and the analysis and insight that you can provide from that is awesome, because they'll tell you what maybe they won't tell some other media, because you've known them. I mean, some of them, whoever's been here for 4 years, you've known them for 4 years. Once you started wearing that caution tape, you can't miss you at the games.
Yeah, and obviously, I'm careful about how I talk about stuff too, just out of respect for them. But even still, just, being able to, just talk with them and kind of just, gauge their excitement for the season, which I think talking with everybody I did, I think you could tell they think this is going to be a good year. And I think, especially with, the comments Chad Bowden said, I think there are certain ways, if you want to hate on USC, you could certainly interpret them. But I think the way he talks about the schedule, for example, I think on Trojans Live a couple weeks ago, he said, we're very excited about the schedule we got. We think it's the right schedule for us. You don't really talk about this or that or no Notre Dame or any of the things that I think, people could easily nitpick. He's just like, you know what? This is our schedule. We're excited to play it. I think it's smart. It's to the point. At this point, there's nothing you can do about it. So you might as well just accept it and be like, all right, here are our opponents. This is our schedule. We hope to see you at the Coliseum.
Yeah, you got to embrace the schedule that you have. It sucks there's no Notre Dame, but it's a tough schedule. It's not an easy schedule at all, and it's better to embrace that and just prepare harder than whine about anything. And I'm glad that you're right. Chad Bowden has really become the face of this program. For the first year or two of the Lincoln Riley era, Lincoln was half of the face, and the other half was Caleb Williams. Once Caleb left, it was Lincoln's team, because he'd been there for a little bit, and he doesn't particularly.
And Miller Moss never really was able to be that face of the program, let alone the university, in the same way that Caleb was.
Yeah, definitely not. And I think it's not super common for a player in college to be the face of that team. I think, it really takes a very strong quarterback or a Heisman level positional group, or skill position rather. You usually, like, if you're a good coach, and you've been there for a while, you're the face of that program. But I think there's a lot of coaches who they don't love talking to media. It's not what they signed up for. They signed up to coach football. Not that Chad Bowden signed up for media, but he loves talking to reporters, media, fans. Like he loves being in that sphere. I think that's awesome for USC. But like I'm sure from your perspective, you're back out in California. I'm sure you would have loved to talk to some coaches, right? And I also think it's in a way, I don't want to call it criminal, but it's a little disappointing that you have all these great players. You have veterans and you have newcomers. You have recent recruits, but you don't have any coaches. You don't have the people that are going to be coaching those players. I don't know. It seems a little weird to me. But I mean, was it still a fun time though? And you still feel like you got to get even a glimpse of what the season is gonna be like?
I'd say for sure, yeah. And I think, yeah, like you said, it was definitely a little disappointing not see any coaches there. And even like hell, even if they're not necessarily, interacting with fans. I mean, I'd hope they would, but and that's not necessarily got to, give everybody the playbook necessarily. You just be like, hey, thanks for coming. We're excited for the season. And, these are maybe a couple players you should be on the eye for that I'm really heavily invested in because they're in my coaching group or I coach their position. Like that's pretty much the extent of what you have your coaches saying. I mean, Chad Bowden was pretty open. I had to talk with him for a minute multiple times. And a lot of them were also at the baseball game too, since they were trying to hype that up. That was cool to be at, see the new Dado. But really overall, it was just a really cool event, just, interact with the players, like I said, and just get to see how they are, really, I think, excited for the season. I think especially all the new guys. And I think you see all these guys who are enrolling early. I think they're, super excited to be here. And I think just from the players that were there, you could really see how excited they were about just the opportunity to interact with fans and hope to, see them at the Coliseum. And that was the one that might've been the toughest part for me, was when they're like, are we going to see it all? I'm like, I'll be there when I can. I'm missing the first half of the season. I'm to try to make it to the Wisconsin game the week after my Cosmic season ends.
Let me ask you this, since I wasn't there and didn't get to talk to any players, and presumably a lot of you guys who are watching weren't there either. Obviously, when you go to any fan engagement event, when you talk to the players, they can't say anything negative about the team, right? Even if they wanted to, even if they were doubtful of the team, they're not going to say anything negative. They can't. But I think usually when you talk to someone, you can kind of get a gauge for how real they're being when they're saying that, they're excited and this team is great, right? Like you can kind of tell. And I'm not going to ask you for, specific conversations to even mention any particular players, but just as a whole, looking at it holistically, did it seem like the players were more excited than what they had to present themselves as? What I mean by that is, did they really show they were truly excited and they have confidence in this team? Or did it kind of just seem like, yeah, we're excited because it's a new season, if that makes sense?
I mean, it's hard to tell by that, but most of them, for the most part, there might have been a couple who were kind of going, this is kind of the extent that I could tell when I was going through autographs. That was kind of the most of an interaction you got with players at in that courtyard area behind Heritage Hall in Brittingham. They had players kind of stanchioned off in three different areas of on three different sides of the of that area. And I was talking to most of them. There are a few who are just kind of, thanks for coming, sort of going through the motions of it. But there are a lot of them, especially ones I knew, like, Killian O'Connor, especially, like that guy, really bleeding USC through and through, especially with everything he's pushed through to, try to be in a position to repeat as a starter. And maybe it's because I'm friends with him. I'm biased. I'm hoping he can, nail down that center spot again. But at the same time, I think guys like him, he were like, dude, thanks for coming. Like, super excited for the season. There were guys like that. Are we going to see you there? When are we going to see you? And I'd had some conversations before in the off season since we're, from the same area. So I've seen him out on weekends in my hometown. And he was like asking me this as I was, finalizing to move out here to Virginia. He's like, are you going to be here next season? I'm like, going to be tough, man. I'm taking this job in Virginia. So I think it's like, and maybe it's because I'll acknowledge, maybe it's because it's me. So maybe that might also factor into how they were interacting with me compared to some of the other fans. I can't speak to that. So maybe they were, when I said that, they're like, oh, damn, we're bummed. But maybe they were, maybe trying to be more excited for me, for the ones who, did sign that caution tape right behind me. That's it right there. But from what it seemed like a lot of them were genuinely excited about the season and were, really excited, get to, talk with fans and try to get them excited for the season. I hope that answers your question, Nolan.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. I think that's good, because I also think, you can say that, yes, they're biased because, you're friends with a lot of them. So, some of them you've known for years at this point, any of the veterans who you've gotten to get closer to. But I also almost think that if you're friends with them, that would really tell us if they actually, weren't too confident. Because I feel like, especially if you know them well, you kind of know something's off, right? Like, if you were feeling, down and gloomy about anything, I've known you for years. I'd kind of be able to tell. Maybe I wouldn't call it out, but I'd be able to tell. And I think you'd be able to tell if they were like that too. So I think that's good. If the energy is good in this locker room, if the energy was good at that event, if just overall the vibes are up. Vibes can't get you a title, but I think it can be pretty indicative of the trajectory of this team. And so if everyone's excited, and there's got to be a reason that they're excited, and maybe it's Gary Patterson, maybe it's a million other factors. I don't know, but if this is a team that's excited, I'm excited.
I want to go back to Chad Bowden for a second. The first time I met him, it wasn't at this event. I met him about almost 3 months ago, actually, like 3.5 months ago, which is kind of crazy to think. And when I met him for the first time, I think it was at a basketball game at halftime. And I just remember just introducing myself, being super excited to meet him, and just, at least just from what he told me, when he's just like, we're really excited about the team. I feel really good about this. I'm not going to go any further into the details of it, but just from that alone, that conversation. And yes, he's a very confident man with a lot of swagger, and yes, he's basically, his message to the audience, we're putting everybody on notice. I think like that confidence that he's like showing publicly, I think it's, radiating down into the program in a very positive way. So I bring that conversation up to say that I think he really believes in the product that is about to go on the field, that's going on the field in about 3 months. And so I think for that reason, I think a lot of Trojan fans can be really confident. And that's just, I will acknowledge it's based on one interaction, but that was a dang good first impression I got from Chad Bowden.
And and that's, I guess, kind of what I was referring to when I asked you that question a couple minutes ago, because he didn't have to go out of his way to say, what'd you say? He said, like, I feel really good about this team, something along the lines of that, right?
There's a bit more to it, but that's as much as I feel comfortable sharing. Out of just respect for, just the conversation we had. It was between the two of us, so I don't want to share much more than that. But that was the overall gist of it that I walked out of the Founders Club after shaking his hand and going back to my seat.
Of course. And I think, again, like, he didn't have to say that. He could have said, hey, like, it's nice to meet you. I'm excited for this season. Like, but it sounds like you got, you talked for a while, and just what you were able to tell me and tell everyone who's watching, like, it's authentic. He obviously is confident. He's really excited about this team. And you're right, he's got swagger, he's confident, all that. But he wouldn't be acting like this if there was something concerning about the team. And I think it's just the addition of him to this team. Like, he's, for someone who's not actively in the locker room, he's such a great locker room guy. Like, I don't think I've ever ever met or seen someone who is such a great locker room guy who's not a player or a coach. Like, great locker room guys are players coaches, right? That's a great locker room guy. It's great quarterbacks. It's not someone who's out there traveling across the country, recruiting these players, and just is the general manager of your entire operations. They're not supposed to be great locker room guys. USC has the best locker room general manager I think I've ever seen, and that makes me confident.
And also just like face the per. I want to see Chad Bowden give a halftime speech in the locker room.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. I think they'd love it. The players would love that.
I could see him just reciting from all the greats. Kurt Russell's Herb Brooks, just any number of them. Hell, I mean, I hope. Yeah. So, but then also, I think you also look at just his confidence of, I'm going to do everything I can. And when he was at Notre Dame, he was doing all these sort of crazy stunts. And Notre Dame, I think Notre Dame even had to cut back on him. Apparently, he wanted, from I think I read in the Times, he wanted to jump out of a helicopter, a plane, and skydive down. And I think even Marcus Freeman, who is much more comfortable with media and embracing kind of just the role the media plays in the enhancement exposure of his program, was like, dude, we're going too far with this, and had to pull him back. So I think that just shows, but that just shows like the dude will do anything it takes to win.
Yeah, he, in a way, his approach to fan engagement reminds me of someone who we've talked about quite a bit, and that's Lindsay Gottlieb, right? I mean, Lindsay Gottlieb really has, I mean, she's, I'll give her all the credit in the world. She has, taken a team in a relatively kind of more emerging sport, women's basketball, although women's college basketball has always been somewhat popular, but it's definitely grown a lot in recent years. And the program, USC, has been completely revitalized. And so she's taken a team from 0 to 100, really. Obviously, Chad Bowden's coming in here with, an incredibly storied football program that already has been becoming, more relevant the last couple of years before he got here. But he reminds me of Gottlieb still in some ways, where he loves the fan base. He loves the fans. He loves the community. He loves the team, and he will do anything he wants everyone to be as excited about this program as he is. That's the vibe that he gives me. And I think that's great, because you can't walk into a football program and say, hey, well, we're USC football. We're one of the best. So, the fans just need to be here in the seats, because why else wouldn't you? Because guess what? USC gave fans for, about a decade, a lot of reasons to not go to their games. And Chad Bowden he resembles the fan a lot more than most general managers or coaches do. He doesn't just, sit away from the fans and sit on the field and that's that. And he's not one of you. No, he's one of us. That's kind of the vibe that he gives me. And yeah, again, that I couldn't say it better. He makes me excited for this program. A lot more excited than Lincoln Riley ever has. I'll say that much. I'll leave it at that.
You bring up something really interesting there, Nolan, just now that I wanted to touch on. You talk about how he wants fans to be excited. I think you see that with Lindsay Gottlieb, and I think maybe it's because it's me, and I'm just thinking when I went down to Columbia for that second round of March Madness, everyone who just was super excited to see me that I knew, especially once I said, hey, I'm gonna come, like, can't wait to be there. See you guys in a day, and then drove 5.5 hours for that game, and then right back up to Richmond right after. But I think with Chad Bowden, I think one thing that was really smart he said, I think on Trojans Live, I think it was ahead of the Michigan State game, or might not have been Michigan State, but he did say something big there. But whenever it was, he said, it's going to take every one of us, coaches, players, front office staff, administration, fans. That last one, I think, is what really stuck with me because while I think, the fans definitely do provide that certain home field advantage. I think, though, and I'm not saying it's not unimportant, but I think, if you want people to show up, you got to make them feel like they're part of the mission, even if no matter how big or small that mission that is. And I think just telling fans like, hey, you you're in this with us. You're a part of this. You guys win with us. Like, you're on the team with us, kind of is the way that I heard it. And I think just that right there is like, makes fans feel valued, is like, hey, like what I'm doing by showing up, by spending part of my Saturday at the Coliseum, it's going to help this team. That's going to resonate with a lot of people. So I think that was something that was also really smart to say. So not only is he good at the media, he also knows what to say. And that's, I think, something that's also really good about him and why I think he's a great face of the program.
Yeah, he's an awesome face for USC football. He's a great, as I said before, I think just a great locker room guy. And he's a great culture guy. I think what you just touched on right now, that just shows the impact that he has on like the culture around USC football, bringing it back to its glory days, making fans excited, making students excited, making the entire community excited, and everyone who grew up, a USC fan, or who has friends that are USC fans and maybe wants to, to take a Saturday at the Coliseum. He is awesome for obviously everything on the field, because what he has done to this recruiting class is nothing short of incredible. But he's great for all the, I guess, the intangibles, you can kind of call it, but you know what I'm saying? Just the entire culture around USC football. And that's very important. You want to pack that Coliseum every week that USC has a game, and he is going to do that. Because I hate to say it, the more years we go without even a playoff appearance, the less credibility Lincoln Riley has, and I think we've seen that the last couple of years. But what Chad Bowden is doing, he has built up credibility himself, and that's good. That's good to see.
All right, before we move on, I do want to say one thing to Chad Bowden. Chad, if you are listening to this, great seeing you a couple weekends ago at Fan Appreciation Day and chatting with you at the baseball game. I want to hear your halftime speech. I want you to go in that locker room and give a halftime speech and make sure they catch it and post it online. I want to see that. If we see it, we'll play it here and make sure everyone sees it and just help it
100%.
Nolan, you in for that? You want to see all that?
Absolutely. And honestly, I'm imagining what that speech would look like. I don't think he would need us to make it viral. I think by the time we get it, it would have 1 million views on TikTok and Instagram. Way more than 1 million. It would have, I'm telling you, I can imagine just a caption. This is USC's general manager. This isn't a head coach. This is their general manager, yelling at the players, giving them a pep talk, whatever it may be. I don't know how encouraging Lincoln or any of his staff may be. I'm sure they have a lot more pep when they're talking to their players and when they're talking to media. I'm sure they are, and I'm sure they can give some good halftime talks to their locker room. But man, if Chad Bowden was in there, I'm telling you that would go viral when anyone finds out that is not a head coach. That would be awesome. But so yes, I'm 100% in on that, Crash.
I will be studying that for a while, because fun thing, actually on Saturday for our final game in Frisco, our two teams had me give a halftime speech right before we led them out of the locker room for the transition to Cosmic. And so all I know is if Chad Bowden does that speech, I will be studying that thing forever for how to perfect my halftime speech.
That'd be awesome. You just got to give him credit.
Absolutely. I will do that for sure, Chad. You have my word on that, and you have our word that we will hype the hell out of it here at the USC channel at the Voice of College Football, presented by FanDuel. So now, Nolan, I think it's time that we can use the last segment of this show to really talk about, I think, the NFL draft, really, especially because crazy to think it's happening in 2 days. I feel like it always, maybe it's been these last few years, but I feel it's just always just suddenly creeps up on you and you're just like, wait, it's here now?
Yep.
Yeah, last year I remember I think I covered a football practice, then went to Topgolf, and then was with a friend when I realized, oh gosh, Shedeur Sanders is not going in the first round when I got to the Eagles and Chiefs with the last 2 picks in the first round. She's like, wait, what? I'm like, well, Eagles and Chiefs don't need quarterbacks, so yeah, he's not going. So yeah, but I think
you're right. It creeps up on you every year.
But yeah, I think definitely, really excited to see this draft class. I think we got Makai Lemon. See where he goes. Hopefully he goes really high in the first round. Bolitnikov Award winner. Really excited to see what he does, what he can do and where he goes. So really just excited. Are there any other players that you're kind of, keeping an eye out for? Obviously, you got Lemon, Jacoby Lane. Who else is really, are you really interested in seeing where they're going to go?
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, what I'm really curious about for Makai is just how early he's going to go. Obviously, I mean, I really just want the best landing spot for him. That's really what matters. But seeing, there's been mock drafts where he's in the top 10, and so I think that'd be really cool to see. But Kamari Ramsey, I think, would be who I'm, guessing would be the second player taken. Could be Jacoby Lane. I think Kamari Ramsey is a better prospect, though. I guess at that point it just comes down to team needs, but I think Kamari Ramsey will be the second. And I think it'll be cool because he'll be a day 2. Jacoby Lane, maybe not as positive. But I'm still like, I want to highlight Anthony Lucas, Bishop Fitzgerald. Those, those are, I don't want to say the question marks because they'll get drafted. But it's about, how early. Again, with all these players, I mean, at the end of the day, I just want the best fit. I want whatever's going to get them the best, the best production, the best experience, even as a rookie. But I would love to just, because, I don't watch every single pick in the draft. Like once you're starting to get to the later rounds, like I'm kind of taking some breaks. I want to hear, Anthony Lucas's name mentioned. I want to hear Bishop Fitzgerald's name mentioned. So I'm kind of curious how early they'll go, how high they'll go. So yeah, those are the big 2 that I feel like there's a little more question marks about. Once you get down to that range, there's like a 3-round range that they could get drafted into, and I hope for the best landing spot for them. So those are who's on my eye. I was kind of just looking at a mock draft a second ago. I was looking at 2, and they were completely in different regions of the 2 mock drafts. So I have no real prediction of where they're going to go, but yeah, those will be my 2.
Well, I think there's a lot of guys that I'm just kind of curious, and just based on how long they've been at USC and just what they've contributed, and just where they could possibly go if they even got a shot. So I'm really interested to see what happens with tight end Lake McCree. Where's he going to land? Then also I'm really interested to see even if I'm not necessarily looking at where they're going to go, I'm just more interested to see kind of where they land and kind of where teams are really willing, if they're deemed kind of a risk for whatever reason, where teams would be like, all right, it makes sense to take this guy. So I'm really also interested to see running back Eli Sanders. Where do they think he is with his recovery? Because he was looking like he was going to have a great year alongside Wayman Jordan in that backfield, and then they both go down against Michigan, and then suddenly it's King Miller. It turns into a star, and then Brian Jackson also has to really suddenly have to come back early kind of as he's recovering from turf toe. So I'm really interested in kind of those 2 guys to see kind of where they think they are, especially because they're older guys too. McCree's been here a while, done a lot, but has really blossomed, and I'd say his kind of last 2 years with USC, I think, really stepping into that spotlight, but also having no problem sharing it with Walker Lyons. So he's a guy who knows how to can make the big plays when is needed, but also has no problem shielding the spotlight, even if it's someone in his own position group. He was always that first guy to hype up Walker Lyons last year, and the same thing was true whenever McCree scored. Lyons was the first one over to celebrate him. And as for Sanders, I really just want to see, do they think he can make it? Especially, he was going to have a promising year. And I mean, does USC win, maybe beat Notre Dame or Oregon, and possibly sneak into the playoffs if with Sanders in there, assuming they could win one or both of those games, and they'd only have that one loss to Illinois, since they did have Sanders when they lost to the Fighting Illini in Champaign. So I'm really curious about just those 2 guys, especially with Sanders and how his season was cut short. So those are guys that I'm really, watching kind of just to see do they think they have a chance? But I think a lot of guys you mentioned as well, Anthony Lucas, Bishop Fitzgerald, I think other guys, DJ Harvey, Eric Gentry. I'm also really curious to see what teams think of him, especially he's got a lot of potential. He can do a lot of things. I mean, Rob Ryan wasn't wrong when he called him a unicorn. It's just, as we have litigated both since you got here, as well as you missed a lot of hate on Rob Ryan, Nolan, as I'm sure you have figured out. But I think Gentry still had a lot of potential, especially I think you saw him blossom with Matt Entz. I think there was no linebacker room around him in that final year.
So I want to ask you, because again, I kind of alluded to it before, but like even right now, I'm looking at a couple different mock drafts and comparing kind of where USC players go as you get away from the range of Mekhi Lemon and more into Lucas Fitzgerald and McCree. But from a lot of the mock drafts that I've seen, it's obviously Lemon's getting drafted, Ramsey's getting drafted, Lane's getting drafted, and Lucas and Fitzgerald definitely should be getting drafted. And after that, there's kind of a cutoff, and it sounds like no one's really sure if anyone else is going to be getting drafted. Do you expect? I mean, you kind of mentioned some names. I think McCree was the first one you were talking about. Are you expecting more than just those 5 to get drafted that I mentioned a second ago?
Are you talking about that Sports Illustrated article? I'm guessing that's the one that I think I saw come out, because I'm seeing one of the 5. I think, yeah.
One of them is Sports Illustrated. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I found one with like 7 different guys. McCree's the last one on it. I think USC has probably maybe 5 or 6, maybe 7. I think that sounds about right. So I'm not necessarily guys are going to get drafted. I'm just kind of have those guys circled based on what I saw out of them at USC and where I think their skill sets could fit in the NFL, while also, I guess, acknowledging, and I apologize if I wasn't clear about this, while also acknowledging that, hey, like, I could be totally wrong about this, but I think if they get with the right team and the right coaching staff and the right front office, they could definitely do a lot and really carve out a solid career for themselves, I guess is what I was trying to say. And I guess that's what I, really see. So I think Eli Sanders might be a hot take. I think Eli Sanders could be a steal if someone decides to take a chance on him because of the glimpses that I saw from him when he was at USC prior to his injury.
Wow, yeah, I think that is. I mean, in terms of USC draft, I think that probably is a little more of a hot take. I haven't seen much, Eli Sanders buzz at all. Eli Sanders is a dog, but I think for me, another guy that I would like to highlight, who you were talking about, Lake McCree. If there was anyone who's kind of on that cusp of drafted, undrafted, based on projections, not sure if they're going to find a home, but obviously hope to see as many Trojans drafted. He's the one that I think really deserves to get drafted. The other to me would be Eric Gentry. I mean, he's just so big. Like he is huge, and that is a very important factor in the NFL. But Lake McCree, I feel like from what I saw, the development that he had at USC and the progression that he made, to me, is really impressive. So he's the guy that I'm not sure if he's going to get drafted, but I really hope he does, because I think he can have, a very strong impact in a league where if you have one good tight end, you're set for a while as an NFL team, and I think he can be that guy for someone.
Well, I think it's like we just mentioned, he's really developed a lot in his last 2 years, and he's also not afraid to share the spotlight too. He doesn't. I mean, I don't want to say he doesn't care about it, but he's a very selfless player. He puts the team first. And I think that attitude is going to go a long way. He doesn't make it about himself. Even when he scores, he's always like, let's go. He's always like right there to celebrate with Jade Mayava and all his offensive teammates. So I think he's a guy who can really, do a lot. And granted, he does have to go for it. He has exhausted his eligibility. He's played 5 years, but I'm still really hoping he can get drafted because I think he's a selfless team player that's going to, could also, be a guy who could really make a big impact, especially if the tight end we saw the last 2 years is the one that NFL teams see next year come fall 2026.
And I think on that note, you start to see, I mean, we saw this as USC fans. People will hyper fixate on your mannerisms in interviews, on how you present yourself. I'm not going to get into that whole situation, but people care a lot about just how you handle yourself with the media and interviews. And that's not to say that that's not maybe something to consider, but there's a lot more to your work ethic and how good of a teammate you are than just how you talk to the media. Like there are people that just, are shy or don't like the media for whatever reason. But I think if there's any player on USC's squad that's entering the draft who you have something better than just how they interact with media as a way to gauge their entirety as a player and how dedicated they are to their craft and how good of a team player they are, it probably is Lake McRee, because he was forced to kind of split time, right? Like you were kind of referring to how good of a teammate he is and how selfless he is. If there is any player that has shown that on this team, he might be my first pick to say, hey, like that is a selfless player. He's shown that. It's not just trying to get a gauge of his work ethic when it's just really hard, because every player has to put on their best self when they're talking to teams. You can look back at his time at USC and see this guy is a selfless player. He did whatever it took for his team to win. He did not care about his own stats, and he did not whine or complain about it. And that's rare to come by in these days, I feel like, in college football. So yeah, I would agree with everything you said about him.
Absolutely. And I think you mentioned something about players with the media. And I think something that I think is important to hit on is, yeah, there's all this stuff about, you could do like players, they're not great with media, this or that. The thing about the NFL is they'll look the other way on a lot of things if you are good enough. So
it's true.
But if you aren't good enough, then they will critique it.
Then they care.
So I know you were I think you were alluding to the Makai Lemon situation. Not going to go into it in depth because I'm assuming I think a lot of people heard about it, know what happened. But Makai Lemon is good enough, and he hasn't had many instances where, his conduct has been an issue. Sure, he had that one weird suspension for a quarter against UCLA, but we never really got any clarity about it either. So just seemed like him and Jacoby was a team thing. But I just bring that up to say that if you're good enough, they're going to be like, okay, yeah, that happened. Doesn't seem to be, a repeating pattern. Okay, he's good. And it's like, I've heard some things in the NFL where it's like they have a system. If, something happens to you, who your first call is. I've heard some things from past internships about how that whole deal works is mommy and daddy are not your first call. That's all I'm going to say about that. But you aren't good enough. If he wasn't good enough, then yeah, I think that would still be probably getting scrutiny. And I think that's kind of what happened with Shedeur Sanders last year. He wasn't good enough, and he was kind of, alleged, supposedly not great teammate, was blowing off interviews, and it had been happening ever since he showed up at least at Colorado. John Canzano talked about how he, right before he interviewed him, he blew off an interview with SiriusXM. They're all pissed, and now Canzano is struggling to get a convo going, and after it's over, Canzano's producer's like, what the hell was that? And Canzano's like, I'm still trying to figure it out. He talked about it a lot last year in his columns about what went wrong and why. It's like the NFL wasn't out to get Shedeur Sanders. It was like, hey, they just were like, hey, all right, it's a good example, make an example of him in that way where it's like, hey, he's not good enough. And if you're not good enough, yeah, this conduct stuff is going to come to haunt you. But I don't think that's really the case for anyone with USC. So back to Lake McRee, have you heard anything about him getting in any sort of trouble while he was at USC?
Nope, not at all.
I think if he only made the news, it was for good reasons or is on really good profile pieces on it. But he was never one of those guys who, would kind of get into trouble. And obviously there are guys who, do get into trouble even after they, reach the NFL. I mean, Jordan Addison's had some issues, like falling asleep like and blocking traffic at LAX. That's never a good look. But at least in terms of being at USC, you don't hear much about that. So of guys having many like issues with their conduct. So I don't think that's gonna be an issue for anybody. And if it has, it's been minimal, or they're good enough to where it's like, I don't want to say anyone necessarily to look the other way on anything, but it's like, okay, it's not going to be, a problem necessarily.
And I mean, I won't say I'm not going to say that I agree that teams will think it's not a problem, because I think no matter how good you are, if there are off the field issues, they will acknowledge that there may be a problem. Like the guy that comes to mind to me is like George Pickens when he was coming out of college. Everyone knew he was talented, but no one just knew what to make of him and his on and off the field antics. I think to me, the thing, if we can, talk directly about Mekhi Lemon, it's like, there's not that much. Like, people were reading into it too much. I think almost the fact that he is Mekhi Lemon and he is that great is the reason why people cared. I think maybe there are times where if a play, look at Georgia. Like, I think a lot of their players, obviously very, very real problems. And I think for some of those guys who may be good enough, not just good enough, but incredible players, I don't think any teams will say it's not a problem, but I think they'll say this is such a high draft pick. If we're taking someone, high up in the first round, I'm not going to let an off the field issue that maybe we can, address, maybe we can fix, maybe we can try to hinder a little bit. Just, if they're that talented, the talent is the biggest thing that we need to worry about. And I think it's very simple. Mekhi Lemon, all of his conduct, that we are not even getting close to that level of problematic. He doesn't love the media. So what? Like that's it. And there's that 1 quarter suspension. There's just not that much. USC has done a great job of making sure its players stay out of the media for any reasons that they don't want them to be in. So I'll give USC props on that one for sure.
What other guys are you hoping, get their shot in the NFL from this draft class? Whether they're guys who are kind of on that cusp of maybe getting picked, or would have to sign as undrafted free agents to have a shot. And I mean, we've seen a couple guys make it that way. I mean, Justin Dedich been able to, work his way and get some action with the Rams at center there. It's been really, cool to watch his journey and career play out. I interviewed him on Behind the Caution tape about a year ago. So really, guys like that who you just really, for whether it was for just their work ethic or what they gave to USC and for how long, that you really want to see get their chance.
So I absolutely do not think he's getting drafted. I know you kind of hinted at him getting drafted. I do not see a world where he gets drafted, or at least I think that world is not too realistic. Eli Sanders, I would hope. I think he gave a lot to this program. There's always been adversity in that room. It almost seems like a curse to come to USC if you're in that position group. But I would like to see him drafted. I do not think he will. But I think he'll definitely, he'll be an undrafted free agent and sign somewhere. And I think he's got the work ethic. I think he's got the talent. I think he's got everything. I just don't know if he did it at a high enough level for a long enough time in college to get drafted. But I hope he does. I don't think he will, but I think he'll have his chance. He'll have a chance to prove himself on a roster. So that would be my pick. And anyone for you?
I think my guy would be Jeanry Reed. Not sure if he'll do it. And I mean, look at the O lineman. I think he could be someone maybe who signs. And I think, yeah, he lost that starting center job to Killian O'Connor, but he was still, super supportive, said all the right things about O'Connor, even as they're positioning, that he said that he didn't mind battling him because O'Connor does things the right way, which is something O'Connor preached to me when I interviewed him for a class project a few years back. And then you also just look at just how when O'Connor went down, Reed was right there, ready to step back up. Sure, he had that one ineligible receiver where he wiped out, I think it was that trick play against Illinois, which I think left a lot of fans frustrated with him, myself included. I'll acknowledge that. But I think he definitely got more, steady as the season went on and was ready, was just, there. So I think just for everything he did, even though he was only at USC for 1 year, I really want to see him get his opportunity in the NFL. And hopefully he can, if he doesn't get drafted, which doesn't seem likely, he can then get his spot, just find a way to sign as an undrafted free agent, and then earn his way onto the 53-man roster and hopefully try to carve out some playing time from there. So for a guy like him, and just for how much he just, paid respect to a guy like O'Connor, who just had to go through hell to even have a shot at even competing for a spot, then let alone earning it, for him to, and then being ready as the backup and willing to, accept that role, but while still being ready, I think you have to respect how he went about it. So for that reason, I really hope Reed gets his chance.
Yeah, I think especially once you're getting into the guys that are going to be day threes at best, but realistically are going to be undrafted free agents, the kind of guys, at least, I mean, if I were an NFL GM, I wouldn't be trying to find the guy that's the tiniest bit more talented, because if you were drafting based on talent, if any of these guys were the most talented, at their college, they'd be a day one or day two. So I think that this is the time where you accept, like, hey, none of these guys were probably the most talented on their college roster. You got to find the guys that are disciplined, are going to work back from any sort of adversity, the guys that are going to be first in, last out. And yeah, he's one of them.
For sure. Well, that brings us to the end of the hour here. And this has been USC Primetime Live here on the USC channel, here at the Voice of College Football. It has been presented by FanDuel. We'll see y'all next week. And along with my co-host Nolan Ezett, I am Crashlet Collier. See y'all next Tuesday. And of course, as always, fight on.
Welcome, everyone, to Rutgers at the Voice of College Football. I'm here with my fantastic co-host, Gabriel Pickup. Donovan couldn't make it tonight, but will be here next week. So, Gabe, you got some pick updates for us?
Yeah, I do. But for my first pick update, I'm actually going to spin it right back to you because I know you got an update for us.
Oh, of course. Thank you. Well, this is rare, but yes, for all you folks here in New Jersey, I just started my own law firm called Lamparello Law, Education, and Advocacy. It specializes in education law, helping students with misconduct matters, as well as faculty, criminal defense, and employment law, Title IX, and also any educational coaching that you may need, whether it's exam preparation, admissions consulting, personal statements, and the like. So check us out at www.lamparello, LAMPARELLO-law.com. Thanks so much, Gabe.
Yeah, of course. And just had to drop that link in the chat. So,
thank you.
I'll definitely be pinning comments as we go, but whenever there's not a comment to pin, I'll spin it right back around here. That is where you go if you are in New Jersey and need a good lawyer. Adam is your guy. So with that being said, the first pick update I got in relation to Rutgers football, and the only update I got, it's one that we actually missed, and our apologies to the gentleman, but Trent Buttles commits to Rutgers University. The elite 2027 safety from Hamburg, New York, chose us over James Madison, UConn, Temple, UMass, Buffalo, Army, Dartmouth, and Akron. And he plays in St. Francis, PA currently. He is 5'11 and a half, 185 pounds, top 10 ranked safety in New York. Last year, he had 87 tackles. He had a forced fumble, 3 interceptions, and 6 interceptions the year prior with a pick 6 and a fumble recovery. So the kid's got some good stats. It's just a matter of growth, and he'll need to grow, but, we're happy to have him.
So he picked us over James Madison, huh?
That's right. Another James Madison potential coming to Rutgers.
Well, that's a good pickup. James Madison, a very, very good program, as we saw, made the college football playoff. And although they had a rough first half against Oregon, certainly showed out in the second half and acquitted themselves quite well. James Madison, historically good program. Glad to have someone of his caliber coming to Rutgers.
Yeah, I remember you were on James Madison all last year in the offseason saying they were nothing but an education school.
I've learned that sometimes it's better to see the world in shades of gray than just black and white. So, it is primarily an education school, but you got to give credit to James Madison for being good enough to actually make the college football playoff over, historically great blue blood teams like, Ole Miss. For them to, not Ole Miss. Ole Miss made it, but there were, what I mean, like Texas, for example. Okay,
Texas.
let me get it straight.
Yeah.
All right. So Texas and Arch Manning don't make it, but little James Madison does. So you got to give him credit for that.
Yeah.
And I give credit where credit's deserved. I tell it like it is.
And who knows, they might have been able to beat us too if they played us last year. We'll never know. So
No,
that's
it would have beat us.
dude, with that defense last year, I don't know. I'm not very convinced. I mean, we only won by 3 against Ohio, so
We would lose to James Madison. We would lose 34-30.
yeesh. I mean, I would like to hope that we could beat them, maybe 30-27 or something. Hey, this year I think we could, but we
They're
won't
running-
know for certain. And
Their running backs would have run all over our defense, just like the Penn State running backs. They got the ball and they ran.
hey, I
I
mean,
think they're still running. I think I saw one of them still running, and I said, "The game's over, buddy. You won." But or like the Iowa kick returner, the first play of the game.
yeah, he got invited to the combine, I remember. But hey, if Indiana showed us anything, it's that James Madison commits can get you some wins. Unfortunately, it didn't happen very much for us, but if it can happen for them, it can happen for us too. Who knows? So, Trent, I think you made the right choice. I think that out of all those programs, one, because of our conference, but 2, because of our history with the Big East as well, I think you made the right choice as a program. And under Coach Schiano, under an entirely revamped defensive staff, who knows, man? You've got an open opportunity. If it's not your freshman year, it could be your sophomore year. If it's not your sophomore year, you stick around, it could be your junior year. I think that this is a good opportunity to be a defensive player for Rutgers.
Yeah, and you have to give Coach Schiano and his staff credit. They've done well in recruiting and are in the top 40. That's really impressive given the competition they're facing, particularly in the NIL era. And hopefully next season is going to be an improvement on last season. I think certainly the defense will probably be improved, but the offense with KJ, Antoine, and either AJ Sarace or Dylan Lonergan, and I think some up and coming wide receivers is going to be formidable.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's all I got for news, for pickup dates, should I say. But I do have something from today that was reposted by Rutgers Football, and I think it is definitely worth checking out. So here we go.
I am Greg Brown, a proud Rutgers alum and supporter. Rutgers Giving Day is this Friday, April 24th, and to kick things off, my wife Anna and I are honored to commit $1 million in matching funds. And we need you, Rutgers Nation, to join us. We'll match every dollar you give, dollar for dollar, up to $1 million. It's a chance for all of us to come together and support our student athletes as they pursue excellence in their sport and in the classroom. There are a lot of exciting things going on in Rutgers athletics, and the future's bright, and we're just getting started. We're proud to do our part and hope you'll join us.
So until Friday, April 24th, that is, they are matching every donation to Rutgers athletics up to $1 million. And even if we reach that $1 million goal, I wouldn't say stop there. To me, this is important because it shows that we have big donors willing to donate more than just a few bucks. That's a significant chunk of change for anyone. to put into an athletic program at a university. And it's very important in the Big Ten. I think that you at home should consider donating because of what our athletes have, shown in terms of commitment. They've shown that buck for buck, if we can match someone, they want to stay here. And if it's close enough, they'll consider it. If it's a landslide, not so much. So that's why I think that you at home should consider it. I will definitely be putting something into it as well, and I will go on the record when I do so. And so with that being said, definitely consider donating. I'll pull up the link as Adam gives his opinion on why you should consider donating too.
Well, I think, number one, when it comes to donating, even if it's $5, it's something. So every little bit helps. And who does it help? It helps the university, but ultimately it helps the students. It helps the student athletes. And having your support is really essential so that they can have the resources and the opportunities to maximize their chances of being successful. And to support these young people, given the hard work and dedication that they put into this program, says a lot about you and your dedication to the Rutgers football program. And even if we have a few $100,000 $5 donations, it goes a long way, and it shows that the community is behind Rutgers. And that's what Rutgers needs right now as it heads into a competitive season and a competitive college football landscape.
Very well said. And as you said that, I pulled up the link. It's on the Rutgers University website. But, if you want to skip all the extra steps to get there, right here is the extra hyperlink, give.rutgers.foundation.org/athletic-excellence-fund. And, you can look at all the other mumbo jumbo there. It's the link to sign up. And I suggest doing so for sure, because like I said, we're in the Big Ten. We've had athletes that have gotten offers, great offers elsewhere, decide they want to stay. We've also had athletes leave. So if we're in the ballpark and you at home can help, or you in the car, you at work, wherever you are, this is an opportunity to do so. And not that you have to stop on Friday, but this is the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important. It's important for the players, and it's important symbolically to show that, hey, the Rutgers fan base is behind you. And, Jason O says we should play Sarah McLachlan while making our donation pitch. Jason, I was thinking more along the lines of the Rainbow Connection by Kermit the Frog. But, hey, we all have our different tastes. So with that, donate and go Scarlet Knights.
Yeah,
Now,
and I will be knocking on every door in the Piscataway and New York City area looking for you, Jason, looking for your donation. I will be making certain that you donate.
And Mickey Sherrill, that even means you. Yes, yes. Even you're included. And as the governor, who could set a better example? Give to be great.
Yeah, I mean, it's an exciting time, even if you don't think it's an exciting time to be a Rutgers fan, because last year we had so many close opportunities go whoop, right over our head. We're still going to be competitive next year.
Greatness is born from adversity.
That's fair enough, honestly. And Jason, I know you're one of our biggest Rutgers football supporters in the chat, which says a lot because the show is all about Rutgers football. So,
Jason, I am ordering you to donate to Rutgers. That is an official order from the Rutgers of the Voice of College Football. I know that'll carry a tremendous amount of weight, but regardless, Jason O is a great Rutgers fan, always supportive, has great knowledge of the game and the team. So glad to see him here.
For sure. And, it's been such a hounding, busy week for Rutgers football, but I don't know if we can go into too much depth about how much more has been happening because we're just so overwhelmed with content here. But I know you brainstormed one idea that we couldn't pass up on.
I do, but I have a secret idea. I have a secret segment, and once again, it is my list of complaints. And I'm going to start off with
right after asking for donations.
I'm not going to complain about anything. What I am going to bring up is a sensitive topic that was reported by someone in the media that I, quite frankly, just found. And I'll start off with if anybody's familiar with Tom Fornelli. Tom Fornelli, he's a well-respected analyst, college football analyst. And recently, Tom Fornelli made some bold predictions about every Big Ten football team. When it came to Rutgers, this was his prediction, that 2026 will be Coach Schiano's final one as the head coach of the Scarlet Knights. You're not hearing it from me. I'm just a messenger. Here's what Tom Fornelli said. If you understand, this is in quotes, if you understand how important Schiano is to the program, you understand how bold this prediction is. The problem Schiano faces is that the Knights are only 31-41 in his second stint and have made a bowl game 3 times in 6 seasons, and one of those was with a 5-10 record. That includes a mark of 15-39 in the Big Ten. This year's schedule does Rutgers few favors. They'll play Indiana, USC, Michigan, and Penn State. Sports books have their total win posted at 4.5, which seems reasonable. If they play to expectations, I can see Rutgers deciding it's time to move on after the season ends. Now, this is the prediction, the bold prediction from Tom Fornelli. And we've talked about this before on the show, with all great respect, of course, to Coach Schiano and all the things he's done for Rutgers. But we've had some discussions about, when, how long will his tenure be and how much latitude does he have? So what do you think about this, Gabe?
I mean, it shows me something that we're not the only ones thinking this. We've thought that since last year going into Purdue, after the royal spanking from Oregon. We've thought this really before last year started, that maybe he didn't seem like he was as passionate about being head coach. But it just feels like we're stuck in limbo with Schiano, and I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. It just seems like if we were to part ways with him, we would lose everybody half decent, and we would lose a lot of funding too, I think, at least in the short run. It depends who we would hire in his replacement. But I don't know. It's like people will be attracted to the job. Like there will be a ton of coaches who want to coach for Rutgers, maybe even a lot of guys that are better at coaching and in terms of track record than Coach Schiano, like Adam Lamparello. But I just think that even with that being said, this is part of the reason why it's so crucial to donate, because we're going to have, like I said, we're going to have like A-tier coaches wanting to coach for us, maybe B-tier, but can we afford them? And with Coach Schiano, it seems like he's the salary cap, so to say, of coaches we can afford. And, he's like a B-tier game coach, an A recruiter, but doesn't have a lot to work with. But it just feels like we're stuck in limbo right now. And the rest of the Big Ten is a few miles ahead of us. So that's why we need to keep the foot on the pedal, so to say. And I think that at the time we're in right now, it might just have to be Coach Schiano for another few years at least.
Well, I think there's a couple of ways to look at this. First, you could argue, he's in his first stint, he had some fantastic accomplishments and, took Rutgers to heights that the program really hadn't seen much, if at all, before, and deserves credit for making Rutgers nationally competitive. You could also argue that Rutgers is not a school that typically gets the 4- and 5-star talent and therefore is really heavy on development, that Rutgers also is competing in a Big Ten that has USC, Ohio State, Michigan, Oregon, Penn State, and that with that slate of competition, it's going to be tough for any coach to be successful. So you could also argue, of course, that Rutgers has not been competitive with NIL and that really has hindered or disadvantaged the program. Those would be the arguments in favor, I think, of keeping Coach Schiano. On the other hand, an argument can be made. At the end of the day, it comes down to wins and losses. And like Fornelli said, 31-41 in the second stint, 15-29 in the Big Ten. But I think the biggest argument that
I know where you're going with this
to be made here is you're losing games that you should win consistently. You're losing to the Minnesotas. You're losing, at home to Illinois when you had the game in the bag. You're losing against teams that you should beat. And when it comes down to teams that, might be a little bit more talented, but certainly you are competitive against, we never win them, whether it's a Washington, whether it's in Iowa, whether it's in Nebraska. And you're not seeing things change. If anything, you're seeing the trajectory go in a negative direction, as evidenced by this past year and the defense and the transfers that really didn't play up to potential. So when you look at the total picture, the arguments for or against, I think that Fornelli's prediction is bold, but I do not think it's entirely outside the box. I suspect that it will be 2 years rather than one, at which time Rutgers will part ways.
Yeah, I agree with that. I thought you were going to mention that we are the only Power 4 school to not beat a ranked team since 2014.
That's another reason. That's a good one too. It's a cruel business because the coach can't control what the players do on the field, but the coach does have responsibility for the wins and losses. And in college football, wins and losses are where it's at. And when you look at last year's loss to Minnesota, when you look at being up at the half on Washington, when you look at Iowa, being up on Iowa in the fourth quarter, and not coming out with any victories. When you look at our performance against Illinois, unacceptable. Even our performance against Purdue, in which we barely won the game, mostly due to an incompetent Boilermaker quarterback, that's not the kind of trajectory that is going to get you a long tenure. And when you have an athletic director and a president coming from nationally renowned Louisiana State University, I do think they're going to have some patience because they are rational and are going to recognize that, NIL has been a problem. It has handicapped the program to a degree. They recognize we don't get top flight recruits, but they're not going to be patient for that long. And this season has to be a season that shows at least some promise in the right direction. And with the schedule we have, and quite frankly, with the schedule we're going to have year after year, I don't know that Schiano is going to last more than 2 years. Now, the question, Gabe, is this. Whoever replaces him, is it really going to change anything? Because you can change the coach, but you can't change the schedule. You can't change the fact that these Big Ten teams like Michigan, Ohio State, Oregon have massive NILs, and they have rosters with better talent. So are you just rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic if you change the coach? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I think that it would change. I just think it would change for the worst for the short-term future, and it would take another 5 to 10 years to build ourselves back up again. Do we really want to do that at this point? Sticking our thumbs all the way up Big Ten's, and we're stuck here. So, yeah, Jason, that was definitely the closest I think we've gotten to beating a ranked team 2 years ago. Fourth down, we all know the drill, blah, blah, blah. But my worry with Kelly Zinn is, it's something that you've mentioned, that they're coming into some established programs and they don't want to throw things. They don't want to make too many changes they don't have to make. But my worry is maybe she being a little too stagnant, a little too hands-off in her approach. I don't think she's made any firings herself. All the firings from Rutgers staffs, that was all at the hands of Schiano. And my thing is, with Rutgers basketball, Steve Piquel, he had 2 of the top 5 recruits in the nation, and we had a losing record, didn't make the tournament, obviously. And last year, we do even worse. We lose to Central Connecticut State at home, who Donovan will attest LIU has beaten. And what does Kelly Zinn do? Before the year is over, she guarantees him another year. So I don't know if Coach Schiano leaves. I don't think it will be because of her or because of the athletic department. I think it would be because he resigns, and I don't think he would really want to do that because, like you said, Jason, $20 million left in contract. He's locked up for a little while now. I think he's happy coaching here. I think he still likes doing his job, and if he's not going anywhere until Piquel goes somewhere, and I don't know what's taking that so long. I'm happy with Kelly Zinn's commitment to NIL. Launching our NIL is a huge plus for us, and helping Coach Schiano in terms of recruits, and also just attending every game she can, home or away. So I'm happy she's a hands-on, like the Colts owner, the new owner, the Irsay daughter that everyone was making fun of because she was, wearing a headset on the field. And she said it herself. She wants to see how things are from their perspective. And with Kelly Zinn, it feels like she's doing the same. So I credit her for that. I'm just skeptical that maybe she's a little bit of afraid of changing with Rutgers.
Well, I think that when a leader of her caliber coming from LSU goes to Rutgers, it's like you're going into a different and a new family. Okay. Rutgers has their ways, their established procedures, their expectations, their, unwritten rules. For a leader to come into an organization the size and of a Rutgers, the first thing a good leader is going to want to do is not be disruptive too soon and not rock the boat too soon, because what that's going to do, no matter how right the decision might be, it's going to alienate people and create a lot of discord. So what typically they do is they gradually make the program their own. And that's why I think Kelly Zinn certainly would have seen it as premature and potentially disastrous to make any major change. But as time goes on and she becomes more acclimated into the quote unquote family, she's going to take the reins and she's going to make decisions that she believes are going to lead to a more competitive program. That's why I think it's 2 years away, not 1 year away, because this year, I think the argument is going to be made, all right, this is Schiano's first year where at least we're now building a somewhat reasonably sizable NIL. He now has more resources. Let's give him a chance. I don't think that lease lasts for more than 2 years. I think Zinn is pretty much acclimated now, and she's going to be at a point where she's comfortable making decisions that, while they may not be popular, especially with someone who's got $20 million on a contract and is as entrenched as Schiano, she's going to make the tough decisions because she came here to make us a winner and not to, preserve the status quo. So I think 2 years is the date. And that doesn't mean that Coach Schiano is a failure. It doesn't mean that he doesn't deserve the highest degree of respect. But I think that, sometimes your time is up and it's time for a change. And I see that happening at the end of the 2027 season.
Yeah. And Jason, you're right. She fired the women's basketball coach. I forgot about that.
Well,
Wrong basketball coach, though.
That's easier to do. It's easier to fire. I mean, I'm not degrading women's basketball. Please don't get me wrong. It's extremely important and it should be viewed as such. But it's a lower hanging fruit than the head coach of the football team. And it doesn't
Keep digging, buddy.
What?
Keep digging, buddy.
It doesn't surprise. Well, come on. I mean, I'm being honest. I mean, I know women's basketball is as important to them as any other sport, and it should be, and they should have support. But it's a lower hanging fruit than firing the head coach of a college football team at a university. And I think what she's doing is picking the lower hanging and less controversial fruit before she goes complete time. I tell it like it is. And people can interpret it the way they want. But I would garner to say that to the reasonable fan, they don't regard women's basketball on the same level of
you.
Was that a shovel? Was that a shovel?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny because well, I won't tell that story, but go on.
Yeah, I was just messing with you. I don't think you actually hate women. And now because I feel bad, just remember this man started a law firm today, LamparelloLaw.com.
And we represent people in not only criminal defense and education matters, but Title IX sex discrimination matters. So there you go.
Bingo.
at a reasonable price, by the way. Unlike most
Bingo.
attorneys, a
Actions
reasonable
speak,
price.
actions speak louder than words. There we go. So yeah, I think that in summary, Shiano's job is safe next year and safe going into the year of 2028. I think things get dicey if 2028 looks a little rough. And also, I think that things could look, we could see the beginning of the end this year if her and Shiano don't agree about the quarterback situation. Say he gives one too long a leash. Maybe she wants some change and he's being too patient. Or maybe she wants a little more stability from the quarterback and he's flip-flopping them like it's, two dresses with stains on them or something. And so there could be a little bit of turbulence this year, especially because there's a lot more decisions to be made on the field now. We made decisions off of it, but there's a lot more on-field decisions to make this year.
Yeah, make no mistake, Kelly's in, from all accounts, is a very nice person and has acclimated very well liked, but she's going to make tough decisions. And Jason's right. She's not stagnant at all, but I think when you're coming into an organization, you're going to be a bit more careful at first before making major decisions.
I will say, I guess I'll reel it back a little bit. And she has done the first thing that we talked about, which is give resources that aren't previously there out and see how her employees work with these resources. And the resource in this instance, like with many other instances, is money. And we have a little more money now, and we have more incentives to donate and match and, witness. So that's the first step. And we've started that off well. I would say after Minnesota, Shiano made his opinion known, and there's been a lot more done now in terms of the athletic department and funding. So that's the first step. And I would say the second step would be the first off season with her as athletic director. Now she gets a say, but he makes the moves. So we'll have to see. This is going to be an interesting dynamic next year.
I'm going to make a bold prediction myself, because if Tom Fornelli gets to make one, I get to make one too. I am going to predict the next head coach of the Rutgers Scarlet Knights.
Didn't you say Urban Meyer?
That was then, but things have changed. I predict to about a 45% of certainty that the next coach of the Rutgers Scarlet Knights will be Brian Kelly.
Oh, okay. That's that would be a little bit more money than Mr. Shiano.
Well, Brian Kelly left LSU under, let's say, less than favorable circumstances. But you know what? Brian Kelly, even though some say he's not the most pleasant person, I don't know that to be true, but some say that. He has a very good record as a coach. And I don't think after what happened at LSU that there's a tremendous market for his services at this point. So what a great way to get back into major college football and take a team from being a mid to low level contender to the top of the Big Ten. It could be an attractive comeback story for Brian Kelly.
But I'm wondering if perhaps he contributed to Kelly's departure from LSU.
That is a great point. I was thinking that too. Like maybe there's some, I don't know what the relationship is between the two of them, but Kelly Zinn was not the athletic director when he left. She was, I believe, I don't know what the titles are, but she was like associate athletic, whatever it may be. So I don't know if her involvement with him was as director significant, but I do think Zinn probably has an opinion about him. I would garner to say that the opinion is probably, somewhere in the middle. But when you look at it in the context of him being the head coach of Rutgers football, what does that do for recruiting? I think that's a plausible possibility.
Yeah, well, for now, it's just fielding potential. And of course, it makes sense, right? Because our president and our athletic director are both recent LSU, I guess you could say, transfers. So it's not impossible, for sure.
Well, what we learned from LSU, Gabe, is that the president doesn't really have a say. It's the governor. the governor who likes to get involved. But yeah, I mean, who knows? Who knows how it'll pan out and whether Kelly would be interested. But dare I say that I'm hearing echoes of Chris Ash?
Oh God, no. I'm thinking of this man like rising from the underground, even though he's alive and healthy.
Oh, no. Well, guys, we'll see what happens. But in any event, short show here tonight because there's not tremendous amount to report.
And we got the New York Knicks tonight at 8:00.
And how many? They're the underdog by how many points?
They're favored by 7.5.
How's their record?
It's good. It's just not better or worse than last year.
I don't follow basketball, but didn't the Knicks make the
Rutgers series? Yeah, we made the semifinal, the Eastern Conference Finals last year. And this is a Piscataway-based show. So I'm guessing most of our viewers are Knicks fans. So you know who to root for. And if you're a Nets fan, why?
And for all of you folks tonight, are the Knicks at home?
Yep.
For all of you folks who are going to the Knicks game tonight, make sure you go there with enough gas.
Enough gas in this, too. You want to be screaming. Make them feel it.
I wasn't referring to you, Gabe, when you ran out of gas at the stadium, but I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So, yeah, any final thoughts, Gabe?
Let's see. Final thoughts. I'm going to refer back to a previous link that I believe that y'all should check out. Like I said, there is an incentive, so to say, for up to $1 million donated. It will be matched, not by me, but by Adam. No, by Greg Brown and his lovely wife, 1983 alumni. And yes, up to $1 million will be donated. So definitely consider if you haven't already or want to do so again. And also Lamparello-law.com for Adam Lamparello and all of his lawyer expertise.
I appreciate that, Gabe. Thanks so much. And we'll be back here next week with more news, NIL, recruitment, and we're inching closer to the start of the season. So we're past the halfway mark, and whatever happens, it's going to be exciting. So until next week, y'all, go Scarlet Knights.
Go Scarlet Knights.